football modifier. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 401. A sultry man observing the sky at night. Wenger saw a foot that had been wearing red sneakers. Originally, it was not strange to look up and see a foot wearing sneakers when standing on the sidelines, because there were 44 feet wearing sneakers fighting on the field at this moment. So Wenger's pupils shrank suddenly, not because of the foot, but because of the sneakers worn by that foot. Red long spiked sneakers in the snowflakes falling on street. James Park. The silver-white steel nails on the soles of the red sneakers flashed coldly under the strong light of the ceiling. It was a pair of long spiked sneakers specially made for snow and rain battles. Wenger squinted his eyes and looked at the sneakers of other Newcastle players again. It didn't matter if he looked at it, but the more he looked, the more frightened he became. And the more he looked, the more he felt that things were not good, because all the 11 players wearing black and white sword-striped shirts on the field were wearing snow-fighting long spiked sneakers. If only one or two Newcastle players were like this, it is very likely that the players just took the initiative to wear long spiked shoes when they saw the gloomy weather before the game. But if all 11 players on the other side were like this, there is only one explanation. This is a deliberate arrangement by Madley, the head coach of the Magpies. This is what Wenger is most worried about. If it is just the difference in the studs of the shoes, it will not be a big problem for the Gunners, because Arsenal players will bring 2 pairs of shoes with long and short studs in the game just in case. And when there is a dead ball later, the Gunners can slowly change to long spiked shoes. The question is, if Madley knew that there would be rain and snow in this game, then did he also prepare a set of tactics that can fully adapt to rainy games? In this way, Arsenal lost at the starting line with a deliberate plan. You have to know that in such an important peak battle, facing a world-class coach like Crazy Lee, who is known for his weird on-the-spot command and tactical changes, as long as Arsenal reveals any flaws in the game, it is enough for the opponent to catch and make a fatal blow. What Wenger can't think of is, how can Crazy Lee be so sure that it will snow during the game? As a famous coach who has been in the Premier League for many years and has rich experience in preparation, he certainly knows the impact of weather factors on the outcome of the game. So Wenger began to pay close attention to the weather conditions during this game a week ago. And the weather forecast given by the national television weather program of England today is sunny to cloudy, with a probability of precipitation of 0%. Although the weather forecast of the national television station cannot be said to be 100% accurate, there is always 90%. There has been a long time since the complete forecast era like today. What's even more weird is that it happened to snow at the moment the game started, leaving Arsenal no time to prepare. But at this moment, Wenger has no time to pursue the reason. For a head coach, there are only 2 urgent things that must be solved now. First, let the coaching staff cooperate with the players on the field to change into long spiked shoes as soon as possible to prevent unnecessary mistakes due to the slippery field. Second, it is necessary to find a feasible tactical solution to minimize the current disadvantage before the Gunners are caught by the terrible Chinese and attacked. But this is difficult. On the other side, in the Newcastle coaching bench point, except for the sultry man with a mysterious smile and his hands in his pockets, almost everyone in the 6 staff members of the Magpies coaching team and the 7 people on the bench stared at the snowflakes flying all over the sky with their mouths wide open. Assistant coach Alan Shearer stretched out his palm to catch a few white snowflakes falling. He felt a slight chill in his palm, and the snowflakes quickly turned into drops of water. His face was shocked. How is this possible? God, it's really snowing. At this moment, Shearer looked at the black back of Lee Tongfan standing on the sidelines. In addition to admiration, he also had a few more complicated feelings in his heart. Could it be that Lee really has magic from the mysterious ancient country in the east? Alan Shearer stood up from the coaching seat and stood in the snow. His thoughts returned to a day ago. What? Prepare for a snow battle. The 22 coaches of Newcastle's first team exclaimed in unison, and they looked at each other in their seats in the conference room point after the full day training today. Head coach Lee Tongfan suddenly convened a coaching meeting in a mysterious and urgent manner. Everyone thought he had found a new way to defeat the enemy, but who knew that Li Tongfan's first sentence was to ask the coaching team to prepare for the snow battle the next day. But Li, the weather forecast of the national TV station, believes that there is no possibility of snow tomorrow. Assistant coach Alan Shearer expressed the doubts in the hearts of all the coaches present, and according to the information collected by Rod in the past few days, there is no sign of snow tomorrow. The Rod mentioned by Shearer is Colin Rod, the tactical coach of the Newcastle first team coaching team, who is sitting in the third seat on the right row of the meeting room point according to the division of responsibilities. In addition to being responsible for the tactical training of the first team, Rhodes will also regularly provide the head coach with detailed information such as the recent status of the opponent in the next game, the threat players in the team that need to be focused on, and the game weather for the head coach to prepare. Make the most correct tactical arrangements and choices. According to the information compiled by Coleraine Lord for tomorrow's peak battle, it will definitely not snow in Newcastle on November 25th. This has been all learned at the team's tactical preparation meeting one day ago. The unanimous approval of the first team coaches. Even Li Tongfan praised Rhodes' complete information in front of all the first team coaches at that meeting. How could Rhodes' weather information be completely overturned in less than 24 hours? Are you preparing for some weird snow battle? Li Tongfan exhaled when he saw the suspicious expressions on everyone's face and secretly cursed in his heart. Damn it, if the FM 2009 system hadn't suddenly gone crazy and created a powerful system mission. Glory belongs to the only emperor, which would have caused two major problems. With the additional restriction system inferred, do I still need to spend some climate points? But of course Laoli can't say this. After thinking for a moment, the sultry man sighed helplessly. It seemed that the cruel truth forced me to pretend again. Yes, the information compiled by Riyadh is indeed perfect, but now the situation has suddenly changed. Last night I stood on the balcony and watched the sky at night and found that the stars were very chaotic. According to the principles of our country's astrology, speaking of which, there will definitely be heavy snow after the game starts tomorrow. This is the reason why the sultry man holds it back. Laoli thought to himself that anyway, because of his complete victory and middle finger curse, he had been covered with a thick layer of mystery by the media and public opinion. Instead of bringing out some things like the radio station's weather forecast error and a wave of a sudden cold snap in Siberia is terrifying, and other lame excuses that can easily reveal their gangs are used to fool these guys, it is better to carry out the mystery more thoroughly. In some cases, the most unreasonable explanation is the most convincing reason. Sure enough, after Li Tongfan gave this reason, many coaches he worked for fell into deep thought. Most people actually believed Laoli's words, because too many miracles and incredible things happen to Crazy Li. This Chinese, there is almost no time when people make mistakes. The coaches of Newcastle's first team have developed a habit for a long time, and that is believe in him unconditionally, worship him, and welcome the most incredible victory with him. Suddenly the coach named Coleraine Reid seemed to have thought of something. He stood up suddenly with an ecstatic expression on his face. God, I know it. Li, you ancient Chinese, there is a strategist named Pig. Pig or something like that. He can use the strong wind to observe the sky at night, right? Pig, military advisor. Li Tongfan was stunned. It's one of China's four great classics, the Battle of Three Kingdoms. The military advisor Pig of the Emperor's uncle Liu who likes to cry. Reid explained in a loud voice. Laoli suddenly realized it. Damn, isn't this guy talking about the wise and almost demonic Marquis Yu in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms? I despise you. If you don't ask for a thorough understanding of reading, you are probably a half-hearted person. At this point, the tactics meeting turned sour, because almost all the first team coaches gathered around Coleraine Reid with gleaming eyes, to listen to this excited guy telling the story of a guy called Pig in ancient China who magically borrowed the east wind through night observation. As a result, those who had doubted Li Tongfan's preparations for a snow battle were convinced that it would snow the next day, because there is historical evidence for watching the sky at night. The Chinese are indeed miraculous. Crazy Lee is indeed knowledgeable and talented. Lee, please accept me as your apprentice. I want to learn how to observe the sky at night. Carla Rain Reed firmly grabbed Lee Tongfan's thigh with stars in his eyes and refused to let go. Leoli remembered the shameless but interesting 3-surname domestic slave team Dr. Gonzalez Lee from the Real Madrid era. Among all the people, only Team Dr. Ito Yun yawned and curled his lips in boredom. He lay on the table in the conference room and muttered in a low voice, "Oh, this bitch is lying again. Street. James Park and the Snow Point. The peak battle has been going on for 8 minutes. Although many Arsenal players have put on long spiked sneakers suitable for fighting in the snow with the cooperation of the staff, the scene is firmly dominated by those playing at home. The Magpie Legion is suppressing. At 3 minutes and 38 seconds, Ronaldo received a long diagonal pass from Juan Mata that just passed the center line and successfully reversed offside. He shot the football over the head of Gunners goalkeeper Raul Jr. This shot almost gave the Gunners from afar a nightmare start. Unfortunately, just when the football was about to cross the goal line, Gunners midfielder Alexander Song Chi-Ewan succeeded and pushed the football out with his head. In the first 8 minutes, Newcastle's ball possession rate was not high, but the overall steal success rate reached an astonishing 89%. The Gunners, who are known for their gorgeous offense and smooth ball control, found it difficult to keep the ball at their feet. 1 turnover in every 5 passes. Wenger frowned on the sidelines. Lee Tongfan, who had been standing in the snow and pretending to be cool, looked at the watch on his wrist and saw 44 seconds and frowned. The game time was 9 minutes and 43 seconds. In another 600 seconds, Newcastle's first big test in this game is about to come. The first update today. Chapter 402. Draw a circle to curse you. The game slowly passed by in the white air from more than 70,000 mouths in the stands, and the snow that was flying in the night sky was gradually getting bigger and bigger. Fortunately, the lawn of St. James Park has geothermal heating and automatic rainwater cleaning facilities, so there is not much snow on the lawn. The melted snow water seeps under the lawn. Apart from the slippery field, the game is still smooth. Can proceed. Courtside point. Professor Wenger, whose white hair was stained with snowflakes, was still frowning, and his mind was rapidly thinking about this way to solve Arsenal's current predicament. And at this moment, whoa. Continuous applause like a huge wave suddenly covered the sky and blocked the sun. The more than 60,000 Magpies fans in the stands of St. James Park suddenly jumped up, as if they had been stabbed in the butthole by a stick that suddenly appeared from under the seats. The huge flags and countless layers of flags were fluttering in the snowy winter night. The Magpie scarf formed a magnificent and refreshing black and white ocean on the snowy night of November 25th. Scored. German forward Lucas Podolski is running around the field. Goal. Sister. Roared before his junior, Shentran. Oh, that's so incredible. On the other side, profanity keeper, Shentran showed no sign of weakness, and a series of expletive words came out one after another like a water pipe bursting in a public toilet. I'm going. Can a human being really be able to shoot at such a speed? It's so damn fast. Arsenal's demented goalkeeper Raul Jr. is like 8. He has no performance, like a 10-year-old bad old man. The culprit for the Gunners conceding the ball was Brazilian midfielder Denilson. This stupid pig actually started playing tricks in the backcourt and wanted to tease Podolski with his heels. Why didn't he eat shit? At this moment, even if Shentran used dirty words to bury Brazilian midfielder Denilson, the more than 10,000 Arsenal fans who came with the team to watch the away game would not feel disgusted. In fact, if the commentary microphone was put in front of the fans and they were allowed to curse, Denilson would probably be so angry that his nose would be crooked. His eyes would be slanted, and he would be incontinent. A replay of the goal began playing on a large screen hanging from the roof of St. James Park Point through the flying snow all over the sky. All the Newcastle fans once saw the scene that made their blood boil. Prince Polti contributed a groundbreaking move to the world. At that time, Arsenal's young Brazilian midfielder Denilson got the ball near the arc of his own penalty area and then faced Magpies midfielder Alan Smith, who was pressing forward with a murderous look on his face. Denilson began to do what he thought was absolutely the fake move of tapping the ball with your back heel will be foolproof and win you countless cheers and applause and beautiful women blowing kisses. Denilson can perform this kind of action flawlessly 101 times 100 times in daily training, but this time, he made a mistake. Due to the slippery nature of the field, Denilson was not even halfway through his fancy moves when his left foot, which supported all the weight of his body, lost his balance. Fatal mistake. When the Brazilian midfielder collided with Alan Smith, who was caught off guard, the football slowly flew out and landed at the feet of Prince Bolte, who was advancing. The German striker didn't hesitate at all and shot directly, boom, at 35 meters from the goal point, the football screaming angrily, with the unique power and speed of the Germans, blasted away Arsenal's goal like a flying fireball. On the field point, Prince Bolte, who was excited after the goal, passed behind Arsenal's goal with his hands spread wide. The snowflakes flying in the sky were just the confetti of celebration. The German was like a hero returning home after completing a thunderous strike. Like a phantom fighter, it roams freely on the court. The black and white sword-striped shirt on his body made a sound in the night wind. Countless Newcastle fans in the stands stretched out their waists and tried their best to stretch their palms from behind the billboard, rushing to high-five the goal hero courtside point. Lee Tongfan excitedly stood on one foot on the courtside lawn and spun around in a circle more coquettishly than the four little swans dancing ballet. Podolski was roaring towards Leoli, and it was this moment that Lee Tongfan duo was waiting for. Remember, no matter who among you scores a goal, he must rush to the sidelines with admiration and hug me warmly as soon as possible. It must be the most enthusiastic one. Haha. This is what Lee Tongfan took the trouble to tell every hammer in the locker room before the game. In the end, Leoli even shamelessly used threats. If you dare to disobey, I'm very vindictive. So at this moment, watching Podolski running towards him, Lee Tongfan opened his arms with a smile on his face and greeted him. Haha, the sultry man wants to let his sweetheart Wang King know how popular he is in this stadium. But at this moment, something Lee Tongfan did not expect happened, seeing that Podolski was about to fly in front of him. Everything was developing according to the scene arranged by Leoli before the game, but suddenly a fat man rushed out from the diagonal stab and hugged Podolski's neck and ran to the other side. Next moment, Lee Tongfan's open arms and full smile only greeted a few cold snowflakes and awkward air. It's Ronaldo. This damn fat man actually dragged Podolski sideways to the north stand, then pointed his butt towards Lee Tongfan and gave a standard military salute to the stands under the attention of more than 70,000 fans, because there was a man sitting among the fans in the stands. Wang King. Newcastle's goalkeeper and his teammates came to the north stand of St. James Park. There sat Crazy Lee's mysterious girlfriend Wang King. It seems that this beautiful Chinese girl said, "I'm Mr. Rice Bucket." The girl not only conquered the fans, but also conquered the soldiers of the Magpie Legion. Of course, this also illustrates how much people here love Crazy Lee. I dare say that if Crazy Lee were to run for mayor of Newcastle now, his approval rate would be higher than that of the current mayor, Terry Coyu. Newcastle's players all paid tribute to the coach's wife in the stands with standard gestures, while all the fans stood up and applauded. The coach, wearing a bright red down jacket lady, also made a naughty return gift from the crowd. The stadium was filled with cheers like a mountain roar and a tsunami. There is no doubt that Newcastle people are enjoying this peak battle with ease. The Blood in TV commentator Sester's body was on fire. Less than 15 minutes into the game, Newcastle took the lead. Both players and fans showed full fighting spirit, and the arrival of Wang King added a brighter color to the game. Now it seems that everything is heading towards Newcastle development in a favorable direction. Even expletive commentator Paul Sheentren found, after racking his brains, that at this moment his art of swearing seemed to have no place to use. Although Sheentren is famous for talking dirty, he doesn't bite like a mad dog regardless of the occasion. The game continues. Leoli, who had been completely ignored during the goal celebration just now, squatted on the lawn on the sidelines with a murderous look on his face and kept drawing circles back and forth with his fingers. "Damn fat man, I draw a circle to curse you." Curse you to use the toilet and mobile phone fall into the toilet, your wallet into the toilet, your credit card into the toilet. Better yet, even yourself. Soon, Madman Lee's curse appeared. The fat Ronaldo, who was running on the field, suddenly slipped and fell on the lawn like a dog eating shit. His fat round face was covered with grass clippings and rainwater. However, this time Leoli's curse seemed a bit harsh. Not only was Ronaldo severely criticized, but even goal scorer Podolski seemed to have been affected. The 21st minute of the game point force, the piercing whistle suddenly sounded, and the referee Atkinson appeared in the wind and snow near the right side of the penalty area in Arsenal's half at a speed of 80 miles per second. There is one lying on the ground and another standing next to it. Lying on the ground, writhing back and forth in pain, was Zinedine Zidane's second Nasri wearing a red shirt. Standing next to him with an innocent look on his face was Lucas Podolski, who had just scored. Arsenal's players gathered around, and William Gallas, who had a hot temper, even grabbed Podolski's neck indiscriminately. Seeing this, the Magpie players didn't dare, and were the first to rush forward. There is no doubt that he is Alan Smith, the Newcastle's #1 hunk with white hair and a cold face. The boos in the stands were suppressed as if they were desperate. Even the snowflakes in the night sky are flying a little faster. Ouch. What the fuck is going on? Nasri fell to the ground. Players from both sides were entangled. Damn it. Do you want a fucking fight? Gunner's centre-back Gallas grabbed him. Podolski's neck. Alan Smith quickly pushed Gallas away. The white-haired man's famous punch in the European Cup group stage made all opponents tremble with fear. The timid Gallas following the pull of his teammates, he slipped aside. Look at the slow motion. Oops. Podolski, who was running, suddenly raised his arms to maintain his balance due to slippage on his feet, but his elbow hit the nose of Nasri, who was guarding him. The Frenchman immediately fell to the ground. On the field point, the referee unceremoniously expelled the players from both sides with an international dead face, and then handed William Gallas and Lucas Podolski to the side alone. In the eye-catching crowd of more than 60,000 people at St. James Park Stadium, the referee Atkinson first took out a bright yellow topaz God of War card, raised it high, and showed it to Gallas, who took the initiative to provoke. Referee Atkinson showed Gallas a yellow card. Gallas argued a few words and walked away. Podolski was left alone. Let's see how Atkinson will judge. According to the rules, elbowing the opponent will be directly expelled from the field with a red card, but it seems that Podolski did not do it on purpose. Will the referee show mercy? Amidst the boos and snowflakes, Atkinson took out his card and showed it to Podolski. Thanks, Zinsa Fengfei, 9Z Lord of the Gods, Book Friend 15,421,205, Dismembering Dead Infants, 40,000, I Love Smoking and Drinking, Key. Tadeo 11,111, Fenghua Zui, I Love 888, Zajb 888, Danglin 2010, Xiaoquan, Cheyenne Rendewo for the rewards. Thank you to every brother who silently supports the editor. A new January is about to begin. Daozi and his brothers will work together to write a better editor. Many enthusiastic brothers have put forward many interesting suggestions. I bet that the plot will never be boring in the new month, and there will definitely be changes that you can't imagine. Finally, please give me the guaranteed monthly ticket tomorrow. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. Chapter 403, One Ball of Heaven and One Ball of Hell. Or thrilling red burst from the hands of the referee, blooming in the snowy night with this dazzling brilliance. Ruby War God card! Exclamation mark. Ouch. God. It's a red card. Sesta groaned weakly. The referee Atkinson gave Podolski a red card. The game was less than 20 minutes old. Newcastle are about to start playing one less player. Oh. It's actually a fucking red card. Is the referee out of his mind? The foul-mouthed host Shentrang screamed with his unique emphasis, pounded the table and roared crazily. Shit. That was definitely not an intentional foul. To be honest, Nasri, I'm not sure whether this little guy's performance in football has reached the level of Zidane, but I'm sure that he is definitely the Zidane in the acting world. He can even squeeze out the shit and urine as he wishes. Take out your crotch, along with that flash of bright red. At this moment the boos coming from the stands in the snowy night reached their peak. The huge sound wave roared out by 60,000 mouths at the same time was like the waves rushing towards the face on a rainy night in the Pacific Ocean under a perfect storm, frightening the lazily falling snowflakes in the night sky. The satellite broadcast camera just captured the interesting scene of this moment. Professor Wenger is laughing. Unabashed smile. This red card is like a drought for Arsenal. Waiting for the rain, there is no doubt that Arsenal will not be able to take the initiative in the next game. Wenger saw the victory over Madman Lee in a desperate situation. Hopefully, he has no reason to convince himself not to laugh. Crazy Lee is laughing too. Inexplicable laughter. It is easy to see that God on the sidelines of the football field is not a helpless smile or any other negative emotion, but the kind of expression that only occurs when a magician stands on the stage and successfully deceives the audience below. The smile that will appear contains the sinister flavor of a successful conspiracy. The fans are booing. The overwhelming boos. When the camera focused on the crazy Mrs. Lee wearing a bright red down jacket in the stands, almost everyone instantly felt a sense of ridicule, because the girl who was so graceful and quiet in the media cameras a few days ago is actually like the countless Newcastle fans around her who had fallen into madness at this moment. A lovely ferocious look appeared on her beautiful face, and she raised her middle finger without hesitation in the direction of the referee and shouted something. It was like a tender orchid swaying in the spring breeze that was pitiful, suddenly transformed. It has become a strong and hard camel thorn in the vast desert Gobi. While his sweetheart Madman Lee takes control of the court, Wan King seems to have control of the stands. As the slender middle finger protruding from the sleeve of the fiery red down jacket swayed up and down, the tens of thousands of other fans around Wan King stretched out their middle fingers without hesitation, like soldiers following the commander into battle. The middle finger began to shake rhythmically, to the tune of boos. Use the middle finger as the rhythm. The fans in the north stand, together with Wan King, expressed their views on referee Atkinson's penalty in such an unabashed way. And when this scene was watched by more than 50,000 Magpies fans from the south, west and east sides on the large electronic screen hanging above the roof of the St. James Park Stadium, the boos all over the sky were accompanied by a little more applause. Devil and angel. Perfect combination at this moment. LZ City, China. Thousands of miles away. Shengshi Jiayuan Community Point. In the living room of a high-end villa. Puff, a dignified middle-aged man who was drinking tea and watching TV, couldn't hold back and spit out the tea that he had not yet remembered to swallow. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. What has become of this girl? She called us in the middle of the night and asked us two old guys to stay up tens of thousands of miles away to watch the game with her. Is it just to see her raise her middle finger? The crazy look of swearing. She just went to see her sweetheart, Crazy Lee, who was almost touted as a god by the domestic media. In less than 3 days, she turned into a crazy little girl, even crazier than Crazy Lee. The one who is red is close to the ink, and the one who is black. When he said this, the middle-aged man had a complicated look on his face. There was a bit of doting, a bit of helplessness, but more of it was the happiness that could not be concealed in the corners of her eyes and eyebrows. Because, since the serious illness that almost caused her death, he had not been with her for a long time. Seeing such unbridled and heartfelt laughter in my daughter, the beautiful woman next to her, who was carefully applying dark green seaweed mud to her face, turned her head and curled her lips. When she heard this, her tone was full of unconcealable joy. What's wrong with raising the middle finger to curse? As long as he is happy, even if she went to scold the President of the United States. Look, even the British people in the stands were applauding. This is British football culture. The middle-aged beautiful woman finally summed it up with the air of a fake football fan who knows everything and is fearless, which can be regarded as the final conclusion. The middle-aged man shook his head helplessly, laughing and laughing. He suddenly seemed to have thought of something and said with a smile, however, since he wants to marry my precious princess, this crazy Mr. Lee should come and see me. My father-in-law, right? Does this kid still want to play tricks with me? The big name of God on the side? What's wrong with being a big name? Crazy Lee, no matter whether it's abroad or home, he's got a lot of followers. No matter how many people want to see him, they can't see him. You chase after him, and you can't even eat fresh food. Well, but it's time to meet the son-in-law who is almost as famous as the sky. Newcastle Point Street, James Park. On a snowy night point after Lucas Podolski was sent off somewhat unjustly, the game began to proceed with difficulty and the constant alternation of boos and cheers. On the field point after the balance of numbers was broken, the scene became tragic. Under the control and command of midfielder Cesc Fabregas, the young Gunners continued to launch pressing attacks against Newcastle. After finally seeing a glimmer of hope in the desperate situation, the young Gunners vowed to rely on this sudden number of people. Advantages: reintegrate the rhythm into your own rhythm. Just like they did in the 14 league games that have ended before this. Use your overwhelming momentum to sweep away all opponents who dare to challenge you. On the other hand, Newcastle, with one less player, did not take the initiative to show weakness and rely on defensive counter-attacks to try to save a goal as many people imagined. Instead, they launched an active attack with an even more brutal momentum. 10 players wearing black and white swords, the Magpies, in striped shirts, were like a group of red-eyed wolf cubs, howling and swooping forward to bite them with all their might. The game started to heat up early because of a red card. However, no matter how hard Newcastle worked, the rhythm of the game that was originally firmly controlled by Newcastle inevitably fluctuated after Podolski left the field. This gave Arsenal an opportunity to take advantage of it. Both teams trying hard to control the rhythm at your own feet and let the game proceed on your own track. Because rhythm determines advantage, advantage determines goals, and goals determine victory or defeat. It's that simple. Looking at the 20 clubs in the Premier League, there are many teams that can adjust the rhythm quickly or slowly, but Arsenal is definitely a leader in controlling the rhythm. When the Gunners' gorgeous offensive starts up, it's like rain hitting banana trees in endless layers, but when it slows down, it's like take-I push hands, coming slowly and then with endless force. The reason why Arsenal can control speed and slowness so terrifyingly is that the Gunners have mature and careful brain. Spaniard Cesc Fabregas, Arsene Wenger, known as the "godfather of young players," once said this: Mozart was able to play very beautiful piano music when he was 6 years old. I will never be able to play that well. And the level some players reached when they were playing football at the age of 17 is something I will never be able to achieve, even if I train for a lifetime. Why? The reason is simple: because he is a special genius. This sentence is about Fabregas. At the age of 16 years and 177 days, one man played his first team game for Arsenal. At 16 years and 212 days old, a man became the youngest goalscorer in the history of the Gunners club. At 17 years and 103 days old, a person set a new record for the youngest age to represent the Gunners in the Premier League. This person is Cesc Fabregas. This guy, whom Wenger calls a special genius, almost appears at the Emirates Stadium as a savior. When Vieira, the midfielder of the generation, said goodbye to Highbury, almost all Gunners fans fell into sadness and panic, as if the sky was falling. The world of midfielders in modern football. The brilliance left by the Frenchman Vieira in the Arsenal almost dominated an era that cannot be replicated. Looking at the world football at that time, there were few people who had the potential to replace Vieira's position and status at Arsenal. Therefore, at that time, whether it was the media, fans or some staff within the club, they all worriedly speculated whether the Gunners would fall apart in the next league. However, the true qualities of a hero can only be revealed when the sea is crossing the sea. At the critical moment, Cesc Fabregas, who appeared like a dazzling comet, not only perfectly filled the vacancy left by Vieira, but also made the Gunners' midfield operation more gorgeous and smooth, dominating the midfield. Take it to the next level. The reason why the young Gunners have been able to maintain a winning streak in the first 14 rounds this season is inseparable from the increasingly mature and terrifying Fabregas' scheduling in the midfield. So now, when Arsenal is in a great situation with a numerical advantage, Professor Wenger is not in a hurry to make adjustments to the team's tactics on the field. Instead, he stands on the sidelines with his hands folded and waits to see what happens. Because he believes that the Spanish brain he installed for the Gunners can definitely find a suitable way to achieve a great reversal. Facts have proved that Wenger's trust in Fabregas is very reasonable. The soul of Arsenal's midfield found the smartest way to play for Arsenal in the shortest time very cleverly. Newcastle was surrounded and not attacked. After suppressing the opponent near the penalty area, they began to use continuous passes and reverse kicks to force the Magpies Warriors to continuously consume their energy to press. Although Arsenal did not have the ability to shoot or threaten passes, occupying an absolute advantage, the team is still behind 0:1. However, it conserves energy very well. Fabregas understands that the most critical advantage brought by having one more person fighting is physical strength. Maximizing the physical advantage is the key to Arsenal turning defeat into victory. When Podolski was sent off, the anger aroused the combat effectiveness of Newcastle players, causing the opponent's 10 players to explode into more than 11 players in a short period of time. Therefore, at this stage, if Arsenal does not hesitate to as a result, not only will the fierce attack fail to achieve anything, but it is very likely that the opponent will seize the opportunity to counter-attack. What the Gunners need to do now is to wear away the morale and strength in the hearts of Newcastle players through patient passing. It's like an injured lion surrounded by hyenas. When the hyenas run back and forth and harass the lion's physical strength is exhausted. No matter how powerful and terrifying the lion was before, it can't escape from the hyena's mouth. The fate of turning into withered bones. When the physical strength of both sides is out of proportion and Arsenal attacks again, Newcastle will be finished soon. Fabregas' strategy paid off. Newcastle's players were tired. In the 34th minute, Fabregas tentatively passed a through ball. The threat from this corner kick is not great, because Newcastle's centre-back Sakho easily got stuck in the first position point, but even so, under the pressure of gunner Little Warcraft Adebayor, Sakho had to hurriedly push the football to the bottom line instead of passing it to his teammates not far away. It's not that I don't want to, it's that I can't. Even after kicking the football out of the bottom line, Sakho was already breathing heavily and putting his hands on his knees. With one less person to fight with, the pressure on him was getting bigger and bigger. The random offensive came like a violent storm. Sak felt like he couldn't hold it any longer. Tired. I'm almost out of energy. It seems that after more than 10 minutes of crazy support, the physical strength of the Newcastle players has been exhausted to a certain extent. In this case, our opportunity has come. Fabregas saw all this and soon had a plan in his mind, so, taking advantage of the dead ball opportunity before the penalty corner kick, I whispered a few words to the team's top centers Adiba and Nasri in the crowd. Soon, Arsenal took a corner kick point. Steven Taylor headed the ball to clear the ball, but after the football flew out of the penalty area, it still fell to the feet of the Arsenal players. Newcastle's fast break did not start. The football was once again passed to Fabregas' feet 7 or 8 seconds later. To everyone's surprise, this time Fabregas suddenly gave up the deep pass forward and began to pass back continuously. With Fabregas' change, Arsenal's entire midfield and front court slowly retracting towards his own half, the space that had been compressed to the extreme was suddenly given back to Newcastle. Something's wrong. Alan Smith of the Magpies, who is extremely experienced in the game, is extremely vigilant and soon discovered the problem. He turned around and looked at veteran Macalol. The French waistcoat also had doubts in his eyes. But the next moment, the facts no longer allowed the two of them to think too much about it. Because Juan Mata, his midfield partner who is on the rise, has already rushed forward with red eyes. Because both of them have had similar low-ebb experiences, Podolski is Mata's best friend internally, so in my heart Juan Mata, who had long been full of thoughts of venting his anger on his friends, rushed out without hesitation the moment Arsenal contracted. With this rush, Newcastle's rhythm immediately changed. In order to prevent the team's midfield formation from being disjointed and falling into chaos, Alan Smith shouted to Macalol to signal the French waist to pay attention to protecting the team's ribs. He could only step forward and follow closely. According to the tactical requirements of daily training, the midfielder presses forward, and the backline naturally has to move forward slightly in order to maintain a certain connection with the midfielder. So little Superboy, Steven Taylor waved his hand, and the four kings on Newcastle's back line maintained a straight one-line positioning system and pressed out of the penalty area. It's coming right now. I'm waiting for you to come out. Seeing this scene, the corner of Fabregas's mouth drew a cruel arc. After 2 consecutive dazzling passes with his teammate Nasri, the Spanish brain dodged the passes of Juan Mata and Alan Smith. They jointly grabbed the ball, looked at the gap, and suddenly passed a long overhead kick with great force. Oops, Alan Smith didn't need to look back to know that Newcastle was in danger. Every time the Spanish boy in front of him made such an action, it meant that his fatal pass that killed countless powerful opponents appeared. Sure enough, the football curved a charming and deadly white arc in the snowy night, tearing apart Newcastle's defense in an instant. Togo's little monster roared past Stephen Taylor and Sakho, already forming with the power of a single sword. A fatal pass. Absolutely fatal. Danger. Adebayor is about to strike alone. Sesta screamed. Ouch. Fatal. Pass. Fatal movement. The situation was so tense that even expletive commentator Shentran, who was known for swearing, didn't even have time to say swear words. Exclamations rang out from the stands. Wenger nervously twisted his hands in front of his chest. Alan Shearer jumped up from his seat and ran to the sidelines. More than 70,000 people in the St. James Park Stadium were so nervous at this moment that they almost vomited their hearts out of their throats. This one-on-one chance is definitely a goal that will change the course of the game. At this point, as long as little monster Adebayor scores the one-on-one chance, it will be a disaster for Newcastle, who are 1 man short. 1 goal is heaven, 1 goal is hell. First update, 5,000 words. Please vote for me. The second update may be a little later, around 11 o'clock. Chapter 404 normal and abnormal. Nervous, 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 suspense, suspense, suspense. On the field point almost at the moment when his teammates passed the ball, Adebayor suddenly accelerated according to Fabregas' instruction from the corner kick 2 minutes ago. Years of cooperation allowed him to easily master Fabregas' passing route, and he was instantly black. Like a whirlwind, he rushed between the 2 centre-backs of the Magpies like a panther jumping into a stream. Then he cleverly moved the football forward with his right foot, and then started running towards the ball with a meteoric stride. A series of actions, completed in one go, with the suddenness of the Brain's-esque Fabregas passing, coupled with his super explosive power that can be activated instantly. Little Warcraft. Adebayor has no doubt that under such circumstances, he can definitely get rid of the Magpie Legion center. In an instant, the defender then passed goalkeeper Hugo Lloris and scored the ball into the empty net. That's the way any striker is obsessed with scoring. Even Togo, little monster, can already hear the cheers of Arsenal fans and the boos of Newcastle people ringing in his ears. To be honest, Adebayor is not afraid of the boos of enemy fans at all. Instead, he felt that it was a sing to a real warrior, which made him intoxicated. However, just when the most powerful striker in the Arsenal after King Henry was complacent, a huge force suddenly came out of his heel, causing his running left foot to instantly hit his right calf. Adebayor had no time to react to what was happening behind him. He subconsciously screamed, lost his balance, and fell onto the slippery lawn. After that, the whole body of little monster was like a maglev train that suddenly stepped on the brakes, sliding forward in a wet and slippery manner, leaving a shocking scratch on the lawn. Adebayor is about to go solo. Sakho is chasing after me. Oh god. The little guy made a dangerous move, and the 2 of them rolled into a ball on a muddy lawn. Is this a tackle? Sakho? Oh my god, what is this little guy thinking? A stupid tackle from behind. He is the last defender in the Newcastle defense. Oops. Stay opened his eyes wide and couldn't believe what he was seeing. Expletive commentator. After being stunned for a few seconds, Shentran suddenly slapped the table in front of him and laughed loudly, like he was having a stroke. GGGG. Tackle from behind. Oh, this is terrible. It was so fucking interesting. That little guy named Sakho performed a tackle that was stupid enough to be listed in the Guinness Book of Records. I bet that foul would have stayed on the field to play football. Then the devil Satan and the Virgin Mary can dance together. Forster. Referee Atkinson quickly ran to the site of the incident and without any hesitation directly showed the Ruby God of War card to Magpies centre-back Mamadou Sakho. The tackle from behind by Sakho just now was absolutely illegal. There is no possibility of appeasement for a red card foul. In the 42nd minute of the game, Newcastle's second player was sent off with a red card. 9-11. The number of players on both sides has changed again. The more than 60,000 Newcastle fans in the stands didn't even have the energy to boo this time. God must have sided with Arsenal tonight. 2 people were sent off in a row before the first half was over. You can imagine what will happen next. What kind of situation will the Magpies face in the game? That's almost a desperate situation. A desperate situation of 9 deaths and no life. Even at this moment, the Magpies still have a 1-goal lead, but this advantage pales in comparison to the disadvantage of 2 fewer people. Even a fool can see that, if the game continues according to normal logic, Newcastle will be equalized. Even overtaking it is just a matter of time. Yes, if we follow the normal game logic, we can declare almost at this moment, Newcastle is finished, because 1 less person and 2 less people have completely different meanings. If being sent off 1 less person is equivalent to stabbing a knife into the thigh of the Magpies, then punishing 2 people means pulling out the knife that was originally inserted into Newcastle's thigh bloody, and then inserting it fiercely into the thigh of the Magpies. On the heart. Who can survive after having their heart pierced? Of course, there are many things in this world that do not all develop according to normal logic. Where there is normal, there will naturally be abnormal. In the long and short 10 seconds when Sakho slowly walked off the field expressionlessly, the eyes of the whole world were cast on one place and one person. Among the 73,218 people in St. James Park, only that person could. Only by creating an abnormality in such a desperate situation can the Magpie Legion be saved from hanging upside down. He is the one crazy Lee, bandaged god of war, god on the football pitch. When Sakho walked to the sideline with a dark face, Lee Tongfan did not show any intention of blaming him. Instead, he took the dry and hot towel from assistant coach Alan Shearer and handed it to Sakho, who was covered in cold water and grass clippings. That time just now tackled from behind. Sakho also fell to the muddy grass. However, Sakho was stunned for a moment and finally shook his head. Instead of taking the towel, he walked into the long player tunnel not far away. This time it was Leoli's turn to be stunned, because at that moment, Leoli saw a trace of hesitation and struggle in Sakho's eyes. He was touched, but in the end he still chose to lower his head and pass by him, as if he was avoiding something interesting, a little interesting. Leoli's heart moved point, but at this time, Lee Tongfan didn't care about what Sakho was thinking, but put all his thoughts into the game. The 2 disasters caused by the big level system task, Glory Belongs to the Only King, issued by the FM 2009 system have passed. After 2 red cards, the restrictions of all system tasks have been lifted. At this time, Leoli could even clearly feel the eyes of the fans in the audience on him. The strong expectations and trust contained in these eyes made Lee Tongfan feel a heavy pain, but also felt extremely satisfied. Being needed and trusted by others is a sense of superiority. This is why Lee Tongfan likes to show off. Leoli believes that there must be many people waiting to see the joke at this time. Those opponents who have been defeated by him, those media who have been scolded by him, those players who have been laughed at by him. Everyone is waiting for such a day, waiting for the day when their winning streak myth has ended, and they will be impatient to throw the boulders in their hands, adding insult to injury. But, I won't give you a chance. Today, I want to let everyone know, even if there are only 9 people left, Crazy Lee can still win a victory, by relying on crazy attacks. Tell you, what is called dominance. It's time for some people to start recalling some things again. For example, the infamous middle finger. However, Lee Tongfan did not immediately raise his middle finger to the demoralized hammers on the field during the dead ball time, but slowly and firmly turned around, raised his head high, and faced the more than 60,000 Newcastle people in the stands, and slowly raised his arms, 1, 2, 3, 4 times, faster and faster, like an elegant and proud band conductor. Lee Tongfan's arms released the power to fascinate people. After a short stunned silence, Newcastle fans finally understood this was St. James's God calling them to war, asking them to blow the horn of this GD counter-attack with the craziest volume, to welcome the upcoming incredible miracle belonging to Newcastle people. In an instant, St. James issued the most terrifying roar in more than 2,500 days of this century. No one will doubt the loyalty of Newcastle fans. We are the most loyal Magpies. Newcastle is our favorite, for nothing else, just because Newcastle's blood flows in our bodies. We shouted this name at St. James Park. Newcastle, 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 Newcastle. In the end, the singing turned into a roar, sonorous and passionate, majestic and firm. That word, like a mysterious spell flowing from the mouth of a magician, enveloped the entire white St. James Stadium in the winter night snow. This is really an exciting scene. 61,231 Newcastle fans shouted Newcastle in unison. Their head coach crazily just waved his arms a few times, and the momentum of Newcastle people became completely different. The disadvantage in numbers seemed to disappear in an instant, and the fans became crazy. I'm very curious, can Crazy Lee really bring miracles to his team and his fans again? In the crazy atmosphere, Lee Tongfan turned his head and looked at his opponent, accepting Wenger at this time. He was relaxed, smiling and talking to the assistant coach beside him in a vivid and colorful manner. The scene that was happening in his ears like a tsunami and the collapse of the earth was like a majestic breeze blowing on his face. The famous French coach was indifferent, because the professor has seen such sidelines too many times in his coaching career. If the final score could be determined solely by the cheers of the fans, then Wenger would have distributed loudspeakers to every Arsenal fan at the Emirates Stadium. But the next moment, when the professor glanced at the Newcastle coaching bench, he was suddenly stunned, because he saw Madman Lee raise his middle finger again. Middle finger curse, street. James began to become crazy. When was the last time he saw this magical middle finger? It was too far away, so far away, that his opponents had forgotten how Madman Lee became famous. It took 38 seconds to capture the indestructible Stamford Bridge in the Mourinho era. From that time on, this middle finger represented invincibility. Wenger could remain indifferent to the shouts of more than 60,000 people, but this middle finger made him feel extremely nervous. In the 2006-07 Champions League final, Arsenal's dream of winning the championship was ruined by this middle finger. Street. James' roar was incredibly raised again, because of the appearance of the middle finger. There were less than 3 minutes left in the first half of the game, and 180 seconds was enough time for the middle finger curse to be realized 7 or 8 times in a row. Will there be a goal? Thanks to Feng Hua Zhuai, Nanlua Luxiaha, Shuai 15,421,205, Bale Langsin, Che Osman, Mala, XMQXJ, I Love 888, 9Z Lord of the Gods, Soul Disperser and other dear brothers for their awards. The second update, 8,000 words today. Please give me the guaranteed monthly tickets. This month, Daozi will strive forward. Finally, I will push forward the new book, Plane Travel Guide, book number 1,782,188, written by a brother of Xiao. You can go and have a look. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 405 today, 039, S 8,000 words have been delivered, and I beg for the guaranteed monthly tyke. From a newcomer's perspective, being able to stay in the top 25 of the monthly ticket list for several consecutive months is already a great success, but if Xiao still holds himself to the standards of a newcomer, after writing for 3 or 4 months, it seems too undemanding. I'm even more sorry for the long-term support of my dear Daok brothers. Daozi is not a great god, but Daozi has a heart that pursues to become a great god. Therefore, Daozi must set higher requirements for himself and the modifier. Xiao is never satisfied with the present, because I think the performance of the modifier can be better. This month, Xiao will strive forward, not only in updates, but also in plots. I'm looking forward to a journey of breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. I'm trying to break through the shackles and let my brothers see new ideas. So, I need the support of the Daoks. Dear Daoks, please throw out the monthly tickets in your hands, just like we did in the first month of the new book. We can't just lose at the starting line. Brothers and sisters, please give me motivation. PS. I recommend my brother Wang Ziya's Plane Journey Guide again. Chapter 406 From the Middle Finger Curse to the Middle Finger Truth. Pointed out, the wind and clouds moved. This is coming again. Among the Arsenal players on the field now, Fabregas, Clichy, Toure and others have all experienced the European Cup final in the 2006-07 season. They all clearly remember everything that happened in that game. Originally, the core of the team, Gun King, Thierry Henry had already used a hat-trick to force Real Madrid into a desperate situation, but a middle finger from Crazy Lee allowed King of the small penalty area, Van Nistelrooy to score a goal before the end of the 90-minute regular season, burying Arsenal's dream of winning the Big Ear Cup. That was an unforgettable shame. Therefore, when Crazy Lee raised his middle finger again at this moment, the hearts of these people couldn't help but tremble at the same time. In contrast, the happiest ones are the Newcastle players. They are the ones who know best what the boss's middle finger means. As soon as the middle finger was raised, the tactics of the Magpies changed instantly. The team changed from the original fierce fight for every inch of land to a strange tactic of fighting only for the ends and flowing out of the midfield for mixing. Due to the consecutive punishment of two people, the tough Alan Smith and the fast Juan Mata retreated to the midfield, and together with Makalol, they formed three high-powered midfield mixers, using extremely destructive means to continuously tackle and almost trample the 30-meter area near the center circle of the court into a muddy land. The three of them joined forces, gave up organization and breakthroughs, and only defended, but did not attack. Such a tactic is obviously a hurt yourself before hurting others style of play that hurts both sides. Although such adjustments made Ronaldo and Michael Owen on the front line unable to get the support of the midfield, thus appearing to be alone and threatening greatly reduced. It also made the opponent Arsenal's most proud gorgeous midfield cooperation unable to operate normally under the mixing. The role that the midfield of both sides can play is considered to be completely abolished. In this way, both the Magpies and the Arsenal Gunners can only focus on the forwards and defenders. 3-3-2. This is the real tactic that Lee Tongfan prepared for this long-planned snow battle. After surviving the two disasters of the big level system task, glory belongs to the only king. Otherwise, wouldn't that little climate point be wasted? And at this time, another killer besides climate points, freedom points, comes into play. Point. As long as Lee Tongfan has this cheating horror point in his hand, even if Arsenal's defenders drive an invisible bus and park it on their goal line, the Magpies can easily score a goal. Sure enough, in the 44th minute of the game, the goal came. In the fierce battle, Brazilian midfielder Denilson, who had made a mistake in the first half, had no choice but to pass the ball back under the pressure of Alan Smith. The ball was swishing on the grass and rolled straight towards William Gallas, the core of Arsenal's backcourt. This pass, whether in terms of strength or direction, was perfectly controlled, and it was normal from any aspect. However, Denilson overlooked one point, that is, this is a snow battle. The ball passed by a muddy swamp that was trampled into pieces during the flight, and its speed suddenly dropped. This drop gave the Magpies a chance. The fat man Ronaldo rushed over from the side like a ghost, waved his hand, and took the ball away, leaving a water spot. Don't even think about it. Stay. William Gallas, the core of the Gunners' backcourt, had already discovered that things were not good. When he wanted to rush up to grab the ball, Ronaldo had already taken the lead and scooped the ball away. At the critical moment, Gallas shouted and stretched out his leg to shovel Ronaldo, who was sprinting with his fat butt twisted. Gallas calculated very clearly, even if he knocked Ronaldo down in this position, at most he would get a yellow card, which was not a big deal. Moreover, if he was a little luckier, he might be able to send this fat man, who was a great threat, but easily injured, to the hospital for a few days. Gallas's mind was vicious. However, who knew what happened next was completely beyond the French central defender's expectations. The damn fat man seemed to have installed a rear view mirror on his fat ass. He used his instep to rub the football into the penalty area for the second time, and then jumped up in a panic. The evil fat man waved his arms in the air a few times, like a hen trying to flap its wings and fly in the air. After struggling for a few times, he fell down again in a miserable state. This fall happened to land on the ankle of Gallus' right foot that was stretched out to tackle the ball. Crack. A crisp sound came from the ankle, and Gallus's big black face turned white in an instant because of the pain, as if he had applied a woman's foundation. Damn it, this fat man definitely did it on purpose! Exclamation mark. Gallus was anxious and angry, and almost bit his white teeth. However, at this time, no one paid attention to Gallus, who was lying on the ground and shouting, because the referee stretched out his arms to indicate that the attacking side had an advantage in the game continued. And there was a huge exclamation from the stands. Ronaldo's pass fell right into the running path of Michael Owen. However, in order to get rid of the relentless Carlo Tour behind him, Irving ran diagonally across the penalty area from left to right this time. After twisting his waist to receive Ronaldo's pass, his back was already facing the goal. At this moment, Carlo Tour is gritting his teeth and chasing after him. If Irving stops the ball and turns around to shoot again, Irving is 100% sure that he will not be able to successfully shoot under the harassment of the big black man from Ivory Coast. What should he do? You must not lose this once-in-a-lifetime shooting opportunity. At this moment, Owen had thousands of shooting methods flashing through his mind. Ronaldo's pass. He was put down from behind by Gallus. The football flew into Irving's running route. The offense was in an advantage, and the referee signaled that the game should continue. Irving. Ouch. I didn't stop the ball very well. My back was turned to the goal. I couldn't form a shot at the first time. What a pity. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to attack. Tour has. Ouch. Got. How did he do it? Cesta's mouth was like a machine cannon with unlimited bullets. He was rubbing his eyes and yelling. His slight negligence at that moment prevented him from seeing clearly what method Owen used to send the football into the goal. Fortunately, the expletive commentator, Shentran next to him saw everything clearly. So, at this moment, the public toilet sewer pipe broke again. Unbelievable. 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 Damn, please forgive me for not being able to use the most appropriate word to describe the shock in my heart. This fucking ball actually went in. Michael Owen, he pushed the football in with his fucking butt. Is it? Ouch. No, an incredible kick from behind, like a back-to-back sweep in Taekwondo. If someone now says that Crazy Lee is the illegitimate son of God, I will definitely agree with it. One fucking middle finger is a goal. 2 years later, this law has never failed. Now I can declare, this is not a fucking curse! Exclamation mark. The meaning of this truth is, once the Chinese raise their middle finger, the whole world will tremble at his feet. Irving ran wildly on the court, a crazy scene. Irving ran to the sidelines, kneeling at the feet of Madman Lee like the most loyal knight meeting the king, and acted like a noble knight in medieval Europe who was sincerely convinced. Bowing. Ronaldo also joined in. Listen, the whole St. James is cheering and roaring. Point to colon 0 exclamation point exclamation point. This is a fucking miracle. In the difficult situation of missing 2 people, the Magpies scored another incredible goal. This goal brought them the final victory. Hope. Haha. Although there are still 45 minutes in the game, as long as Crazy Lee doesn't mind raising his middle finger a few more times, who can tell the final result? Wenger was shocked. The Newcastle fans in the stands were wiping tears with excitement. Even the referee Atkinson was looking at Lee Tongfan like a monster, and even forgot to blow the whistle for the game to continue. The roar of St. James was so clear that the whole city of Newcastle was enveloped in the sea of blissful wrath. Wan King, whose face was red from the cold, was among the excited and crazy crowd. This girl's heart was filled with an indescribable strange feeling. More than 60,000 people in the audience went crazy for him. All the handsome English men and beauties around him looked at him with admiration, shouting at the top of their lungs back King, King. And those players who were out of reach for Chinese fans knelt at his feet with the most pious attitude to pay tribute. Dazzled. What came to her ears was the roar of the onside commentator that was even crazier than the fans around her. The snow in Newcastle did not stop, but was getting bigger and bigger. The black figure that dazzled her was so proud and satisfied. Standing in front of the coaching bench at the stadium, he raised his hands high to accept the worship of more than 60,000 English people, and listened to the cheers that belonged to him alone. At this moment, he is the only center of this bizarre world. Once upon a time, Wan King, who was still an ignorant girl, just hoped that one day in the future, the country boy who would put down the steel pipe and machete in his hands and pick up the high school geometry and physics textbooks again, just because of her words, would have a comfortable job after graduation. It doesn't matter, even if I accompany him to be a yellow-faced woman for the rest of my life in a small city that can't be found on the map of China. But who would have known that in just 2 years and less than 1,000 days, this figure that used to look a little thin would have unknowingly grown taller and majestic. He has conquered the world in front of him arrogantly and high profile, force after running to the sidelines and giving William Gallas, who was still receiving ice treatment from the Arsenal team doctor, a yellow card. The referee Atkinson blew the whistle to continue the game. The fourth official played the electronic card, and 4 minutes of injury time were added to the first half point after the kickoff. Wenger adjusted the team's tactics, and Arsenal used the ball to launch an attack. It was a long pass. Wenger's idea was very simple. Since Crazy Lee destroyed his midfield dispatch by sacrificing the midfield organization, he simply gave up the midfield and turned to compete for the front line. Because Arsenal's front line has the nearly 2-meter tall, little monster Adebayo. In terms of physical strength and impact, Adebayo is much stronger than Owen and Ronaldo. Wenger doesn't believe that with Adebayo's strength, Eduardo Silva's agility, and Fabregas's long pass ability, they can't compete with Newcastle's 3 young defenders who are almost exhausted. However, it turns out that beautiful ideas are often easily shattered by cruel reality. Arsenal's first wave of attack after the restart was easily resolved by Newcastle. Fabregas's pass was very accurate, accurately finding the fulcrum Adebayo. Adebayo's jump and header were also very perfect. He jumped into the air and used his waist and abdomen to send the football to the fatal gap in the Newcastle defense line with a coquettish lion's head. All the previous cooperation was carried out flawlessly according to Wenger's idea. However, when it was the turn of Punch Fox, Eduardo Silva to use his erratic running position to pierce the gap and make a fatal blow, the gap that was originally very fatal to the Magpies suddenly disappeared without a trace, and a foot that suddenly appeared kicked the football hard. Swoosh! The football was like a monkey with its butt burned. It screamed and whizzed past Eduardo Silva's ear and flew into the sky. Wenger was shocked watching from the sidelines, because the football was not cleared randomly, but flew rapidly towards the Arsenal half. This was all a trap. The floor was deliberately leaked by Newcastle. It was as if the opponent had known that their team was going to attack like that, and struck a fatal blow at the most critical moment. On the other side of the court, Michael Owen and Ronaldo had turned into 2 cold swords and rushed directly to the landing point of the football. It's a counter-attack. Be careful. Wenger jumped to the sideline and shouted loudly, his tone filled with panic that was difficult to conceal. But it was too late. As if he knew where the ball would land, Owen volleyed before Arsenal fullback Clichy. Before the ball could land, it flew into the air again and flew directly into the Gunners' penalty area. The next second, Owen himself collided with Clichy, who was running over because he couldn't stop. The attack was still favorable, and the referee raised his hands to signal the game to continue. The one following in the middle was Ronaldo, who successfully shook off the Arsenal defender, and chasing behind him were the furious Gunners centre-backs Gallas and Carlo Tour. However, Gallas couldn't do it after running a few steps because the ankle that Ronaldo had just attacked sent a sharp pain, making his right leg unable to exert force at all. So, the first straggler appeared. On the other side, Arsenal goalkeeper Almunia saw that the situation was not right, and he no longer dared to stand there stupidly on the goal line, and ran out. He wanted to confiscate the ball before Ronaldo. The football is flying, and people are running. 1 is in the sky. 3 are on the ground. This is a life and death race. St. James Stadium became extremely quiet at this moment. Everyone was holding their breath waiting for the first person to touch the football in this race. Even Wenger, who had just shouted loudly, was no exception. In the night sky, only snowflakes were still dancing mischievously and quietly. Bang! The first person to touch the football appeared. A Bigfoot wearing a fiery red sneaker flicked the football coquettishly before Almunia touched it a second ago. It was Ronaldo. The fat man proved that, as long as he was healthy, he would be absolutely unstoppable on the court. Even now, he has become an alien fat man who is no different from a giant panda. The football flew over Almunia, who had a desperate look in his eyes, and fell towards the goal in the distance. Then, plop, plop, plop. Poor Ronaldo didn't even have time to check if the ball had crossed the goal line after shooting, and was trapped by Almunia and Carlo Tour, who were running at high speed, and had no time to break. Almunia's head hit Ronaldo's crotch, and Carlo Tour's thigh hit Ronaldo's butt. The three of them fell to the muddy lawn in an extremely indecent and ambiguous posture. Buzz buzz buzz! Exclamation mark. The exclamations in the stands rang out desperately, and Wang King jumped up from her seat, and countless people around her did the same thing at the same time as her. The fans were not worried about the poor fat Ronaldo, but because the football that the fat man shot out with an extremely coquettish gesture landed on the lawn less than 5 or 6 meters away from the goal line before entering the goal. Then the football never bounced. The more than 140,000 eyeballs at St. James Park almost popped out of their sockets. It's difficult. Is there any undead? Lee Tongfan almost choked to death with a spittle watching from the sidelines. It turns out that, because of the melted rainwater, Almunia had unknowingly trampled the lawn near the goal line into a puddle of mud. When a football falls into a puddle of mud, can it bounce back? A puddle of mud that no one would normally look at almost made fans from both sides faint from anxiety. Almunia was lying on the ground and accidentally looked back. Tears of excitement were shed. God bless. Can this kind of thing happen? A force came out of nowhere. The Arsenal goalkeeper no longer cared about his neck, which was sore from being pressed by the 180-pound fat man Ronaldo. He staggered up from the ground, using his hands and feet like a vicious dog to attack food. Just chase towards the goal line. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the football will be held in his arms. The danger will also disappear with the wind. Almunia crawled forward happily. 1 second. 2 seconds. Boom. Just when the beaming Almunia stretched out his hand to hold the football with brown muddy water on its white body in his arms with a gentle gesture of hugging his closest lover. 1 foot. A leg. 1 person. Following the above sequence, all of this suddenly appeared in his sight. The figure splashed a pool of muddy water and then sent the football to the place where it was supposed to go. Boom! The whole place was jubilant. Michael Owen. It's him again. The Flash Killer shoveled the football into the goal. This is a fatal blow. He scored twice. Who can believe that a team can poke 2 bloody holes in a team like Arsenal with 2 players missing? But it is a team that has set off a red storm this season. Arsenal at its peak with 14 consecutive wins. Quote 3:0 exclamation point. Damn it, did this guy Owen come in and be possessed by the gods? He scored 2 goals in 3 minutes, and the power of Madman Lee's middle finger truth was strengthened. The referee blew the whistle. The first half is over. Originally everyone thought that the game was without suspense, but now all opinions have to be overturned. Those who are waiting for the myth of Madman Lee Quan Sheng to be shattered may be disappointed again. I don't know what tactics Professor Wenger will adopt in the second half of the game to save this shame, but I know that the morale of Arsenal players has fallen to an all-time low. If no special measures are taken, even if Arsenal has the advantage of 2 people in this game, it is still in danger. On the field point after the referee blew the whistle to end the first half, Newcastle players were still celebrating wildly, venting their joy with all kinds of crazy actions. The Arsenal players walked into the tunnel with their heads lowered in confusion. Even the young and mature brain Cesc Fabregas has a sense of decadence all over his body. In the stands there were crazy fans holding a huge black and white Newcastle team flag, and running hard from the aisles of the stands the huge flag buzzed in the snowy night, like the sword fin of a bloodthirsty shark, cutting through the waves in the sea of people. Everywhere he went, the fans cheered, "Newcastle! Newcastle!" Amid the roars of the entire St. James, less than 10,000 Arsenal fans shivered in the cold wind and rain. What was colder than their bodies was their hearts. No one could accept to remain calm in such a situation. They were pessimistic. Wrapped in the middle, the first update is 6,000 words. Don't worry, brothers, the competition will definitely end today. Next update at 11 o'clock. Don't say anything else, just code. Brothers, please support with monthly votes. Chapter 407 The Path to Growth. In the Arsenal dressing room. The atmosphere was more depressing and dull than ever before. After closing the door of the dressing room, the suffocating and crazy cheers of the Newcastle fans in the stands outside finally disappeared. At this moment, the whole world was quiet. Unfortunately, even if the door is closed, the confusion in the Gunners' hearts will not disappear because of the closing of the door. Everything that happened in the first half was so shocking that at this moment, when the young Gunners thought of the 3 words Lee Tongfan and the black figure standing in the opponent's command seat, they were already afraid before the battle and couldn't help but feel defeated. Professor Wenger looked at the Gunners, who all hung their heads without exception, and sighed softly. Such a result is indeed unacceptable, and now I have to admit that the Chinese standing in front of Newcastle's command seat is too terrifying. Such a person is simply born to be the nemesis of other coaches. Living in the same era as him is the greatest sorrow for a football coach. However, at this point in the game, we already have too many reasons not to give up. If we still lose with a humiliating score of 3-0 with 2 more people, if we lose the game, then no matter what kind of record we have achieved in the league before, it will become pale and powerless. Because if that's the case, there is no doubt that we will be firmly nailed to the pillar of shame and never turn over. And the names of each of you will be used as objects of ridicule when future generations mention this game. I can guarantee that the fans will not have the slightest mercy or sympathy. Their mocking tone is enough to make the stubborn stone burst and the Iron Man crazy. So, now, you must listen. You must let go of everything else in your heart. From now on, we will no longer fight for victory or defeat, but for the honor of the club. Crazy Lee is indeed terrible, but that is not a reason for us to retreat. Because of our glorious Arsenal, we have our own glory, we have things we must defend, and you should also have your own persistence, right, Wenger? Said a lot in one breath. Watching the young disciples gradually wake up from confusion and helplessness, Wenger finally breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. In the second half, we would attack. This was the last sentence Wenger said during the 15-minute halftime break. Yes, we must attack at all costs. After all, no matter how strong Newcastle is, there are only 9 players on the field. The first half of the game has consumed enough of their physical strength. Wenger doesn't believe that Newcastle's players are really a group of steel and iron with unlimited physical strength. Wenger doesn't believe even more that Crazy Lee's middle finger that can decide the goal can really be raised unscrupulously. Otherwise, he only needs to raise his middle finger in every game. How could he be forced into a desperate situation in so many previous games and finally rely on good luck to win the game? At this moment, Wenger only believes, as long as his Arsenal attacks hard in the second half, there will be a chance to overturn the 9-man Magpie Army force. The second half of the game finally started. Wenger was dumbfounded because Newcastle made a substitution. Fernando Gago replaced Ronaldo. The alien who contributed 2 assists. Khedira replaced Juan Mata. Moussa Sissoko replaced Alan Smith. 3 offensive players were replaced in one go, and 3 defensive midfielders were replaced. 3-4-1. Ignoring the seemingly insignificant back. 1 foot on the forward line, the defensive energy of this formation is not even a little worse than that of the 11-man formation. Crazily, this is going to defend. 3 minutes ago, Wenger was still confident that the Chinese should carry out his usual crazy style to the end. After all, Newcastle's offensive in the first half was full of momentum, and it was a time when the momentum was the strongest. Who would have thought that Crazy Lee would retreat so simply? Newcastle chose a defensive tactic, which was a blow to Arsenal, who was determined to achieve a big reversal by seizing the gaps left by the opponent's attack. Any team will feel a headache when facing the iron bucket formation, but at this time, Arsenal has no other way to go except attacking. Wenger had a dark face and did not change the tactics. Lee Tongfan laughed shamelessly. Because he saw Wenger's dark face. Old Lee thought shamelessly. With the super attack success rate and unyielding momentum shown by Newcastle in the last moments of the first half, not only Wenger, but also many people thought that Newcastle would continue to attack to the end in the second half with brave madness. They Must think that Crazy Lee has been crazy to the extent that he can only release his arrogance in this way. However, Lee Tongfan has to tell them, crazy people can also be calm and rational. Moreover, in addition to attacking, the defense of the Magpies is also strong point when facing Arsenal. 9 people can score 3 goals in offense, and 9 people can also shut out opponents in defense. Of course, the main reason is that the consumption of 2 points of freedom points has reached the limit of what Lee Tongfan can bear. There is no need for Leoli to waste such precious points on a completely meaningless goal. One actively retreats, and the other attacks desperately. The focus of the 15th round of the Premier League, the peak battle, completely turned into a half-court offense and defense in the 45 minutes of the second half. The defenders were panting, and the attackers were angry. Arsenal played their gorgeous offense to the extreme. The red waves were like the waves of the Aegean Sea that never stop surging, one after another, and there is no end in sight. But Newcastle's defense is like a sea-proof dam, always standing firm. The brain Fabregas tried his best, and the seemingly incomparable pass pierced the gaps in the Magpie core defense system again and again. But when the football was really passed, the fatal gap that was clearly there a second ago had disappeared. Crazy Lee almost used human flesh to form a moving dam in front of Hugo Lloris. Except for Michael Owen, the other 8 Magpies players on the field put all their energy into defense. 0.5 minutes passed, the score was 3:0. 10 minutes passed, the score was still 3:0. 20 minutes passed, the score was still 3:0. Time passed slowly and quickly, and the snowflakes flying all over the sky finally showed signs of stopping point in the stands. Fans of both sides have begun to give up the tireless fighting with each other. Although the team retreated to defend without momentum, no Newcastle fan booed in dissatisfaction, because with a ratio of 9-11, they were able to take a 3-goal lead, and the advantage was already a dream that they did not want to wake up from. On the other side, although the team was shamefully behind by 3 goals, no Arsenal fans who came from afar left the field early to express dissatisfaction, because no team has ever been spared from facing that person's middle finger. When the team is in the most critical moment, what is needed is encouragement and support, not blame and betrayal. There is no one sitting in the St. James's stands to watch the game. It seems that only by standing up from the seat and standing in the cold night wind can the best support be given to the players who are still fighting hard on the field. Just like this, all changes have nothing to do with energy and strength. In the stadium with 70,000 people, Newcastle fans and Arsenal fans sang their respective team songs in a gentle tone, without interfering with each other. This is a bizarre scene. The ferocious faces in the first half, the towering middle fingers in the first half, the provocative scolding in the first half. The first half, all the opposition and hostility in the first half disappeared, because they no longer have the heart to fight. They want to be proud of their own pride, and must be proud of their own pride. Time passes, like flowing water when there were less than 10 minutes left in the second half. Almost all Arsenal fans had no hope of achieving a big reversal. The only thing they expected was that the players they supported could score a goal at the last moment, even if it was just 1 goal, because just as Wenger said in the locker room during the halftime break, this has nothing to do with winning or losing, but glory, the glory of 11 men and 10,000 men, perhaps more. The Arsenal players on the field obviously knew that the Gunners' offensive became more and more violent as the game was about to end. The football was continuously sent into Newcastle's penalty area like a cannonball, and was quickly pushed out by the Magpies in again, out again. In this helpless and interesting back and forth cycle, the game time came to the last 30 seconds. On the sidelines the 4th official played the electronic notice board, and the second half of the game was added 2 minutes. The most tragic moment has arrived. Gradually, the hot stuff sung by less than 10,000 Gunners fans actually overwhelmed the Coming Home Newcastle sung by more than 60,000 Newcastle people. The fate has long been decided, and now is the last moment to decide the glory. For the last time, Fabregas passed the ball and the ball passed Fernando Gago, Sami Khedira, Makalol, Steven Taylor, and Michel Manziani in the most reasonable way. For the last time, little monster, Adebayor followed his teammate's pass, squeezed through the dense crowd of opponents, and charged with all his strength. For the last time, Eduardo Silva took a step and tried to create a gap for his teammates. The tragic song resounded throughout the stadium. This was Arsenal's last attack. Fabregas' pass almost penetrated the entire Magpie Army's defense line. Adebayor's sprint almost squeezed out all the opponents who tried to block him, and Eduardo Silva's running position created a gap for everyone. But, force the whistle sounded, the game is over. Hugo Lloris held the ball in his arms and kicked it high into the night sky, where the snow had stopped falling at some point. The Newcastle players rushed to the coaching booth frantically. Arsenal players either lowered their heads or stood there with their hands on their hips. For them, this was a cruel game. However, how can you see the rainbow without going through the wind and rain on the road to growth? Today's 9,000 words are full. Brothers, please support me with monthly tickets. Don't lose at the starting line at the beginning of the month. Chapter 408. The waves raised by the peak battle. The whistle blows, and the game is over. No boos, only applause. In the snowy night, St. James regained his warm side, and the applause was like the blue waves of a midsummer day, rising and falling. The snowflakes flying all over the sky seemed to be just rushing to join in the excitement of this peak battle. The referee blew the whistle to start the game, and it began to fly freely. The referee blew the whistle to end the game. The last crystal snowflake fell among the grass on the field and disappeared. The snow has stopped. On the field point there were tears in the corners of Walcott's eyes. Wearing the great number 14 jersey passed down by Gun King Thierry Henry, he regretted that he was disappointingly unsupported in such an important game today. Hopes for Arsenal striker in the post-Henry era. Nasri knelt on the ground, mud and water soaking his knees. He came with the reputation of Zidane second, but he failed to score the only goal that could win the final glory for his team at a critical moment. Adebayor looked at the lights of the St. James canopy with regretful eyes. Fabregas tightened the captain's armband on his arm. Eduardo sheer hugs the game ball tightly. At this moment, the middle finger that brought them all this humiliation, that person is now accepting the worship from the stands like a tide of crazy St. James with a proud and arrogant attitude. The Red Storm, which lasted for 14 rounds, 3 months and 22 days, was torn apart by the Magpies in the most cruel way in St. James. Newcastle continued their pace of setting records, but Arsenal had to start over. Already, it's over. Professor Wenger walked onto the field and comforted his children one by one. Then, the young Gunners, led by Captain Cesc Fabregas, lined up slowly to the camp of more than 10,000 Arsenal fans in the South Stand and bowed deeply to express their gratitude to those who had always supported them during the game. Lovely fans express their gratitude. The boys were in a nervous mood, expecting that after a humiliating defeat, boos, middle fingers and abuse would be waiting for them. However, the warm applause that came to their faces melted the thin snow, making them stunned and ashamed, and made them excited and excited. When we meet next time, it will be us who win. I swear. Fabregas finally raised his head and roared. The captain's armband shone brightly in the iron and fire, and the flame of revenge was in Adebayor, in Nasri, in everyone. The gunman's chest is burning. The other side of the field point not far away from the tragic yet peaceful static picture of the gunman, there is the wild and crazy dynamic celebration scene of the Magpie Legion. It's a dreamy and sweet night for Newcastle people. Glory belongs only to Newcastle. The fans closest to the coaching bench were like floods that could no longer be stopped, breaking through the thin layer of billboards and pouring down. Courtside point the beamingly Tongfan was still opening his arms, thinking about what kind of more popular celebration posture he should create, while waiting to embrace the hammers who were running towards him, wet but full of momentum. However, the flood roared past behind him, leaping thousands of miles away. Without Lee Tongfan's defense, Laoli's figure was instantly submerged in it, and then sent onto the high waves again. Ouch, ouch, I'm afraid of heights, put me down quickly. The sultry man instinctively thought of the miserable scene when he and his assistant coach Greed were stripped of their underwear by crazy fans on the night of the championship at Real Madrid and howled like a slaughtered pig. You know, Juan King is still watching from the stands. So Leo Lee didn't want to be stripped into a bear pig in front of Mrs. Yazhei on such a cold snowy night. Fortunately, Lee Tongfan soon discovered that today's situation seemed to be different from that day. Any fan who wants to tear off his own clothes. Leo Lee finally relaxed his grip on the waistband of his pants with relief. On the field. The fanatical fans raised their coach high above their heads because Crazy Lee was their god. Hundreds of pairs of big hands stretched upward and their palms spread out to form the strongest god seat in the world. The god seat carried Lee Tongfan slowly around the stadium, accepting the cheers of other fans in the stands. The scene was far crazier and more exciting than the moment when I won the championship. The stadium security guards who rushed out of the tunnel to maintain order looked at it and quietly retreated. On the sidelines, the fourth official nervously wrote a lot of things quickly in the small black notebook he carried with him, but then he looked up again, lowered his head, and tore a page from the notebook, tore it into pieces, and threw it into the air, along with the scraps of paper. It was just like the heavy snow that was falling a few minutes ago. Coincidentally, security guards and officials are unwilling to be evil people who bring disgrace to the scene. Because the hundreds of fans singing "Coming Home Newcastle" on the field did not attack the players randomly, but lined up in a neat line, with realistically trained and orderly guards, holding high the heroes in their hearts, players and head coaches. Let them start from the Magpies command box, pass through the stand centimeter by centimeter, and let them accept the cheers that only belong to them from the sky over and over again. Glory makes them crazy and also makes them orderly. The god seat walked slowly all the way. Ronaldo, Michael Owen, Hugo Lloris, every wet hammer was lifted above their heads by the crazy fans. Faced with such a scene, reporters who flocked in and shivered with excitement could only follow the crowd and take pictures. Amidst the thunderous cheers from the audience, no one could hear them, even if they shouted at the top of their lungs. It's over. The game is finally over. 3:0. The 9-man Magpie Legion swept Arsenal in a jaw-dropping manner. In this pinnacle battle of the 08-09 season that was watched by tens of millions of people, Crazy Lee once again, we had the last laugh arrogantly. From now on, no team in the 5 major leagues or the other 16 non-mainstream leagues in Europe can compare with the current Magpies. They have become a legend. At the last second before the game started, I thought Newcastle would win. In the 20th minute of the game, I was forced to change my view and thought Newcastle would definitely lose, and after the first half, I fell into hesitation. I don't even know who will win and who will lose, but now, I must admit that I was fooled. Crazy Lee has always been in control of the game from beginning to end. He not only controls the game, but also controls everyone's emotions, playing with the applause. This is a true god on the football field. He can do anything. St. James continues its madness. As for the Arsenal players, they didn't know when they had all evacuated this battlefield that did not belong to them. Post-match press conference. The crowd is crowded. This is a battlefield for reporters. Newcastle played a great game, and they deserved the result. Yes, it was obviously a terrible disaster for us, but luckily we didn't suffer the consequences. Losing one game, and losing any championship this season. I hope my players can learn something from the game, so that they will become stronger. Professor Wenger is being interviewed by reporters unexpectedly. After the team's humiliating loss, a frustrated Wenger showed great grace in front of the camera, and did not shy away from praising Newcastle's performance in the game. They deserved this victory, Wenger said. However, when the Observer reporter Westerman asked the professor to comment on Crazy Lee, the famous French coach refused with silence, then stood up and left directly. I'm going to comfort my players. They need me more than you. The last words left by the Frenchman finally revealed his bad mood at this moment. At the Olympic Stadium in Greece in the 2006-07 season, and at St. James in the 2008-09 season, the famous French coach lost the 2 most important games to him under the same middle finger of the same person. However, the reporters obviously didn't care much about Wenger's departure, because there was still a person sitting behind the interview table in the press conference hall. Crazy Lee, the smiling coach of the Magpies. He is the real protagonist. In this game that attracted the attention of the whole world, Crazy Lee once again stole everyone's light without any suspense with his discolored middle finger. Even his wife, who was sitting in the stands watching the game as a fan, was more eye-catching than the best player of the game, Flash Killer, Michael Owen, who scored twice. Click, 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 exclamation mark. Accompanied by the sound of the shutter camera, the spotlight flashed continuously, like lightning released by the god King Zeus, illuminating the entire hall. The reporters pressed closer step by step. The microphones and recorders were like hills, burying Lee Tongfan and the Mr. Shitting. What are your thoughts on the referee Atkinson's decision? Did the red cards of Podolski and Sakho have a huge impact on the team's tactics? Congratulations on winning the game. Newcastle is now the only team in the Premier League that has maintained a winning streak. Is this because the league champion this season has to be Newcastle? Miss Wang King appeared in the stands. Is this your request? Is she a Newcastle fan? Many fans are very interested in the love experience between you and Ms. Wang King. Can you reveal some things in this regard? Mr. Rice Bucket, someone couldn't squeeze through and stood behind and shouted loudly. Please answer this question head on. What does the middle finger you raised during the game mean? Secret weapon? Magic curse? What is the connection between it and scoring a goal? As soon as this question came out, the originally crowded and noisy press conference hall seemed to be cast by a mysterious spell, and it suddenly became quiet, and you could hear a needle drop. Everyone opened their ears wide, waiting for Crazy Lee to give the answer. There were even a few big-bodied reporters standing behind the interview table with murderous looks on their faces. They looked like Crazy Lee. You won't be able to leave here until you speak clearly today. Looking at a group of reporters with red eyes and grinning teeth, Lee Tongfan was dumbfounded. Could it be that the price of showing off has come so soon? For the Premier League structure in the 2008-09 season, the peak battle on November 25th represents far more than just an ordinary league victory or defeat, and more than those 3 league points. Since then, there has been no team in the Premier League that can keep pace with Newcastle, and Crazy Lee led the Magpies to achieve a terrifying 15-game winning streak, which is already approaching the mythical era when Real Madrid won all the games before the game. I believe that at the beginning of the 2008-09 season, no one expected that under the joint stranglehold of the 4 traditional giants of the Premier League, Reds Liverpool, Red Devils Manchester United, Blues Chelsea, and Gunners Arsenal, coupled with the second-tier giant Aston Villa, under the full resistance of many teams such as La Liga and Tottenham Hotspur, Crazy Lee completed the conquest of the world's #1 league in just 14 league rounds. But now, after 14 rounds of the league, all 20 teams are on their knees, bowing their heads. The Premier League collapsed at the feet of Crazy Lee. On November 25th, Newcastle reached the top 3:0. It showed the birth of a new Premier League hegemon besides the traditional top 4. This is the first time Newcastle has ruthlessly kicked away all its competitors and enjoyed the wonderful taste of being at the top of the standings alone. After that, no matter how reluctant some people are to admit this, whenever they face the Magpie Legion, they will tremble involuntarily and be afraid. After La Liga, will the Premier League also fall? Less than an hour after the game ended, major European football media portals were already scrambling to report on the outcome of the game and the gimmicks during the game. No wonder the media is crazy, because any fan who has watched this game will not be satisfied with the final score and the outcome. The Battle of St. James itself is so exciting and controversial that people looking forward to further media reports: a woman, a middle finger, 2 red cards, 3 goals. These things have sent the entire European football world into madness. What drove reporters crazy the most and made fans the most curious was the middle finger that Crazy Lee raised again when the first half of the game was about to end. How long has it been since Crazy Lee's middle finger didn't appear in a game? But that doesn't mean the magic of the middle finger curse is gone. Whether you are willing to admit it or not, Crazy Lee's middle finger has already had the power to change the color of the entire European football world. Facts have proved that not almost, but absolutely no coach or team can survived by that middle finger. Faced with such a crazy scene, people urgently need an answer. The explanation of middle finger threat theory is obviously too pale, and the data analysis theory also seems very far-fetched. After all, only the 2 most absurd reasons of curse or magic are the most reasonable explanations. This kind of controversy continues, and many experts are involved in it. The first person to stand up was former Barcelona coach Frank Rijkaard. The Black Swan expressed his views in an interview with reporters. Curse? Oh, no. No. That is definitely not a curse, let alone magic, but an insight beyond imagination. When I met Crazy Lee for the first time in a game 2 years ago, I'm sure that the Chinese is born with a magical ability to clearly predict the trend of the game. Well, or you can call this ability prophecy. Those who hold the same view include the German national team coach and tactician Low. What Frank said represents my thoughts. People are always used to looking at a typical head coach to ask him. However, we must note that many coaches in the 5 major leagues are in their 50s and 60s. Even the word head coach habitually represents age and wisdom. If you are a 40-year-old head coach, congratulations, you can be called a young coach. The complete opposite to this is that Crazy Lee is actually just a 26-year-old kid. In the coaching world, he is so young that many players who play under his command can do what he does. Brother or uncle, and it just so happens that he is such a young guy. In the past 2 years, we have not even heard a single scandal about him. People's memories of Crazy Lee are always him at press conferences, in games, and in training. So, other than that, I rarely see him in other places, such as banquets or other feasting places. So, a crazy guy like Crazy Lee, who has nothing in his eyes but football, deserves everything he has achieved, and attributes his 15-game winning streak to some ridiculous reason like a curse or magic. The above is the greatest insult to people who work hard. The words of these 2 outstanding coaches were quickly reproduced by the media. Rijkaard, Crazy Lee is actually a pitch prophet. Low. Young Madman Lee is my idol. Born coach Crazy Lee. Crazy Lee, the man who conquered 2 world famous coaches. Crazy Lee, who is low-key and uses his middle finger to hide his hard work. Humble Madman Lee, the diligent Madman Lee. However, some people obviously disagreed with the words of the 2 experts Rijkaard and Low. The first person to jump out and ridicule was the former editor-in-chief of World Sports News Flaws. The intensity of the language is unprecedented. Minus 5,000 words. The first update today. The second update is around 11:30. I don't know what's going on, but today I feel like I'm constipated when typing. It's hard to find the state, so I resorted to a unique trick. I listened to the South Africa World Cup theme song more than 100 times, but it didn't work. Chapter 409. 6,200 words. First update today. Crazy and fierce request for monthly votes. Rijkaard, a coward who was scared out of his wits after 2 disastrous defeats to Madman Lee in 1 season. And Madman Lee, a clown who only knows how to win, but never knows how to respect his opponent. 2. Shameless people are bragging to each other. Are they comparing who is the most shameless? Curse? Magic? Prediction? Insight? That's just the bad habit of this Chinese who always pretends to be pretentious. Although the Chinese raised his so-called middle finger 8 times in 2 years, and 9 goals happened, such a thing seems incredible. But from the perspective of probability theory, this is just a very common incomplete low probability event. For a bastard son of God who is used to good luck, it is nothing. Flaws. Raw can be heard all over Europe. But no one paid attention to him. Obviously, not only the party Crazy Lee has been too lazy to respond to this madman who seems to have become even crazier than himself, but even his European media colleagues have regarded it as a shame to follow such a person. Flaws himself has not yet realized that, since he knelt in front of the Madrid High Court 1 year and 8 months ago, his existence has been just a ridiculous symbol of self-humiliation for the entire European media circle. No matter how hysterically he criticizes, the fact is every time Crazy Lee raises his middle finger, it will make his opponents cry, his supporters laugh, and the media circle of this world go crazy for him. This is why countless people are deeply fascinated by him. This is already the 8th time, but it is foreseeable that no matter how time passes, the controversy about the middle finger will continue endlessly. No one in the world, except Crazy Lee himself, can know what kind of mystery this middle finger, which has been named the first mystery in football history, contains. Perhaps only when one day, when Crazy Lee himself is willing to take the initiative to reveal this mystery, will everything be revealed. However, Crazy Lee now obviously has no great interest in doing such a thing of revealing secrets to satisfy the curiosity of fans and the media. Therefore, no matter how heated the ongoing debate in the outside world is, he has never made any positive affirmation or denial from beginning to end. It is even said that at the post-match press conference after the end of the peak battle, the reporters, who were so excited that they were trembling, collectively violently drove away the 3 Newcastle club officials who were at the press conference hall at the time, and then rushed forward, trying to interrogate Crazy Lee in a more violent way, to find out the truth. But according to reports from all the reporters who attended the press conference, even when Crazy Lee had his shoes taken off and was tickled on the soles of his feet, he was out of breath and in tears, but he still insisted on his most primitive middle finger threat theory. But Crazy Lee's feet are very smelly. A beautiful reporter from The Sun who participated in this violent action covered her nose and broke out some small gossip. Is this the only reward for the reporters who finally showed off in front of Crazy Lee? The sun is clear and the sea is blue. The crisp chirping of seabirds flew in from the window. Wan King put on Jimmy Bear's big flowered apron and happily went into the huge kitchen of the villa, waving pots and pans and making lunch. The smell of home permeated from the kitchen. Lee Tongfan locked himself up in the study, opened the Hummer GeoBook laptop, and began to expect the FM system rewards after winning the peak battle. Click the sky blue game icon, run the FM 2009 system, and then load the system archive. The long-awaited system reminder boxes all jumped onto the LCD screen one after another. Ding dong, because you led Newcastle to win the 15th round of the Premier League against Arsenal, the system rewards 3 points of character points. Ding dong, because Newcastle player Michael Owen was named the best player of the game in the 15th round of the Premier League against Arsenal, the system rewards 2 points of character points. Ding dong, ding dong. Lee Tongfan moved the mouse and clicked OK to clear the reminder boxes one by one. After a brief calculation, Lee Tongfan received a total of 14 points of character points due to the victory, best player, and selection of the best team of the week after this game. In addition, because Professor Wenger is a super boss in the top 15 of the FM system's head coach rankings, Lee Tongfan got 1.5 ability points, as expected. Leo Lee added all of them to the tactical knowledge item of his personal attributes, so that Lee Tongfan's tactical knowledge value reached an astonishing 19, only 1 point away from the full value of 20. Leo Lee suddenly touched his chin and thought shamelessly, when the value really reaches the full value of 20, will the system have any special rewards? After a brief fantasy, Lee Tongfan put aside the regular rewards brought by the reminder box and began to check the task rewards. After completing the Big Bull level system task, glory belongs to the only king. This is the real big show. Ding dong, the system congratulates you. You have completed the glory belongs to the only king system task. The rewards are as follows. 50 points of character points, 1/5 of the anti-erasure fragments. The FM system opens a vacation function point almost subconsciously. Lee Tongfan immediately eliminated the first 2 rewards, and from his sight without hesitation, and then his eyes stayed on the last reward, the vacation function point. For some reason, just by intuition, Leo Lee thought this was a very heaven-defying function, and it seemed that he would be eager to use this vacation function in the near future. The next second, Leo Lee quickly moved the mouse and clicked to enter the system database. After a detailed search, Lee Tongfan quickly figured out the so-called vacation function. The meaning of the function. The so-called vacation means that when the player is unable to normally direct the game of the team he coaches due to some force majeure in reality, he can enter the vacation mode by selecting vacation in the FM system, thereby temporarily getting rid of the control of the FM system. After entering the vacation mode, the FM system will temporarily eliminate all the functions that affect the team coached by the player. The player cannot get rewards after the team wins the game, and the system will not punish the player if the team loses the game. Moreover, during the vacation, the operation of the FM 2009 system will not consume any other points of the player. The cost of entering the vacation mode, pay a certain proportion of character points according to the length of time. The vacation mode is divided into 4 categories according to the length of time. First 1-day vacation. Second 1-week vacation. Third, 1-month vacation. Fourth, according to the player's personal needs, the number of vacation days can be set through the backquote system calendar. After the vacation, the team's actual record will be automatically generated in the FM 2009 system. Players can play the game based on this, and all system rewards and penalties will be recalculated. After reading the introduction of the vacation function in the system database, Lee Tongfan had no time to carefully savor the value contained in it, and he heard wonking outside, clinking chopsticks on porcelain bowls and plates like a rapid symphony. Pig, 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 hurry up. Come out to eat. Lee Tongfan smiled, and a warm feeling rose in his heart. Let's be happy. The table was filled with fragrance. Looking at the 3 dishes and 1 soup in front of him, Lee Tongfan's appetite moved. He picked up a piece of bright red and greasy braised pork from the plate with a smile, and then put it into Wang King's bowl. Don't be polite, eat as you like, the sultry man said shamelessly. Wang King almost flew a spoon over. Little Wang flying spoon. Old Lee made a coquettish evasive action, then picked up the remote control and turned on the TV habitually. It was 12 o'clock in the afternoon. Old Lee remembered correctly that at this time, the Ace program of the sports channel of England's national television station was on. A Week in Green starts right on the hour. Hello, dear guys, I'm your old friend Danny Shanna. Oh, we meet again. Shanna will take you back to the exciting match of the 15th Premier League match that just ended. As usual, please watch Shanna's overview of this round of Premier League matches on the TV screen. A review of the 15th round of the Premier League that just ended began to play. With the exciting BJ music and the host's shocking commentary full of explosive tearing power, the wonderful goals produced in the 15th round of the Premier League that just ended were constantly replayed in slow motion. Cristiano Ronaldo scored a free kick second time. Manchester United swept Stoke City 4:0. Warcraft Drogba showed his strength. Chelsea's interim coach Hiddink won his first victory at Stamford Bridge. Modric assisted and scored. Tottenham Hotspur beat Middlesbrough 2-1 away. In the 15th round of the Premier League, almost all the traditional strong teams won except Arsenal, but the wonderful scenes were played until the end. But there was no wonderful footage of Newcastle's home victory over Arsenal in this peak battle. Old Lee was wondering. The picture on the TV screen turned, and he returned to the studio. The host Danny Shanna smiled and introduced the 3 guests who suddenly appeared beside him. Haha, I know what you are waiting for. But please don't be anxious, because the main content of today's program is the Premier League's peak battle that everyone is most concerned about. For this reason, the program team specially invited the famous football commentator Grady Sest, the former national team legend Paul Gascoigne, and the Observer's chief football expert Mr. Claude. They will reveal every magical detail of the peak battle from the most professional perspective and direction of their respective professions, and tell you with facts how crazily led the Magpies to an incredible victory with only 9 people left, as the female host introduced with a smile. The mischievous nature of Gaza, who had short white hair next to him, was fully revealed. He seemed to be a boy who never grew up, winking at the broadcast camera and doing various things with his tongue out grimace. Sester and the football expert named Craut, whose black hair was combed to a shiny finish, nodded politely and said hello to the audience in front of the TV. Then, the TV screen began to show the wonderful scenes of the snow battle in St. James Podolska's shocking long shot. 2 red cards. Newcastle people protested in the stands. Lee Tongfan's middle finger. Michael Owen's brace. The shocking moment when fans broke through the billboard after the game. Watching the wonderful replay flashing on the TV screen, the sultry man smiled at Wang King. Hey, what a coincidence, they are praising me again. Well, to be honest, you know, I'm not as good as they say good with just 1 sentence. The girl in front of me was defeated by the shameless modesty of the sultry man. His big eyes flashed brightly, and his smooth forehead was covered with black lines. He threw out a few white hygiene balls, then picked up a piece of fragrant white tender tofu and threw it to the bowl of the shameless guy opposite middle. Wang King continued to watch TV. Well, watch TV. Oh, I think I have to speak first. Hey, lunatically, you little bastard. I guess you who like to go out of the trend. You must watch TV at this time. Wait to listen to our praise. This is a wonderful idea. Your performance in Newcastle has conquered the great Gaza. Well, take a closer look. How is my body? I feel that I'm still very young. If you are as good as me, guy, go play for Newcastle. You won't say no, right? At the beginning of the show, Gascoigne suddenly jumped out from behind the table, as if having an epileptic seizure, and then kept changing his posture in front of the camera, making various coquettish bodybuilding movements. A few seconds later, the chubby middle-aged man, who was already a little bloated, even took off the casual suit he was wearing. He was only wearing a small vest underneath. Gascoigne showed off the fat on his arms to the camera without hesitation, sucking his belly into a mass of abs. Gaza, this is already prepared. Host Danny Shanner's face turned green with embarrassment. A staff member hurriedly walked to the TV screen from the side, helped the white and noisy fat man put on his suit, and persuaded him to sit down quietly behind the host table. Wang King looked at the scene on the TV screen and bent over with a smile. His big eyes narrowed like a crescent moon. Pig, you haven't noticed that this person is actually very similar to you. Looks like that fat idiot. Cut. Who cares? Li Tongfan hurriedly lowered his head and took 2 mouthfuls of rice without replying. Wait, Mr. Craut, if I heard you correctly, you mean that a large part of the reason why Newcastle won with 2 fewer players was because of the sudden snowfall during the game? There was a trace of surprise on the beauty's face. Seeing the surprised expression on the host's face, Carlort, the chief football expert of The Observer, nodded and continued to say nothing surprising. Yes, it's official. In fact, if we watch the game video carefully, we can easily find that, after the game started, it took Arsenal's 11 players a total of 15 minutes to change into long-distance jerseys suitable for snow battles. Obviously they were not prepared at all for the snow battle, so that in these 15 minutes, all the Arsenal players focused on changing their boots instead of using the kickoff rights to find ways to send the football to their opponents in the goal. Let's take a look again. Newcastle's performance was exactly the opposite. Not only did they wear long spike shoes suitable for snow battles in the first second of the game, but they also acted like a prophet, taking advantage of Arsenal's lack of preparation. Germany forward Podolski took advantage of Arsenal's mistake and scored the opening goal. When Craut said this, another guest, Cest, nodded thoughtfully. Yes, Craut is right. I have also observed this carefully. In the first 15 minutes of the game, Newcastle it really occupies an absolute advantage in the scene. It turns out that's why. Craut reached out and fiddled with the microphone in front of him, placing it closer to his mouth, and then continued with an arrogant expression. You know, in today's European football world, many people are studying lunatics. I'm trying to uncover the secrets of some of the strange tactics Lee used, and I'm a researcher of Crazy Lunatic Lee's tactics. The game that just ended is the same as Crazy Lee's previous classic battles. Every time I watch it, I will have an incredible feeling in my heart. I'm almost certain that Crazy Lee knew there would be snowfall before the game occur. What? Danny Shanner and Sester exclaimed. How is this possible? Old man, are you kidding? The white-haired and fat version of Gaza winked and looked at Craut as if he were a magician. How is this possible? The great Gaza remembers it clearly. In order to go out for winter camping with my friends, I paid special attention to the weather forecast from the National Weather Service in those days. There was no snowfall forecast at all. Crazy Lee, that little bastard, is not a god. How could he know in advance that there would be snowfall? Maybe you remembered it wrong? Hostess Shanna tried to save Craut, who made shocking remarks. Gascoigne stood up, patted his fat belly, and glared. Beauty, are you challenging the memory of the great Gaza? Gaza is right. Craut pulled Gaza from behind and motioned the idiot fat man to sit down, and then continued. This is the most strange thing. Since even the National Weather Service has made a wrong forecast, then what the hell is Crazy Lee? How did you know it would snow during the game? When Craut said this, he deliberately made a mistake. Seeing that the other 3 people were listening to him attentively, he continued with a satisfied smile and said slowly, the first reaction of many people is to guess, could it be that Crazy Lee created that heavy snow? Obviously, they all entered into a misunderstanding. I think the real reason is, the National Weather Service made a mistake, and crazily obviously discovered this mistake through some other method, and took advantage of it very cleverly. The weather factor brought the game to a close, and gave me the complete upper hand. Suck. The other two men and one woman gasped in unison. How is this possible? How could Madman Lee discover the weather changes that even the British Empire's National Meteorological Service had concentrated no amount of manpower and material resources on to observe? Is it possible that he really is God? Host Danny Shanna's face flushed with excitement. The point put forward by Kraut is something that many media have not noticed before. The ratings of this program are absolutely guaranteed. So, this problem must not be solved so easily. Thinking of this, Shanna controlled her breathing that was slightly disordered due to shock. She waited until the two towering lumps on her chest calmed down before tentatively asking, "So, Mr. Kraut, can you explain it to us? Is it a mystery? How did Madman Lee discover the Meteorological Bureau's mistake?" After Shanna asked this question, the hearts of countless people in the studio and in front of the TV were in their throats, fearing that "sorry, I don't know" this would pop out of Kraut's mouth. Even the mischievous Gazza widened his eyes and waited quietly for Kraut's next words. This question almost drove me crazy. Crazy Lee himself would definitely not give any explanation, because that was his usual style, and the possibility of getting an explanation from him was zero. So, I set my sights on pursuing the truth. The people around Crazy Lee, after Kraut said these words, everyone felt that the air around them relaxed. It was good to know. So they all waited patiently for what the Observer's chief football expert would say next. Sure enough, the facts proved that my guess was not wrong at all. A coach on the Newcastle first team coaching staff is an old acquaintance of mine. He told me that the day before the game on the 25th, Crazy Lee had indeed known it will snow on the day of the game, and he also held a coaching staff meeting specifically for this matter, negating the tactics prepared by the team before, and instead formulating a set of strange tactics specifically to deal with snow battles. This is what everyone used in the game later. See everything. As soon as Kraut said these words, countless people screamed out in surprise, and the middle-aged urchin Gazza almost bit off his tongue. The technical staff outside the live broadcast room made a gesture of raising their palms upward. Ratings soared. Female host Danny Shanna was overjoyed. She had originally been the one to invite Kraut to participate in the show, but she didn't expect that it would play such a big role. It was definitely an unexpected bonus. Old man, did your old acquaintance ever say, how did Crazy Lee know that it would snow during the game? The second update is around 10:30. Brother Swordsman, knives require a monthly pass. Thanks to Mala, I love smoking and drinking. Bookworm Arzang, the Dispeller of Soul. Pushu Life. Feng Ruza Oyo. Book Friends 15,421,205. Depressed Hong Kong. The Broken Sword of the Demon World. 10,000. I love 888. 9Z Lord of the Gods. Well. Black Thief. Disappearing Pest. Rebellious Ons. Fallen Leaves Take Root. Stars Shine on the Sun. Feng Hua Blood Knight. I used to love you so much. Feng Hua Blood Knight. God Dream. Xiao UK1. Little Piggy Cute. Fly Angel and fellow swordsman brothers will give you a big reward these 2 days. Although I don't know you, I remember you. Thanks. Chapter 410. Chrysanthemum's Titan. Gascoigne couldn't wait to ask this question that almost everyone wanted to ask, whether in the live broadcast room or in front of the TV. Gazana's plump face was full of expressions. It seems that if possible, the impatient Gascoigne will not hesitate to jump over, grab Kraut's ankles, pick up the football expert who likes to show off, shake him hard, and shake him. All the secrets hidden in my stomach were poured out in one breath. At this time, Kraut wanted to reach out and strangle this fat man who spoke so freely. He himself was only in his 40s, and he thought he was in his prime, but he was called old man by Gazza continuously. He felt really dumbfounded. If it weren't for the fact that he already knew that this man didn't have a high emotional intelligence. In fact, he had always been they are all children who will not grow up. Kraut has long glared at them. After narrowing his eyes at this helpless idiot fat man, the chief football expert of the Observer slowly spouted 4 syllables from his mouth. Yi, Guan, Shan, Ziyang. Everyone in the studio was confused, and no one knew what it meant. Buff. Hearing these 4 words spoken by the so-called football expert on the TV screen, Wan King spat out the spoonful of chiba tofu soup he had just fed into his mouth. Watching the sky at night, opposite me, Li Tongfan almost buried his whole head in the little rice left in the bowl, pretending that he didn't see the questioning look in Wan King's big black eyes. Wan King nodded thoughtfully and did not continue to ask. Yi Guanshan Ziyang. In the studio. Gaz's little eyes flashed, the fat on his face trembled, and in a stubborn and unclear tone, he vaguely repeated what Kraut had just said, and then asked subconsciously, then, what kind of bastard thing is that? This sentence almost spoke the voice of tens of millions of people. This time, Kraut no longer pretended, but showed a weird smile. According to the results I got from my own search, there is indeed such a saying in Crazy Lee's homeland, a method passed down from ancient China to predict weather changes by observing the constellations in the sky, similar to the astrology of the Jipuzhe people. I know, this explanation is absurd, but that's the fact. Moreover, according to Chinese history books, there were indeed some knowledgeable people in history who were able to predict the climate by observing changes in constellations and the environment. You know, it's a mysterious eastern country where all kinds of miracles can happen. After Kraut finished speaking, the other 2 men and 1 woman in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded. More people were dumbfounded in front of the TV. Even the TV camera shook violently. That was because after the cameraman suddenly heard this explanation, his hands, which had never been known to be stable, shook a few times involuntarily. Crazy Lee is a fucking astrologer. Who the hell believes this? But if you don't believe it, who the hell is going to explain everything that has happened? Got North London. Wenger, who was watching the show, looked up and fell into deep thought when he saw this. Sure enough, in fact, he had had doubts about this since the beginning of the game. It seemed that his opponent had already known about the snowfall during the game. At that time, he thought that he was too worried. Now it seems that his guess was not wrong at all. All of this was indeed planned by Crazy Lee. No matter how he knew that the National Weather Service's forecast was wrong, a head coach could combine the information he knew so efficiently and use it all for his own use. This ability is what impressed Wenger most. A place that feels scary. The famous French coach bits that any other ordinary coach would never think of making a fuss about such a weather forecast error in order to successfully exchange for a hard-fought victory. And it turns out that Crazy Lee's painstaking plan really succeeded. Wenger is convinced that if Crazy Lee hadn't planned so much about the weather and prepared so many tactics in advance, then the 2 red cards that happened in Bucero would have definitely ruined Newcastle's 1-goal lead. As for the 2 goals scored by Michael Owen later, it is even more impossible, and in that case, Arsenal will win. There is heating in the living room, but Wenger's heart is filled with chills. Crazy Lee, so scary. This Chinese is less than 30 years old today. At such a young age, as long as he is willing, he can easily continue to dominate the football world of this planet for at least 40 years. Wenger is not sure whether such absolute dominance is good or bad for the development of football. What Wenger is sure of is, it is indeed a tragedy for a head coach to live in the same era as him. Wenger felt Rijkaard's emotions when he said this in an interview. At this moment, Wenger felt it personally. Well done, Mr. Kraut. I have to admit that as an admirer of Crazy Lee, you have successfully deepened the mystery of your idol. The topic was a little ridiculous, so beauty host Danny Shanna is trying to draw people's attention away from the illusory astrology. Crazy Lee is an astrologer. If you continue talking, the Chinese will really become a god. However, another male guest, Sester, who had rarely spoken, suddenly shook his head and said thoughtfully, perhaps this is not a mystery. I think it just shows that Madman Lee has erudition beyond ordinary people. Actually, although astrology is absurd, we need to know that there are many non-professionals who can predict some weather phenomena in advance, such as earthquakes, tsunamis and other natural disasters, by observing some minor environmental changes that occur around them. These disasters may change in ways that even the Meteorological Bureau cannot predict in advance, but they will be predicted in the simplest way we all know. That Crazy Lee is not a professional coach. He knows a lot more things than ordinary coaches. Maybe he really discovered that there will be snowfall on the day of the game by observing some small environmental changes that are ignored by others. It's possible. After all, this is the first snow in the British Isles, so there are signs to follow. Everyone nodded. Sesta's explanation made sense. Compared to the illusory astrology mentioned by Court, the host Danny Shanna seemed to believe Sesta's statement more. Anyway, the 90-minute heavy snowfall in Newcastle on the 25th was undoubtedly like his magical middle finger. It will become another mystery in world football. Of course, I suggest that we ignore the topic of middle finger today, otherwise the whole program will not end. The three male guests nodded in unison. Because regarding the middle finger, from Stamford Bridge 2 years ago to now, the entire European football world has debated countless times, but in the past 2 years, there has never been a unified conclusion. If we really talk about this topic today, maybe we should first ask the staff of the program team to prepare today's dinner and tomorrow's breakfast. Let's prepare to talk about it for 3 days and 4 nights. The topic changes. The TV broadcast changed, and the scene where Podolski received the red card in the 20th minute of the St. James battle reappeared. The middle finger in the stands of St. James Park Stadium is like a fantasy white forest, and the white heat from the fans' mouths envelops the stands. Looming, Lee Tongfan blew a loud whistle and laughed like or thief. Wang King looked at the TV, which was playing a scene where he raised his middle finger to curse with a shoal face. In the picture, a bright red down jacket looked so clear and eye-catching in the forest of millions of middle fingers. Seeing this scene, the little girl was not ashamed, but proud. She smiled and raised her crisp white middle finger at old Lee. Lee couldn't laugh anymore. This is really an incredible scene. I have always thought that England is a noble nation that advocates elegance. However, the fact is that this girl from China conquered more than 1 million Newcastle fans with a tall erected middle finger. The beautiful host Danny Shanna distributed some newspapers to the guests who were doing it and continued, whether it's the Times, Daily Express, Sunday, The Sun, The Mirror, or the Financial Times, which rarely reports football information, or even the most authoritative football media in Europe, such as L'Equipe, Bild, and Kicker, all used front page headlines to report extensively on this Chinese lady who had only appeared in the public eye for only 3 days, and the scene where she led the fans to greet the referee with her middle finger raised in the 15th round of the Premier League was reported tirelessly by the media. What's even more bizarre is that 90% of the reports mentioned Crazy Lee's "My sweetheart has become a lovely lady who loves football and has a cheerful personality." If we were to choose the most famous lady in England this year, I think Wang King would definitely be chosen. Having said this, Danny Shanna covered the 2 attractive breasts on her chest with both hands, making an expression of infinite envy, and deliberately sighed. To be honest, you can't understand how much I envy China as a woman. The girl made the headlines of major European mainstream media overnight. This is simply the dream of all English girls. If I had known that becoming Crazy Lee's woman would have so many benefits, I wouldn't mind going to the Rig Bottom training base every day. Send him roses. There was a burst of laughter in the studio. Gascoigne touched his belly, which looked like a large swimming ring, and muttered a little guiltily, "Actually, a woman who is a great gazzer can also be very beautiful." Lee Tongfan scooped up all the rice in the bowl in one breath, looked at the coquettish appearance of the female host on TV, turned to Wang King and smiled coquettishly. "Girl, you are famous." Wang King said nothing, picked up the remote control, and changed the channel. This is a talk reality show. What neither of the 2 people in the room expected was that Lee Tongfan was also mentioned in such a program. Who is your sexual fantasy? The issue of female presenters wearing heavy makeup may seem vulgar, but there is no doubt that many people enjoy such programs, and lunchtime is also considered a little prime time, and many TV channels in England are full of such programs. Of course, Crazy Lee, a female guest who wore more makeup than the host, laughed wildly. "Every time I see him raising his middle finger on the sidelines, I feel itchy, but I don't think Crazy Lee's sexual ability can satisfy you. You know, yellow people are very bad at this. Another tall female guest seemed to express extreme doubts about Leo Lee's ability. Crazy Lee looks so thin. I think a strong man like Drogba has the best athletic ability in bed. Seeing this scene, Wan King couldn't hold on. No matter how generous he was after all, she is still a girl. Leo Lee looked at the girl in front of him with innocent eyes. Wan King glared at Lee Tongfan fiercely and switched the channel back. Crazy Lee spoke out his ambitions without any scruples at the post-match press conference, threatening to win all the honors Newcastle can achieve this season. Beautiful host Danny Shanna threw the question to three male guests. What do you think? Gascoigne's eyes rolled around, and he nodded affirmatively. There is no doubt that guy's the best and most arrogant bastard I have ever seen. If that little bastard really said that, then there should be no problem. Gazza also played for Newcastle, so he was full of affection for the Magpies. Although he kept shouting little bastard, he really hoped in his heart that Crazy Lee could lead Newcastle to sweep their opponents and win all honors. After all, that was the goal he had fought for when he was young. That is a man's dream that will never grow up. Famous mouthpiece Sesta pinched his chin and pretended to be serious. I seem to have seen the Real Madrid team that was alone in Spain 2 years ago and failed. I suddenly thought of a question. According to the current progress of the Premier League, the Magpies will definitely participate in the UEFA Champions League next season. Perhaps for the Giants in the 5 major leagues, this season should be their best hope of winning the Big Ears Cup. Once, right? Who knows if Crazy Lee will monopolize the Champions League, like he did in the league. Crot dropped another bombshell point in front of the TV. I don't know how many wealthy coaches were frightened by this sentence point, thinking about the possibility of that crazy black back and an even crazier middle finger appearing in the Champions League that season. The famous coaches suddenly felt tight. Time passes like water. The aftermath of the pinnacle battle is still rumbling, and the UEFA Cup group stage resumes on November 29th. The Magpies visited the Knicks Galmas Stadium in Greece and defeated the Greek giant SK Athens 2:1, continuing to maintain the momentum of complete victory this season. On December 6th, Newcastle defeated Black Cat Sunderland 2:0 in an away game. Ronaldo and Nicholas Gigi each scored a goal. On December 10th, the Magpies defeated visiting Portsmouth 1:0 at home. The winning goal for the team was midfielder Alan Smith, known as Newcastle's #1 strongman. The Christmas Devils season is coming, and it seems that Newcastle are already invincible in the entire Premier League. However, things didn't seem to develop as people expected. Today's 10,000 words. Brothers, be serious. Zio Deo is telling the truth. Please vote for me. I really want a monthly ticket. Please give me motivation. Chapter 411. Nearly 11,000 words have been updated today. Please vote like crazy. Brothers, the monthly vote list makes Zio Deo feel cold, although Deozi is a newcomer with a shallow foundation. Seeing that others' monthly votes in one day have exceeded Deozi's total votes in 4 days, the frustration in my heart is simply beyond words. Brothers, Deozi is desperately trying to break through himself and conceive plots. Although due to time and physical reasons, he rarely replies to brothers' messages in the book review area, but Zio Deo is reading every book review area, reading it seriously. Brothers of Deoak, please give me motivation. Let Deo's numb arms, sore waist, and eyes that hurt when turning find comfort. Ask for monthly votes. Ask for monthly votes crazily. Roll on the ground and throw a tantrum to ask for monthly votes crazily. P.S. Recommend 2 books. Domination of Air Power. The author is Ultimate Boss Faye, an old competitive author. Basketball and Point Introduction. Reporter, Mr. Zankong, is it true that you couldn't even shoot a free throw when you first entered the NBA? The right eyelid twitched. No comment. Reporter. Then Mr. Zankong, it is said that when you first joined the team, your main purpose was to steal money. The right eyelid twitched twice. Nakanthal. Reporter. Mr. Zankong. The veins on his right fist were already bulging. Mr. Zankong, what are your hobbies? Beat Kobe, beat James, beat Wade and others. Of course, this is only my hobby in the first year. Zio Ferry, who had his head cut, came back to hug the thigh of basketball dear relatives. Please vote. The Goddess of Crossing. A beautiful author. A female article. Point introduction. Suyu, inexplicably brought to another world by a thunderbolt, and became a god's residence, acting as a matchmaker. Can someone tell me what the job of a god's residence is? However, with the promotion of his position, Suyu's life became more and more exciting. Point ambiguous atmosphere, chance encounters, missed appointments, alienation plots, and other functions are enabled. It turns out that Leo is really good. Point you say I'm a Taoist nun, and I have no fate with you? I meet you 10 times a day, and you say we have no fate. Point what? You dare to date other beautiful girls? Once the missed appointment effect comes out, you can't go, even if you want to. Mahahaha. Point this is a story about using the god's residence to thrive in a world that seems to be ancient. Please recommend, collect, and everything. Otherwise, let the gods punish you for reading books without voting or collecting. Finally, I still ask for monthly tickets. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 412 Request for a pay raise. In the month of November, that has just ended, and the month that has just begun to emerge, whether in the domestic league or the European battlefield, the Magpie Legion is invincible and has unlimited glory. However, God said, your uncle, there are too many things that can only take advantage and not suffer losses. Things that can anger the Buddha to death can't always surround you, right? So, you have to accept the hardship. In reality, there is another sentence that is very coquettish and vivid. How to put it? Oh, by the way, it is an ironclad camp and a flowing soldier. In other words, if this soldier is really determined to leave, then it will really become a trend. Even if God is the coach of this camp, he will not be able to keep that force. The bastard eats the weight. Menseo who is determined to leave. So, Newcastle seems to have a little problem. In the transfer market this summer, Tongfan has been working hard to build the Magpies into a young and brave cavalry team according to his own ideas, and become a stable and worry-free team that can defend St. James for at least 10 years. Evergreen power. Therefore, those young monsters with high potential and low price are the first choice in Leoli's recruitment strategy. Point. But Leoli seems to have overlooked one thing. Precisely because they are young, these little monsters who lack life experience are more easily confused by the weird things outside the football field, and they are more likely to become restless from the beginning of the season to the present. After nearly 4 months of crazy winning streak before Christmas, the Observer lost no time in making a special issue dedicated to the worth of Newcastle players. In addition to Michael Owen and Makalala, apart from a few old guys such as Ronaldo and goalkeepers, the value of some newly joined young players has almost doubled on average. Among them, the most exaggerated increase in the value of rookies such as Manzini, Pastore, Hugo Lloris, Sakho and Moussa Sissoko, who were not originally famous. The problem lies with the Magpies' new main centre-back Mamadou Sakho, the black central defender, who joined from Paris Saint-Germain for £5 million 4 months ago, has started a total of 15 times in Newcastle's various fronts this season, and formed the Magpie Legion with Superman, Stephen Taylor. The main centre-back combination of the back line has performed very dazzlingly along the way, and its value has tripled in 4 months, rising directly from £5 million to £15 million. Such a performance will naturally attract the attention of European giants. Outstanding central defenders in today's football are absolutely rare items. Top central defenders like Terry, Ferdinand, and Esther have long been famous, and have proven their strength, and they have become symbols of their respective teams. Therefore, when the possibility of these people transferring is extremely slim, players like Sakho, who have become the main future stars of quasi-rich clubs before he is 20 years old, every giant wants to have. The winter transfer period is coming, which gives other giants an excellent opportunity to poach. Newcastle's young players who have performed well this season are like a group of innocent and lovely little Lalita, attracting the pursuit of rich boys from all walks of life, and Sakho is obviously the easiest to be pushed down among this group of little Lalita. 1. Because he has an agent with a big appetite. Call Solala, Rigbottom Training Base Point Head Coach's Office. Mr. Fantong, I think it's time to improve Mamadal's treatment. You see, he is now the absolute main force of your team. He has made a huge contribution to the team's previous record, and there is certainly immeasurable room for Sakho's future development. Therefore, I think a mere £20,000 weekly salary cannot reflect Mamadal's value, and is an insult to his ability. Qualius Lala, the Portuguese-born French uncle, said it righteously. Li Tongfan did not immediately respond to Laura's request. Instead, he quietly looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, who was 45 years old, but had a well-maintained skin and tender flesh. He raised his head and fell into deep thought. Salary increase, which is almost the problem that Leoli least wants to face at this stage, has finally arrived. Newcastle's current financial balance is just balanced. According to the audit report of David Leo, the chief accountant in charge of the club's finances, in early December, if the current salary level of the first team is compared with the team's ticket sales, souvenir sales, winning bonuses and other income and expenses, by the end of the season, the club should achieve a balance of payments or even a small surplus, but if the team's salary is increased on a large scale, everything will be difficult. Perhaps Lee Tongfan will have to ask another shareholder, Sir John Hall, for additional capital injection, or apply for a loan from the bank to survive this season. However, Lee Tongfan did not want to choose either of these two paths. Now the club already owes the whole family a lot of money. If they inject additional capital, it won't be long before Newcastle will have to change their surname to HUO. And if you apply for a bank loan, although Newcastle's current record is considered successful, it is absolutely impossible to successfully apply for funds. No problem, but for a loan of tens of millions of pounds, the interest will definitely be a lot. It is also not necessary when there is a last resort. Unexpectedly, all kinds of difficulties that would be encountered in running a club are coming to Lee Tongfan one by one. Opposite the desk, French agent Quarius Lala looked at Crazy Lee with a confused expression. He now had no idea what this Chinese man who suddenly fell into deep thought was thinking. The whole world knows that Crazy Lee has a weird temper. He is tough, like a smelly and hard stone, and seems to refuse to sell anyone's account. He is cunning, and even many old Jiang who are fooled by him inside and outside the court. Therefore, before coming to Crazy Lee to ask for a salary increase, Quarius had imagined how the Chinese would react after hearing this request. Fury, procrastination, disdain. Quarius had thought about all this, but he was not afraid. Because through these 4 months in Newcastle, his client Sakho's abilities and potential have been recognized by the entire world. So much so that before the halfway mark of the season, many giants in Europe's 5 major leagues have quietly extended an olive branch to this young talented central defender. I don't leave you here, I'm free to stay here. Quarius believes that he has absolute initiative, and the person who is really worried and scared should be Crazy Lee. If the Chinese doesn't know the current affairs, then he will instigate Sakho to transfer. The world is so big, where can Sakho not go with his ability? What's even better is that he can also earn a handsome commission from the transfer. However, even though he had imagined countless scenarios after the meeting between the two of them, Quarius never expected that when he asked for a salary increase, Crazy Lee would be as distracted as he is now. What to think about? A minute passed, 5 minutes have passed, 10 minutes. The atmosphere in the office was a bit dull, and the Frenchman tightened the bright red tie around his neck, just when Quarius was anxiously wondering whether to remind the idiot opposite him. The guy suddenly seemed to wake up from a dream, and sat up from his seat, with a slight smile on his face. How many? The guy asked with an inexplicable smile. Quarius didn't react and said blankly, how much? How much, Lee? Tongfan's smile was still bright. I mean, how much salary increase do your players want? Quarius felt relieved. Crazy Lee compromised. That's good. In fact, for Sakho, if he can get a huge weekly salary, it is also a good choice to temporarily stay in Newcastle. After all, Crazy Lee is recognized as a head coach who can create miracles. If he continues to play with such a person, he should be able to gain more transfer capital in a short period of time. Quarius tidied his hair smiled and wrinkled the fair and delicate skin on his face, and carefully stated his goal. Mr. Rice Bucket, I know that Michael Owen and Ronaldo's weekly salary is it cost £110,000, and Stephen Taylor, who is in the same position as Sakho, also paid £100,000, say it directly. Well, I hope my client can get a salary worthy of his ability and value. Aquarius stretched out his hands and spread his fingers, smiling. £100,000, Lee. Tongfan felt that the man in front of him looked like a grinning vampire with teeth and claws. Is this also Sakho's own opinion? Aquarius nodded without hesitation. Of course. In that case, well, congratulations, you can go. Lee Tongfan waved his hand, as if to ward off a fly that annoyed him. By the way, please help tell those clubs that are interested in Sakho that I'm not greedy. As long as they are willing to pay a transfer fee of £20 million for your client, then they can take Sakho away anytime and anywhere. What? Qualius, who was full of confidence, was stunned and did not react for a moment. I said, you can go. I agree to your client's transfer. Leoli leaned back comfortably in the armchair and answered the Frenchman word by word. No, you can't do this. The Frenchman panicked. Well, things can be discussed. If your client is willing to accept a weekly salary of £40,000, then I welcome him to continue to stay at St. James. Otherwise, £100,000? That is what he can do in 3 years. The treatment you get here, this is impossible. The French uncle was also angry. He jumped up from his seat. His thin and tender face was filled with an unhealthy flush after great disappointment. Crazy Mr. Lee, please think clearly. You know I'm talking to the agent of my team's main centre back. First update today. There are 2 more updates before 11:30. Keep asking for monthly votes. That boss who is 180 centimeters tall. To be honest, he was scolded by you inexplicably. If you have any opinions, please add them on questions. I have no idea what's going on. Chapter 413 Uproar. Before the angry Frenchman Quarius Roller finished speaking, Lee Tongfan stood up without saying a word and dragged him out of the office unceremoniously like pinching a chicken. Bang. Then he slammed the door inside. The French agent's face was livid. He stood at the door for a while. At this time, he finally felt a little regretful. Although he had enough psychological preparation before coming, he never expected that the madman Lee would play cards so unruly and so tough. However, since things have come to this point, it is really torn apart. Even if he wants to take the initiative to save it, it is estimated that the madman will not agree. You will regret it, I swear. Leaving behind a harsh word, Quarius left in a huff. In the office. From behind the tightly drawn curtains in the office, a face with an extremely obscene and sinister smile appeared. The sultry man whispered, yes, someone will regret it, but the person who regrets it will definitely not be me. Returning to his seat, Leoli picked up the phone and dialed a number. Tang, it's me. I think it's time to talk to the new players about contract renewal. You should work with the transfer department to develop a salary structure and player ability assessment plan as soon as possible. This must be done before the winter transfer market opens. Oh, by the way, spread the word that whoever wants to take Sakho away from Newcastle can do it for £20 million. After hanging up the phone, Lee Tongfan was thoughtful. In fact, Leoli had already discovered Sakho's rebellious intentions. When the French central defender was sent off by the referee with a red card in the previous peak battle, Lee Tongfan discovered the clues afterwards. According to the rules of Newcastle's first team, any player who received a red card and was sent off in the game would be fined 2 weeks' salary. Podolski and Sakho, who received a red card, both received this punishment, but the fact is that the German striker expressed his acceptance of the punishment, while Sakho expressed strong protest. This is almost a blatant provocation to the team's tradition. Later, through observation and query in the FM 2009 system, Leoli found that Mamadou Sakho's mood was soon want a huge contract with a sky-high price, is considering his own choice, does not rule out leaving the club, and is happy that other giants have secretly expressed interest. Almost every one of the 4 moods is intolerable in Lee Tongfan's heart. In addition, more importantly, Sakho's loyalty value has strangely dropped from 14 at the beginning of the season to 5. From this moment on, Lee Tongfan dared to be sure that this Sakho was definitely an ungrateful wolf who would beat the cook after putting down his rice bowl and curse his mother after sucking milk. Such a person is a locker room bomb in the pure sense, and it is a bomb of the sultry type. This kind of person usually has no signs and does not show his strength, but no one knows when he will explode, and once he explodes, it will definitely cause the magpie's core unbearable destructive power. It is better to deal with it one step earlier. However, the Sakho incident also reminded Lee Tongfan point many players who transferred in the summer did not get high weekly wages in Newcastle because they were not famous before. However, as they perform better and better in the league, more and more wealthy teams will be interested in them. If you want to keep these future wealth of Newcastle, you can't just rely on emotional cards. Leo Lee is not naive to think that his personal charm is really as boasted by the media. Just a casual word can make the little hammers die and live generously with a low weekly salary. The emotional card may bring Ronaldo from Real Madrid and Juan Mata from Manchester United, but it must not let Pastor, Hugo Lloris, Ushervin and others stay in St. James's all the time. After all, who doesn't play football for money? Therefore, on a moderate basis, it has become an urgent matter to improve the treatment of the first team players. Leo Lee does not want Newcastle to become a rural vegetable market, where everyone wants to weigh their weight in the upcoming winter transfer market. On December 13th, the UEFA Cup group stage started again. Newcastle relied on goals from Juan Mata and Podolski to beat Dutch Eredivisie team NEC Nijmegen 2-0 at home, played the last UEFA Cup group stage, and advanced to the knockout stage as expected. Newcastle was jubilant. The fans of the Magpies were excited about the team's historic breakthrough in the past decade. For a time, the word Newcastle became a hot word in England, but at this time, there was a sudden discordant voice from within the team. Mada's main central defender Mamadou Sakho suddenly criticized the coaching ideas of the team's head coach Crazy Lee. When he was interviewed by Bruce Barbara, a reporter from The Sun, he is like a tyrannical tyrant, managing the team's locker room with the most brutal militarized means. I was oppressed and couldn't breathe at the Rigburton training base. Sakho's light words set off a major earthquake in England, no, in the entire European football world. The whole world was shocked. This is the first time that Crazy Lee has had a conflict with a player since he came out to coach the team 2 years ago. Prior to this, whether it was in Real Madrid, which was known as the coaching black hole, or in the Three Lions, which was full of big names and bad boys, the media could get all the comments about Crazy Lee from the players. Words of worship and praise. It is almost universally recognized by the entire football world that Crazy Lee's level of harmony in getting along with players is obviously a level that many head coaches cannot reach in their lifetimes. This is why Crazy Lee has always been talked about by fans. One of the magical qualities, big names like Ronaldo, perverse personalities like Cassano, bad tempers like Guti, deep thoughts like Raul. Any player, no matter what his character and background is, as long as he has cooperated with us Chinese, when talking about the head coach to the media, he will all praise Crazy Lee. It seems like no player who has played with Crazy Lee has ever had a bad word to say about him, but now someone has stepped forward to break this law. Mamadou Sakho, this 18-year-old young French central defender, became the first person to eat crabs. European football is in shock, and the managers of the Premier League teams are secretly laughing with tears in their eyes. The strongest fortresses tend to crumble internally. And civil strife, something they had been waiting for a long time, finally happened to the invincible battleship Newcastle. The iron law in the football world, no matter how powerful a giant is, as long as it gets involved in civil strife, it will inevitably lead to a sharp decline in combat effectiveness in a short period of time. In the history of the development of football for more than 100 years, many giants with strong military strength suffered a huge collapse due to civil strife at the last moment of winning the championship, and finally lost the crown that was about to be won. Such examples are not uncommon. It is no exaggeration to say that civil strife is the deadly killer of all teams, and now, it seems that this lethal killer has found the omnipotent madman Lee. I wonder which of these two court killers is equally deadly to other teams, which one has more murderous intent. The show is coming point in the face of Sakho's public bombardment. Before people could wait for Madmanley's response, some people could not wait to stand up and respond. Alan Smith, the main midfielder of the Magpies, threatened that if this French nigger dared to say such nonsense shamelessly, then he would not mind using his fists to teach him how to respect a benefactor who made him famous. Juan Mata also said harsh words. This shocked me. Sakho does not have the qualities to become a great player. If he wants to leave Newcastle, please speak out openly and use such shameless tactics. It is disgraceful to his moral standards. Michael Owen, I can't believe that Sakho would say such a thing. I don't think he even understands what he is doing. Ronaldo, Marcelo, Podolski, almost every Newcastle player condemned Sakho, and even Moussa Sissoko, the Frenchman's best friend in Newcastle's first team, warned his friend. I think he was deceived. Yes, he made an unforgivable mistake, but there is still a chance to correct it. I hope he can wake up as soon as possible. While Newcastle was about to fall into chaos, the two giants Real Madrid and Barcelona invariably expressed considerable interest in the restless Mamadou Sakho Schuster. The German, who finally became the coach of Real Madrid, appeared on the TV camera with a smile on his face. There is no doubt that Sakho is a player with great potential. I'm very optimistic about his future. He can form a team with Pep, the best centre-back partnership in the world. Guardiola spoke bluntly in an interview with reporters. Sakho? Yes. Gabriel Milito's serious injury missed the entire season, which gave me a headache. If there is a chance to get an excellent player like Sakho, why say no? The two men who control the two top clubs in La Liga praised the ability of Newcastle's central defender almost at the same time. This obviously shows that Real Madrid and Barcelona are very interested in introducing the Frenchman during the winter transfer period, and from both teams in terms of the personnel configuration of the Giants, they really need a high-level central defender as a rotating player. Looking at world football, no matter in terms of age or fame, Sakho is obviously the most suitable candidate. Second update. The third update is around 11:30. Asking for monthly ticket. Chapter 414. Tough measures. When things developed to this point, even the most idiotic fans began to understand the whole story of the Sakho incident. This is clearly a plot against Newcastle. Because in the past years, such things have happened too many times in the 5 major leagues. When a wealthy team is optimistic about a certain player, if they cannot obtain the player through the card on the surface, then in almost every such situation, they will play an unfavorable trick, and that is promise all kinds of good things to the players, and then use the players' own wishes to force the opponent's club into a palace. Although such a trick is despised by many people today, when the commercialization of football has reached its peak, it is still popular and has proven successful. This was the case when Real Madrid acquired Nicolas Anelka in his prime from Arsenal. And this was the case when they acquired prospective world footballer Luis Figo from Barcelona. In the past few years, even the upstart Manchester City, who has no great reputation, has been able to recruit so many powerful superstars into the Leduc. In addition to spreading money, it is because of seducing players and coercing the club. This is also a trick that Arab bosses in Manchester have tried time and again. This is something that fans are familiar with and can see and hear in the news. As for the cases that have been happening, but fans cannot see or hear, there are even more cases in non-top leagues outside the 5 major leagues, and even within the 5 major leagues. Many small teams have worked hard to cultivate a few talented young talents, but before they have time to bear fruit, they will be abducted by wealthy teams in this way. Go away, and if you are unlucky, these little balls will be beaten, and you won't even be able to earn back your wife's money. And this time, many wealthy clubs are obviously ready to rob Newcastle. French niggas, get out of Newcastle. Go ahead, bastard. Lick the assholes of your Real Madrid dad and your Barcelona mom. Hey, bitch, if I met you on the street, I would shove your mouth up your ass. During the morning training, thousands of fans and reporters gathered outside the barbed wire fence at the Rigbotton training base. The fans pulled out banners one after another and issued vicious curses to French centre-back Mamadou Sakho. Look at the faces that were reddened by the cold winter wind during the melting snow season, and the ferocious look on them. with the anger gushing out from the eyes behind the down scarves and winter hats. I believe that, if it weren't for the strong barbed wire that surrounded the entire training ground, the club would have had to call the riot police. Obviously, Sakho's newspaper attack on head coach Madman Lee and the scandal between him and Real Madrid and Barcelona had successfully angered these fanatical fans. After standing outside the barbed wire fence and raising their middle fingers and cursing for a long time, some people could not bear the anger in their hearts and began to try to climb over the wall and jump into the training ground. The reporters came here naturally to conduct further interviews on the follow-up to the Sakho incident. The crazy behavior of the fans at this moment has provided them with a lot of exciting material, so now they want to know even more what kind of method the crazy Chinese will take to deal with this matter. The lenses of the cameras and the screens of the cameras were all pointed at the players training on the field through the barbed wire, like the black muzzles and barrels of guns, which was shocking on the training ground point seeing this scene. In the distance, Sakho, who was training indifferently, suddenly felt a little at a loss. Not long ago, the fans here were like supporting heroes, enthusiastically asking for autographs as soon as they saw him, rushing to take photos with him. But now, these people are eager to cut him into pieces and then stir them. Feed the stray dogs. Did I make a wrong decision? However, Qualius Lala told me that it was the right thing to do. Which player does not play for money? Since my requirements cannot be met here, why should I still do it? Stay here? For honor? Which of those wealthy families can't bring honor to me? After thinking about it again and again, Sakho still didn't think he had done anything wrong. Mamadou, what are you doing? Concentrate on training, not far away. Alan Shearer, the team's assistant coach who was in charge of training, spotted Sakho, who was distracted, and yelled angrily, point in the current Newcastle first team. Almost no one wants to talk to Sakho, point at the beginning of today's training. Almost all the players deliberately distanced themselves from the Frenchman. This was not because they were afraid that the head coach would see them and have any bad thoughts towards them, but because everyone was truly motivated. I hate this French player from the bottom of my heart. Number 1 Macho Man Alan Smith looked at Sakho with a rather unkind look. It is every player's right to seek a transfer, but breaking up with the team by slandering the coach is disgraceful. What's more, that person once promoted you when you had no reputation at all, so that's how you get it today. But you, Sakho, betrayed so easily, Alan Shearer just shouted angrily, and there was a sense of disgust in it. However, before Lee Tongfan made any decision, Shearer still rationally remained polite to Sakho. Hearing Shearer's angry shout, Sakho just lowered his head, did not make any excuses, and then began to train seriously in the usual way. Okay, stop first, Lee. Tongfan appeared at the training ground at some point, clapped his hands, and shouted to stop the Hammers training. The players all rushed to the head coach's eyes, and Sakho stood at the back point. The fans outside the wire mesh made a noise because they saw Lee Tongfan's appearance. Lee Tongfan called Shearer and whispered a few words in his ear. Shearer nodded, turned and walked to the wire mesh in the distance, as if to comfort the excited fans, and pointed in the direction of Lee Tongfan while speaking. After a while, the fans who tried to climb over the wire mesh retreated obediently, and the banners hanging on the wire mesh that insulted Sakho were also removed. After cheering for a while, the fans left in twas and threes. After more than 10 seconds, Z didn't know what to say, and the more than 100 reporters actually withdrew obediently for the first time. The Hammers were all very curious, wondering what the assistant coach had said over there that was so effective. Listen, guys, there are some things I have to tell you. Seeing that Shearer had successfully persuaded the fans and reporters to leave, Lee Tongfan clapped his hands subconsciously and began to lecture. You know, something not so good happened in the past 2 days. Before Lee finished speaking, the Hammers all looked at Sakho behind him. Obviously, everyone understood what the boss meant by not so good things. Indeed, since Sakho publicly criticized the boss in the Sun, the atmosphere in the first team has been a bit weird. Although the daily training is carried out in an orderly manner, the minds of each Hammer have long been away from training. The Christmas Devil season is coming, and if it continues like this, it will undoubtedly affect the team's performance. Okay, it seems that you all know what's going on. Mamadou, do you have anything to say to your teammates? Sakho, raised his head, and remained silent. However, everyone could feel his attitude of not caring about good or bad. Alan Smith turned around and walked towards Sakho. Mata and Podolsky quickly grabbed him. Lee Tongfan ignored him and continued, "Very good. Since you have nothing to say, you can leave here from now on. Remember, take everything that belongs to you, and then you can stay in your luxury villa and wait for Real Madrid or Barcelona to bid for you. I'm willing to promise you that, as long as they are willing to pay you enough money, you can leave Newcastle at any time." This is equivalent to directly expelling Sakho. The Hammers were cold in their hearts. Although they thought that the boss would solve this matter with a tough hand, they did not expect it to be so tough. There is still more than half a month before the winter transfer market. During this period, the Magpies will fight back to meet the tight schedule, and they need a large number of substitutes and rotation players. Unexpectedly, the boss would abandon the main central defender Sakho so simply. Sakho was stunned, silence, then turned around and left without looking back. "Okay, I hope this matter ends here. The most terrifying schedule of the Premier League is about to come. Guys, put all your energy into training and competition. I promise that after the Devil's Christmas schedule is over, you will all get what you want." Looking at the expectant expressions on the faces of the Hammers, Lee Tongfan laughed. "Okay, start training. By the way, I will hold a press conference after the training. Who of you is willing to join me?" After Sakho left, the morning training continued. The internal atmosphere is obviously much better than before. Without Sakho, who has lost trust, the Hammers can finally concentrate and go all out in training. The roar of assistant coach Alan Shearer suddenly became much less on this snowy winter morning at the Rigburton training base. In the end, the player who went to the press conference with Leoli was the team captain Michael Owen. When the two came to the press conference room of the training base, all the reporters who had left just now appeared here. It turned out that the reason why the reporters were willing to evacuate from outside the barbed wire just now was because Leoli asked Shearer to tell these guys that if they had any questions, they could ask them at the big press conference at noon. Otherwise, they would directly conduct closed training. Who among the reporters dared to offend the crazy Lee, who seemed to be angry? The third update is over thanks to Mario82. I love smoking and drinking. Danglin 2010. Alcelian. Fake girl. It's hard to register a child. 9Z Lord of the Gods. I used to love you. Book friend. 09091205119899. Splashing. Snail watching the wind. Dripping water threading a needle. Bookworm Zang. Deep sea citizens. Several bosses for their support. Thank you to every brother who supports Xiaodao. Chapter 459-039. Lines give you 3 minutes. The media and fans waited and watched and got a quick response. On December 15th. Crazy Lee held a press conference at the Rig Bottom training base to directly respond to the recent Sakho incident that has caused a lot of controversy. That morning, more than 100 reporters who braved the severe cold to go to the Rig Bottom training base to step in were lucky enough to get the opportunity to attend the press conference. However, those reporters who later received the news and rushed over after the press conference had ended, beating my chest in frustration in the cold wind. I will not force any player who wants to leave to stay in Newcastle, but since Mamadou Sakho thinks staying at St. James will make it difficult for him to breathe, it doesn't matter, he can find whatever he wants. A place where he can breathe easily. The above are the original words of Madman Lee as reported by the Observer reporter after the press conference. The reporter named David Chris wrote in the article, "Yesterday, at the beginning of the press conference, Crazy Lee did not hide it at all, but went straight to the point. At least from the expression, the still smiling and extremely arrogant face seemed to be dissatisfied with the French central defender Sakho's remarks. Peo didn't care very much, or maybe he was hiding his anger. But obviously, in the heart of this crazy Chinese, no player is irreplaceable. I don't know why, I suddenly felt that maybe for Saf or KO, a feat like joining Real Madrid or Barcelona at the age of 18 only means a record. He may regret his choice today." The Daily Express used the headline "Newcastle sells rookie Mamadou Sakho for £20 million" and reported in detail the scene of the press conference that day. Crazy Lee is willing to let Sakho leave. The Chinese's original words are, "I know that many teams are interested in Sakho. If any of them are willing to pay a transfer fee of £20 million for this player, then in the first second when the door to the winter transfer market opens, it can acquire this promising French central defender." Sunday Express. Newcastle has blocked the main defender, and the French super rookie is about to leave the team. The Sun. Obviously, the defection of the team's defensive core aroused the anger of Madmanly. The extremely high price tag of Newcastle club scared off many suitors. Now it seems that the career of the French superstar may be facing the first cold winter. The Times. Madmanly is quick to resolve the civil strife. Mamadou Sakho will be permanently transferred to the reserve team before his official transfer. In addition to the above media, almost all newspapers of all sizes in the British Isles reported on this sensational incident. God on the sidelines of football is betrayed. Newcastle may fall into civil strife. Sakho. I don't regret what I said. It is my wish to escape the Magpies. Alan Shearer. No one wants to see Sakho again at Newcastle. The French rookie was attacked by fans and lost his front teeth, and his valuable sports car was smashed and scrapped. Sakho's agent Lala. This is naked persecution. Newcastle is persecuting my client, revealing the reason for the conflict between Sakho and Madmanly. 15 million. No, 20 million, not a penny less. Lee Tongfan sat comfortably on a large swivel chair made of real mountain pigskin. Without even looking at Barcelona's offer for Sakho, he threw it back to the Catalan in front of him. Very good. Sorry, if you want to take my players away from St. James, you must pay a transfer value that satisfies us. You must know that Sakho still has 5 years of contract time here. The foreigner from Barcelona in front of me shook his head. Lee, 15 million is the limit of what we can pay. If you insist on 20 million, then we can only say goodbye. Then, goodbye. I'm sorry to see you off so far. The Catalan stood up with a sullen look on his face and turned around to go out. He deliberately whispered in his mouth, "Haha, you are really arrogant Chinese. Then just wait until your players rot in the reserve team and stink. No one will be crazy enough to pay 2,000 for an 18-year-old central defender. Thousands of pounds." The sultry man smiled and said nothing. "Sorry, Leo Jet, it's a friendship, but if you really want to use 10 million to take that bastard away, I can never agree. You know, I have to be responsible for the club." Grad seemed to have expected that the shameless guy opposite would say this, so there was no disappointment at all on his elegant face. "Haha, Lee, I already knew that a cunning guy like you would say this. But fortunately, I'm only responsible for bringing Mr. Florentino's words to you, and you can talk about the rest yourself." Lee Tongfan breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, Leoli really didn't expect that it would be his old partner Greed who came to discuss Sakho's transfer on behalf of Real Madrid. If Grad really wants to show off his old friendship and insist on lowering the price, then he may have to buy some face for Leo Jen. After all, Lee Tongfan's first season as coach was guided by this elegant Spanish man in front of him of point. Although after that mythical season, people added all the halo and honors to themselves, Leo Lee himself understood deeply that at the beginning, if there was not Grade, who was both a teacher and a friend, he might not be able to succeed in his career. I had already caused Real Madrid to lose several games before I really understood what a head coach should do. That night, Lee Tongfan Sheng forcefully took this guest from Madrid, Spain, to his home. Ronaldo, Marcelo, Mata and others all accompanied him. The men drank and howled all night long. During this period of time, the media has never stopped reporting on Sakho. News about teams bidding for this emerging French central defender has repeatedly appeared in the newspapers. Barcelona's £15 million bid for Sakho rejected. Real Madrid's £10 million bid rejected. Inter Milan has made inquiries to Newcastle regarding the transfer of Sakho. AC Milan wants to loan out Sakho, who is frustrated at Newcastle. Chelsea looking for Carvalho's successor. Ferguson interested in bringing Evra's compatriot to Old Trafford. Mamadou Sakho, who is bombarding the coach, seems to have become a hot commodity. Even many teams in the Premier League are interested in the central defender, but no one has actually made an offer of £20 million. At 9 o'clock on a certain day, a French uncle with a well-maintained skin and tender flesh has become an ant on a hot pot, pacing back and forth like a mechanical puppet on a clockwork. Jingle bell. The phone rings. The Frenchman picked it up and took a look and was overjoyed. "Hello, Mr. Dalatana. Regarding Sakho's transfer, I'm sorry, Mr. Lala, we have given enough sincerity, but if you and your players cannot convince Crazy Lee to accept the transfer fee of £15 million, we will have to give up." "Wait, can we? Hey. Quarius Lala wanted to say something else, but the other party hung up the call directly. Before he could finish speaking, Quarius lamented that Barcelona withdrew from the acquisition, which was really huge bad news for him, and Sakho. This must be what the damn Chinese did on purpose. Quarius was furious to death when he heard Madman Lee's arrogant face. He did not expect that the crazy Chinese would adopt such a lose-lose method. However, Quarius would never give in like this, because there are still many clubs interested in Sakho. At this time, the phone kept ringing. "Mr. Lala, we have decided to temporarily stop the acquisition of Mamadou Sakho. Newcastle's price has exceeded the limit we can bear." This is the voice of Valdano, the general manager of Real Madrid. "We are sincere in bringing in Sakho, but we hope you can cooperate with us in putting pressure on Newcastle to lower Sakho's transfer fee to about 12 million. This is the voice of Gilardone, head of Bayern Munich's transfer department. "We have decided to withdraw our interest in acquiring Sakho. It's Seville. Sorry, it's Manchester United. Shit. It's all bullshit. Go to hell." This time, it was Quarius Lala himself. The Frenchman slammed his cell phone against the opposite wall, shattering it to pieces. "This cannot continue like this. We must find another way to put pressure on Crazy Lee. Otherwise, with a transfer fee of 20 million, no club will be willing to work hard to bring in Sakho." On December 15th, the 17th round of the Premier League started. J*** Stadium. Newcastle's away game against Wigan Athletic has begun. The visiting team Newcastle took the lead. Recently, Newcastle has received widespread attention from European football because of its internal player Mamadou Sakho. This 18-year-old French player, he became famous in one fell swoop because of his criticism of coach Crazy Lee. It is said that Crazy Lee has blocked him. Judging from the starting list of this game, as expected, Mamadou Sakho, who had been the team's main centre-back, did not even start. He didn't even make it to the big list. Crazy Lee is indeed an iron commander who manages the army with iron blood. The commentator talked eloquently and expressed emotion. Wigan Athletic, who had the home advantage, gave it a try, while Newcastle did not retreat at all because of the glory of being first in the standings. The two teams played offensive football, and the scene was full of sparks. The game was carried out nervously in an anxious atmosphere. Newcastle not only lost their central defender, but they have also been messed up recently because of the Sakho incident. Now it seems that, although Crazy Lee decisively excluded Sakho from the first team, the morale of the team is not very high. They behind the home team Wigan Athletic in terms of field advantage. Before the commentator finished speaking, a sky-shattering cheer came from the J*** Stadium. Wigan Athletic scored. Goal. The goal was Hugo Rodriguez. The Mexican forward has scored 5 goals for the team this season and is Wigan Athletic's #1 shooter. He received the through ball from his teammate Jordi and used his amazing speed to successfully counter the offside and score a single goal. Looking at this ball, Newcastle's new central defender combination really has a problem. Manziani and Steven Taylor made mistakes in the cooperation. In the 24th minute of the game, the home team Wigan Athletic took the lead, 1-0. Wigan Athletic actually took the lead. This surprised many people. Is Newcastle really affected by the Sakho incident and its combat effectiveness has declined? Many head coaches of Premier League teams felt secretly happy when they saw this scene. And Quarius Lala, who was also paying close attention to this game, was even more ecstatic, rolling back and forth on the sofa in front of the TV excitedly. Great. Without Sakho, the central defender really has no problems. As long as Newcastle, if they lose this game, doesn't it mean that they can't do without Sakho? In this way, he can change from passive to active in the next tug of war. J*** stadium point. After being scored first by the opponent, Newcastle launched a crazy counter-attack. Wigan Athletic, on the other hand, under the command of head coach Jewell, gave up the offensive since the beginning and defended across the board. They wanted to use the iron barrel formation to hold on to a 1-goal advantage and win an epic victory. Although it is extremely difficult to defeat Crazy Lee, it is like a fatal poppy for every head coach, exuding an irresistible temptation. But 75th minute. Ronaldo. Yes. He did a fatal dance in the penalty area. It's incredible. In such a dense crowd, he dribbled continuously, after dribbling a very sudden kick from the foot, that beat Wigan Athletic goalkeeper Cullerane's goal. Goal. Newcastle equalized the score. They did it. There are less than 20 minutes left before the end of the game. Can they score the go-ahead goal and maintain their unbeatable record? The fans at the J** stadium fell into a period of time where seconds seemed like years and their hearts were beating with fear. In the 84th minute, Alan Smith shot a long shot from outside the penalty area, and the football flew off the crossbar and flew out of the bottom line. Wigan Athletic fans screamed in exclamation. In the 88th minute, Owen received a header from Juan Mata's corner kick and missed it by a hair. In the 90th minute, Juan Mata took a free kick near the arc of the penalty area. After a wonderful lark, Newcastle once again missed the goal. The fourth official played the electronic card of injury time. There is only 1 minute of stoppage time. This time Newcastle is really hanging on. They need to score within 60 seconds to continue their unbeaten record, and the 11 players of their opponent Wigan Athletic are almost everyone will be within our restricted area and defend with all last strength. Time flies. Although it was just a draw, Wigan Athletic people were already satisfied. How many wealthy and famous coaches had no choice but to get crazily? Now it seems that they can break this myth. 10, 9, 8, 7. The crowd in the stands was thunderous, and the home team fans were counting down the seconds for their miracle point in front of the TV. Quarius had already opened a glass of fine red wine with a smile on his face, poured himself an ice glass, and waited for the referee to blow the whistle before toasting in celebration. Although Newcastle did not lose the game as he had best imagined, a draw was enough to illustrate the problem. Now that Newcastle cannot win without Sakho, doesn't this just illustrate Sakho's ability and importance? And Crazy Lee's stubbornness prevented the Magpies from winning. This hat, once put on it, was enough for him to drink a pot. Quarius Lala smiled proudly. But soon, he stopped laughing. He rolled his eyes and stared straight at the TV, like a goldfish fished out of the water, with its cheeks puffed out and struggling for death, because something even more incredible happened. At the last second of the game, midfielder Alan Smith scored a groundbreaking direct free kick. Newcastle's direct free kicks are usually taken by Juan Mata or Pastor, but this time they deceived Wigan Athletic. Juan Mata feinted a shot, and Alan Smith closed in following the brute force. The football tore through Wigan Athletic's defense like lightning. 2:1! The Magpies overtook the score. In the last second of the game, Newcastle killed the miracle. J** stadium was counting down loudly just now, but now it is silent. Force. The referee blew the whistle immediately after Alan Smith scored and ended the game. Wigan Athletic goalkeeper Cullerane surprisingly ran to the sidelines and hugged Lee Tongfan. He was thanking Leoli for recruiting him into the national team after coaching the Three Lions and fulfilling his international football dream. Although he did not get the chance to participate in the European Cup, Jacqueline was already very satisfied. The next morning, Rick Botton training base. Quarius showed up in the head coach's office with a smile on his face. Although he had just broken up with Lee Tongfan not long ago and hid behind his back and said a lot of bad things about Leoli to the media. However, for an agent like him, shame is something that has long been lost. Where did it go? As long as there is enough money, he is even willing to kneel down and hug a stray dog and call it his father. Lee, look, I think there should be room for discussion between us about the matter of Sakho. After all, if things get too awkward, it will not be a good thing for both of us. Quarius. tried to make his tone more tactful point. To be honest, he is really afraid of this madman in front of him. This method of mutual loss, on the one hand, marked an absurdly high price, on the other hand, ruthlessly banned Sakho at the cost of ruining the team's record. This move is really too good. Oh. Lee Tongfan looked up at the Frenchman, who was still alive and kicking a few days ago, and asked with a smile, "Mr. Lala, I only have less than 3 minutes to listen to you now, so tell me, is there any room for discussion between us?" Damn it. Aquarius Lala suppressed the anger in his heart and quickly began to organize himself in his brain. If he couldn't convince this madman within 3 minutes, Saka would be finished. Apologize to the brothers again. I'm sorry. Chapter 416 No Regrets. Lee, I know that you will never tolerate Sakho staying in Newcastle. However, you should also know very well that according to the latest value estimate of total market, Sakho's transfer can completely Newcastle brought a transfer fee of £15 million. If you can slightly reduce the previous listing price of the club of £20 million, then I can guarantee that within an hour, Newcastle will easily get £15 million. With this £15 million, based on your vision and attraction to young players, you can definitely find at least 7 or 8 outstanding young players for the Magpies in the winter transfer market. In this way, regardless of whether it is against Salvador, it's a win-win deal for both the company and the club, isn't it? After Aquarius finished speaking, he looked longingly at the guy with a strange smile across his face, feeling anxious. He didn't know if his words could convince the crazy guy in front of him. Lee Tongfan raised his wrist and looked at his watch. "Mr. Lalo, you still have 78 seconds. Aquarius turned green. At this moment, the Frenchman wanted to jump up and use the ashtray on the table to smash the proud face in front of him to pieces. However, the fact is that for money, he must pretend to be a grandson at this moment. Aquarius thought for a moment, and a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed across his brain. He leaned forward, lowered his voice, and said eloquently, "Lee, if you are willing, you will be able to get a huge kickback from Sakho's transfer. Please rest assured, I have dealt with many such things before, and absolutely no one will know." 30 seconds left. The weird smile on Lee Tongfan's face disappeared, and his expression turned cold. This Aquarius took a breath of air. He obviously did not expect that his trump card, which had been used against anyone before, was like a fart in front of Crazy Lee. Instead of convincing the other party, he actually made him cover it up. "Keep your nose in the distance." The Frenchman opened his mouth, but no words came out. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and the guy opposite sat coldly, looking at him like a clown. This expression gave Aquarius a huge pressure, making him trembling and not knowing what to say. Just when Aquarius was about to make his final struggle, "Okay, time's over, Lee." Tongfan raised his wrist with an expressionless expression. "Mr. Aquarius, unfortunately, your reasons did not convince me. Well, in that case, please go and convince those who just a few hours ago vowed to introduce Salvador. Believe me, I definitely mean what I say. As long as someone is willing to pay £20 million for your client, you can leave Newcastle at any time." Aquarius finally couldn't bear it anymore. He was like a wounded and wailing beast. He rushed to the desk with red eyes, puffing white air from his mouth, and roared crazily, "Madman, you madman, Lee." Tongfan stood up without saying a word, and just like last time, he carried Aquarius like a chicken and sent this well-maintained Frenchman out of the office door. Aquarius was like a grass carp being pulled out of the water, struggling desperately. However, although he took good care of his face, his arms and legs really lacked exercise. Although Lee Tongfan was not strong, he hung out with a group of muscular men all day long, and he got very close to him. It's a tragedy for the French. Boom. The door was slammed hard. Standing at the door, Aquarius was still angrily thinking about whether he should roar generously and tragically to express the bad breath in his heart. Anyway, when things got to this point, he no longer wanted to pretend to be a grandson, because it was useless. At this moment, the door opened. The face that made Aquarius furious with anger, with a proud smile, popped out from the crack of the door. The lunatic said jokingly, "Mr. Lala, I guess you must have watched that game yesterday, right? It's useless. To tell you the truth, even if it is because of the lack of your client, Newcastle has been stuck this season. If he loses, I won't use him again. I can tolerate leaving, but I will never condone betrayal. So, I advise you to give up on this. Boom. His head retracted, and the door closed again. Aquarius was so angry that he was shaking all over, as if he was having a strep throat attack, and was about to curse. The door opened again. It was the same head that poked out from the crack in the door. I forgot to mention it just now. I have something to ask you. If we meet again in the future, please don't call me Lee. TSK, TSK, this word coming out of your mouth really makes me feel sick. Bang. The door closed. Aquarius' vision went dark, and the bad breath in his throat almost made him faint. He held the door frame with his hands, and the hot anger in his body was about to burn. No matter what, he must curse today. Aquarius opened his mouth, but no sound came out yet. But at this moment, the door fucking opened again. It was still the same head, still with a playful expression. I guess you must be very angry now, and want to curse at all costs. Right? It doesn't matter, just curse. As long as you curse a word, I will add £1 million to Sakho's transfer listing price. You know, I dare to do this kind of thing. Watching the head shrink back again, Aquarius spit out a mouthful of blood. Gorgeously. He knew that this madman could definitely do it. In that case, it would be a disaster for Sakho and himself. If the current price of £20 million still has clubs that are interested in Sakho, then as long as it exceeds 20 million, Sakho will definitely become a little grass that no one cares about in an instant. It seems that he still has to pretend to be a grandson. December 20th. The curtain of the 18th round of the Premier League opened. Newcastle played against the newly promoted West Bromwich Albion at home in St James's. The game has started. This is Newcastle's first game in the Devils' Christmas schedule this season. The opponent West Bromwich Albion is not strong. Just like the last game against Wigan Athletic, the French defender Mamadou Sakho, who is in the transfer rumour, still did not appear in the game list. The person who replaced him is still the young player Michel Manzini. However, this young player seems to be always impatient. It was because of his mistake in the last game that Wigan Athletic's Mexican striker Hugo Rodallega seized the opportunity and scored a goal, and that goal almost ruined Newcastle's winning streak. In the hotel. Aquarius, who was at a loss, still watched the game carefully. In the last match against Wigan Athletic, that damn madman had a burst of bad luck at the last moment and won a victory. And this time, Aquarius hoped that Newcastle would lose 100-0, and it was all because of the mistake of the kid who replaced Sakho. But soon, the vicious Frenchman fell into deep despair. Manziani, it's Manziani. He withstood the pressure. In the 8th minute of the game, the young player overpowered the opponent's central defender and headed the ball, sending Juan Mata's corner kick into the goal of West Bromwich. Until the end of the game, Aquarius did not wait for the ending he hoped for. Although Newcastle's performance at home was average, in the end they still relied on Manziani's goal to win. The opponent 1-0, and Manziani also had 2 key goal line rescues in the game. Aquarius lamented again and again. It was as if the heavens were against the French central defender. The better Sakho's competitors performed, the more it meant that Aquarius had no initiative in this transfer tug-of-war. Aquarius fell into regret and despair. If he had known this, why did he do it in the first place? At this moment, in a villa in Newcastle, the person involved, Mamadou Sakho, was also in deep conflict. He also watched the game that just ended. Watching the TV screen, the teammates who fought side by side in the past followed the black figure to win the victory amid the cheers of the St. James's fanatical fans. The feeling was so familiar, yet so strange. At this moment, Sakho thought of 6 months ago in a trance, when the man appeared in front of him, smiling and saying, "You will become a great player, come with me to welcome your own era." At that time, I was so excited, and all I longed for was happy football and the cheers of the crowds after the victory. At that time, I was so grateful to that man, that I even secretly vowed in my heart to follow him forever, and welcome the greatest era with him. But now, why, just 6 months later, things have become like this. Should I apologize to him and beg for his forgiveness? Sakho shook his head suddenly, and he remembered everything that his agent Quarius had promised him. Your ability deserves a higher weekly salary, and a mere 20,000 euros is an insult to you. Let me negotiate with Madmanly. Don't worry, Mamadou, I will win a big contract for you. Damn, that guy is a lunatic. Mamadou, I suggest you transfer. Real Madrid and Barcelona are very willing to introduce you. Think about it, joining the world's greatest giants at the age of 18. What a great thing it is. Mamadou, I have done everything I can. Now, it's your turn to show for your future. Do what I say, and attack that lunatic. I have already made an appointment with the reporter of the Sun for you. Damn, that guy is really a lunatic. We must not show weakness. The negotiations failed. But it doesn't matter, Mamadou. Believe me, I will definitely bring you to a great club. At this time, you must cooperate with me. Don't have any psychological burden. You are just working hard for your own future. This is the world. For yourself. No one is sorry. The words that the agent Quarius Roca once said came to Sarko's mind. The French boy clenched his hands tightly. Yes, no one in this world is sorry for anyone. But you must be worthy of yourself. I don't regret it. First update point thanks to Danglin 2010. I love 888. I love smoking and drinking. Shianshan Jiangao. Bookworm Zhang. Soul Disperser. Hard to register. Other brothers for their awards. Chapter 417. Time to leave. The fuss about Mamadou Sakho has been going on point after the young central defender completely broke up with the Magpies. He kept telling the media about his misfortune and accusingly the cruelty of Newcastle like the French version of Xianglin Sao. However, after being stopped by angry fans on the street and knocked out his front teeth last time in order to prevent another crazy fan from beating him up, the French teenager obviously learned his lesson and hired 7 or 8 bodyguards under the arrangement of his agent. For several days, he stayed in his luxury villa without coming out, and those wealthy clubs who originally claimed to be interested in Mamadou Sakho retreated under the high listing price of £20 million. That Newcastle refused to give an inch, and did not have the courage to make another offer to Newcastle. Everyone understood that Lee was using tough means to declare his existence, taking the unlucky guy who dared to betray him as a warning. There may be a point to kill the chicken to scare the monkey before the winter transfer period really comes. Taking Sakho as an example will obviously give some deterrence to other young players in the first team who have unrealistic aspirations. Sure enough, after strongly banning Sakho, the large-scale renewal of the first team led by dog-headed military advisor and Newcastle transfer department director Tarosi Tang has made a breakthrough. This renewal work is mainly aimed at young players, therefore, Michael Owen, Ronaldo, Fernando Gago and Podolski, who are already enjoying high salaries, are not included in the plan. Marcelo, Pastor, Manziani, Hugo Lloris, Nicolas Gigi and others have all received renewal notices from the club. It's not that no one is playing tricks. Originally, Pastor's somewhat greedy agent father wanted to delay the contract renewal for a while so as to bargain or borrow the goodwill of other clubs to win a super big contract for his son, but after the club's brutal ban on Sakho, old Javier was scared and rushed to be the first to sign a new contract with Newcastle. The most active one was Gareth Bale's father Rogers. The middle-aged uncle patted his chest and said, "Lee, you are my son's benefactor. I believe you will find a path that suits Bale best. It seems that before Christmas, Lee Tongfan's plan will be perfectly realized. Soon, every player in the plan signed the contract obediently. Pastor earns £35,000 a week. Marcelo earns £40,000. Gareth Bale earns £35,000. Sami Khedira earns £30,000. Moussa Sissoko earns £20,000. Hugo Lloris earns £40,000. Manziani earns £25,000. Such a salary structure is lower than the average among the 20 Premier League teams and is completely affordable for Newcastle. Moreover, if the team can win several important championships as planned at the beginning of the season after the end of the season, then it should not be a problem to achieve a small surplus in the 08-09 season. However, Laoli's crazy methods can scare his players, but they can't stop the Giants, who are drooling over the young boys of the Magpies as the opening time of the winter transfer market approaches day by day. More and more news about player transfers are flying all over the portals and newspapers of the football media in the 5 major leagues. Among them, Newcastle's players, whose value has risen sharply due to their crazy performance in the first half of the season, are naturally the most popular among the major giants. Sakho is not just a special one. Marcelo, Pastor, Khedira, the Eastern European duo, Tsar, and Eastern European Ronaldinho, etc., naturally attracted many bees and butterflies. The Times. Ashley Cole's injury and absence made the Blues' road to the championship difficult. In order to fill the vacancy in the left-back position, the Dutch interim coach Hiddink recommended his favorite student in the national team, Yuri Zirkov, to the boss Abramovich. News of the World. Professor Wenger is very interested in the Russian Tsar Arshavin. Arshavin played in the previous Newcastle vs. Arsenal game. Wenger has long been fascinated by his wonderful performance. After Walcott and Bendtner were injured, Arsenal now urgently needs to introduce a forward player with super scoring ability, and the Russian, who was not an absolute main player in Newcastle, is obviously a very suitable choice. Sunday. David Thornton's rapid growth in St. James has made the Italian giants Inter Milan regret letting this supernova go at the beginning of the season. Now, both Moratti and the madman Mourinho hope to bring Thornton back to the San Siro Stadium after the winter transfer market opens. Gazzetta dello Sport. Galliani admitted that they are very interested in Newcastle rookie Nicolas Gigi. Milan's general manager believes that Gigi's elegant aristocratic temperament is very suitable for Milan. He has the potential to become the next Inzaghi. Reporter analysis. This is not the real reason why Milan is interested in Gigi. With Shevchenko on loan unable to show his former strength, and Barilla still unable to integrate into the team, Milan's striker only relies on Pato, and Inzaghi are obviously unreliable. But Berlusco's financial austerity makes it difficult for Milan to come up with large transfer fees during the winter transfer period. As a result, Milan can only focus on signings who are low priced but capable. Among the young players or veterans, he has been participating in games as a substitute in Newcastle, but Gigi, who has good scoring ability, is obviously a very suitable target, and he is still very young. Asian newspaper, Marca, World. Sports news. At this time of year, the news in newspapers about player transfers and signings of major giants is like flying catkins in April in the south of the Yangtze River, flying all over the sky, confusing people's eyes, and no one can tell whether it is true or false. For players, every time the transfer window opens, it is an opportunity point. Those who are frustrated can try their luck with another player. The star of a small team can find a way to climb up the ladder and enter a wealthy club to show off his strength. Guys who are dissatisfied with the low salary can get better treatment by changing jobs and hang out at the lower level. If the league is somewhat prestigious, you can jump to a higher level mainstream league. This is a season of flying desires. In late December, almost all the other 5 major leagues have entered the winter break. Instead of having a winter break, the Premier League has ushered in a difficult schedule with more intensive games. Devil's Christmas schedule. During this period, various competitions such as the English League Cup, FA Cup, and League One came one after another, and almost every Premier League team faced a situation of double matches a week. Team morale, rotation, bench depth, injuries, almost all of the above factors that determine a team's record are likely to explode during this period. Therefore, a team's record in the Devil's Christmas schedule will almost largely determine their league finish at the end of the season. Ranking. The real test is coming, however, for Newcastle. The schedule is relatively lucky point. Although the Magpies will play 5 games around December 25th, the opponents are not very strong and are almost exclusively mid to lower tier teams in the Premier League. December 23rd. Newcastle faced Middlesbrough at home in the 5th round of the League Cup. In the end, relying on Nicolas Gigi's brace, after coming off the bench in the second half, they defeated the opponent 2-0 and advanced to the quarter-finals of the League Cup. On December 24th, the day before Christmas, the 19th round of the Premier League resumed. Newcastle's opponent is a super-hated Golden Dollar Legion Manchester City. In St. James. This mercenary with a large number of powerful stars caused a lot of trouble for the Magpies. Newcastle took the lead 3 times, but was equalized 3 times. In the end, they relied on Argentine veteran Hernan Crespo to grab the point. Kill. Newcastle narrowly escaped with 4:3 on December 27th. Newcastle ushered in their first FA Cup match of the season, sweeping Nottingham Forest 3:0 away on December 30th. In the 20th round of the Premier League, the Magpies challenged Fulham away from home. With the goals of Ronaldo and Michael Owen, Newcastle won 2:0. After this game, the Magpies' devilish Christmas schedule finally came to an end. Among all the teams in the Premier League, Newcastle, Manchester United, Liverpool and Arsenal have all maintained unbeatable victories in the league. For the Premier League, this is an era heading towards glory in less than 32 hours. The door to the winter transfer market is about to open. Mamadou Sakho, who was blocked by Lee Tongfan, still has not found a club willing to pay him £2,000. However, Lee Tongfan has already signed for France. Be prepared for people to leave. Go back in time 1 week. Milan City, Italy. San Siro Stadium. AC Milan, the Rossoneri, plays at home against Lazio, the last league opponent before the winter break. Methuselah. He broke through a Betis goal with 1 kick. 1:0! AC Milan, playing at home, fell behind. Milan's backline made a serious mistake. Who was it? Oh, God, it's Senderos again. The Swiss made his 10th league appearance this season, but made a mistake for the 11th time. And so why would he send this glass man with a big calendar on the scene? Ouch, ouch, ooh, God. Senderos made another mistake. He accidentally knocked Ledesma's shot into his team's goal. 2:0! This is really unbelievable. AC is playing at home. Milan is actually 2 goals behind. At the 70th minute of the game, AC Milan was still 2 goals behind. If they lose the last game before the winter break, they will fall out of the top 4 in the standings. If they want to win the championship, there is only a theoretical possibility left. Ancelotti replaced Andrei Shevchenko at this time, but this former hero of Milan City, after returning from a loan this season, played a total of 15 times as a starter and as a substitute in the first half of the season. He had no goals and no assists. He completely lost his former power. Could it be that Ancelo is counting on him to save the team? Good opportunity. Kaká's through ball, 1-on-1. Shevchenko. How is it possible? This is incredible. This is incredible. He actually shot the football into the 3rd level stands behind the goal. This was a one-shot goal. The game is over. AC Milan lost to Lazio 2:1. Kaká assisted Inzaghi and scored a face-saving goal for the Rossoneri. But Shevchenko, who came on as a substitute, wasted at least 3 excellent goals. If you have the opportunity, listen to the roar in the San Siro stands. Milan fans will use the most violent words to curse the heroes of the past. The song ends and everyone disperses. The noisy stadium was a stage play of joys and sorrows. After 90 minutes of liveliness, it was deserted, and the eternal tranquility was restored. Shevchenko returned to his home in Milan. His wife and children have stayed in the UK, and he is now alone. Apart from the luxurious furniture, the huge house is filled with loneliness and darkness. The game just now was still slowly replaying in his brain. Shevchenko was tired and leaned weakly on the back of the sofa. He knew that his glory at San Siro was completely over and would never be restored. 6 months ago, he originally thought that he could find his form in his hometown. He was still hoping that the fans of Milan City could forgive him for his betrayal, just like a child who made mistakes, looking forward to the forgiveness of his parents. However, the cruel facts have proved that these expectations are impossible to realize. The Shiva of this era has said goodbye to the Shiva of that era forever. The 6 months that have just ended have made the former hero understand that the forgiveness he expected has become an impossible luxury. Here, he has been marginalized and is no longer the main force of the team. He must sit on the bench and wait for opportunities. He can only get them when Pato, Ronaldinho, or even Bucero are tired. Only a few dozen minutes of playing opportunities. More often than not, he could only sit on the bench after 90 minutes, watching the game end, while his former teammates celebrated on the court. The celebration scene was so familiar, but he was no longer among the happy figures. The applause at San Siro will no longer ring for him, and the fans in Milan will not rush to wear the number 7 shirt as before. For those fans who were extremely fanatical in the past, now, Andrei Shevchenko, the name Ken, is more like a symbol of the changes of the times. The fireworks are brilliant, but they can't last after all. Maybe it's time to leave, but where to go? Chelsea, that place where boos were louder than San Siro. That place where the last glimmer of career was ruined. That place where one could only feel cold and helpless. Would that place still have its own place, or go back to the original place where the dream began? Dynamo Kip. However, Nuclear Warhead is really unwilling to leave the mainstream European leagues so early. At this time, the phone suddenly rang. Jingle bell. In this empty and dark room, the sudden ringtone made Shevchenko frightened. He picked up the phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. 4,000 words. Second update point: there is bad news. Ziodeo's father is not in good health. I think I have to go home. In order to ensure updates, I will buy an internet card tomorrow so that I can update in time when I get home. The minimum limit is 6,000 words per day, and the more codes, the more posts. Brothers, please understand. I originally had to work hard in the last month, but God's plan is not as good as mine. Chapter 418. Trembling at your feet. The night is already very deep. When Shevchenko came to a coffee shop near his villa with doubts, he saw the person who called him more than 10 minutes ago, a person who before this, he had almost never dreamed of being in this kind of place. The person who meets you on the occasion, God on the sidelines of football, crazily. In fact, Shevchenko had met this Chinese man many times before. But at that time, he were still life and death opponents on the green field. That madman Lee was just coming out and was highly questioned. At that time, Shiva was still wearing the halo of the world's top superstar and fighting for himself at Stamford Bridge. Strive for new glory. Destiny is so wonderful. Today, 2 years later, when the two men who had never crossed paths in the past met again, the Chinese who was just a fledgling in the past had established his own iron-blooded rule in the entire Europa, making the entire European football world. When hearing the 3 words crazily, everyone trembled and admired, but Shevchenko has fallen from the altar. Just like the cold wind blowing in autumn, the leaves falling from the branches are floating and naked. Time is a ruthless carving knife, making the red and black of the past unparalleled. The swordsman's steps have become staggering. It seems that only withering and getting old is the best destination for the former invincible nuclear warhead. At this moment, Li Tongfan's face was full of smiles. The sultry man is very happy. Since Shevchenko appears here, it means that his purpose of sneaking into Milan this time is almost half achieved, and Shevchenko frowned. Crazily walked towards him with a smile on his face. The feeling that smile gave him warmth. This feeling was something he had seen in Alberto Zaccheroni when he arrived at the San Siro Stadium from Dinamo Campo in 1999. Andre, I'm glad you came. I think it's an honor, Lee. Tongfan took the initiative to extend his hand. This attitude made Shevchenko let go of his grudge. At least the successful man in front of him did not come to meet him with a pity attitude. In fact, he could feel such an inexplicable admiration from the man who conquered Europa. Andre, let's make a long story short. I think you should have guessed the reason for this meeting. What I want to say is that you are right. I'm now officially extending an invitation. I hope you can join Newcastle, my team. I need you very much now. This is an invitation from Crazy Lee. On this planet, I don't know how many players have died waiting for this invitation. However, Shevchenko did not act like many young players, who acted excited and fanatical when hearing Crazy Lee say these words. After experiencing great glory and homeless wandering, the 31-year-old man began to become mature and rational. Mr. Rice. Mr. Rice Bucket. Shevchenko sat on a chair, stirring the coffee in front of him. A faint mist floated out of the cup, and a bitter but sweet smell enveloped the Ukrainian man. He was silent, and then raised his head. I'm sorry, I don't know if it's appropriate to call you that. With all due respect, I really want to know why you chose me. I believe that with your current prestige in football, as long as you raise your arms for a while, I don't know what will happen. How many players are crazy about you? They are younger than me and more ambitious than me, Lee. Tongfan had long known that Shevchenko would ask this question. The sultry man smiled slightly and did not answer directly. Instead, he opened a laptop on the table, turned the LCD screen over, and pointed it at the nuclear warhead. I have watched this video more than 10 times before you came. I think you must be very interested. After reading this, you will understand. As Shevchenko looked on with some astonishment, the video began to play. What hits you is a piece of exciting music, and the voice of the dubbing commentary is deep and passionate, and begins to tell a perfect myth. In 1999, Shevchenko, who was less than 23 years old, put on a red and black sword-striped jersey, with a 5-year contract for $24 million. In just one season, the Ukrainian teenager proved that he was absolutely worth the money. As a foreign aid, in his first season in Serie A, he won the league's golden boot with 24 goals. This is a miracle that no one can match in the century-old history of Serie A. With a keen sense of smell, excellent skills, lightning speed, and a high-precision free kick, he alone can complete an attack. Just like a nuclear bomb, the lethality of one is enough to defeat any enemy. Shevchenko is the nuclear warhead on the football field. In the 2002-2003 season, Shevchenko entered the glorious period of his career. In the derby battle of the Champions League semi-finals, he used his dreamlike dance steps to score the key to helping Milan advance to the final. Goal. In the dream theater of the final, Shiva was the last to appear in the penalty shootout. His calm shooting helped Milan stand on top of Europe for the 6th time. The nuclear warhead, who has always been strong, also shed excited heroic tears at this time. The images on the video keep flashing and rotating, those moments that were so far away that even Shevchenko himself might have forgotten, once again clearly appeared before his eyes. Looking at the young self on the screen, passing through the court like a strong wind, passing and shooting at will, and then raising his arms to accept the cheers of the fans. His teammates surrounded him, and the entire stadium was cheering for him. At that time, he is the center of the entire San Siro. Time passed quietly, and Shevchenko fell into silence. Before you know it, the coffee in the cup has cooled down, and this 20-minute video has come to an end. The private room suddenly fell silent. After a while, Shevchenko woke up from the silence. After realizing his rudeness, he raised his head and smiled at Lee Tongfan. Sorry, it doesn't matter, Andre. I hope you can seriously consider my invitation. From the way you watched this video just now, I see unwillingness and ambition, but whether it is in Milan or London, they will never do it again. Give you a chance, and what you need most, only I can give you. Believe me, in Newcastle, I can bring you back to the top. I can let you score goals as you like before. I can make those the fans who booed you will kneel down and cheer for you again. The most important thing is that I can make Chelsea, AC Milan and Liverpool tremble under your feet. As Lee Tongfan spoke, he carefully observed the expression of the Ukrainian nuclear warhead. Sure enough, when he said the last sentence, Shevchenko's eyes lit up. AC Milan, Liverpool, exclamation mark. Chelsea. These three teams that played different roles in Shevchenko's life have all brought Shevchenko a regret that seems to be forever irreparable, just like three paragraphs that have long been engraved on the Sansheng stone. Ni Yuan, his glory, his shame, his loss, are all related to these three teams. Mr. Rice-Tong, I need some time to think about it. Shevchenko stood up, turned and left. Looking at the Ukrainians leaving, a proud smile appeared on Lee Tongfan's face. Hey, it's done, Tang. Get ready to discuss the specific matters of Shevchenko's transfer with Milan and Chelsea. Lee Tongfan turned to doghead strategist Tolosi Tang and said, I bet that he will definitely choose to join Newcastle. Never doubt the fighting spirit and ambition of a superstar, even if he is in his 30s. Tolosi Tang nodded and expressed his understanding. He suddenly thought of a question and hesitated. Lee, there should be no problem with Chelsea, but there will be a bigger problem with AC Milan. Their forward strength is already very weak. Inzaghi in the case of injury, Shevchenko may not agree to end Shevchenko's loan contract early. Lee Tongfan sat down with a proud smile on his face, sipping the coffee carefully, as if he was deeply intoxicated. It doesn't matter, isn't Galliani interested in Gigi? Leave it to him. Wah, what? Tolosi Tang was shocked. Lee, are you kidding me? Selling Gigi to Macmillan. Others didn't know it, but Tangju knew it clearly. Putting aside Gigi's own ability and his position in Newcastle, Tangju simply couldn't believe it, just by looking at the deep relationship between Lee Tongfan and that little mixed race rice bucket. I believe this sentence actually came from Lee Tongfan's mouth. Sell? Who said we want to sell Gigi? Lee. Tongfan glanced at Tang strangely, and then said slowly, didn't Galliani say that Gigi is Inzaghi's second? Just loan Gigi to Milan for half a season. I really hope that Gigi can learn Inzaghi's unparalleled sense of smell. If so, we will make a lot of money. But, will Milan agree to trade Gigi for Shevchenko? Tang was a little confused. You know that Gigi has not proven himself in Syria. Yes, definitely, Lee. Tongfan is full of confidence. Think about it. During the loan period, they have to pay Shevchenko a weekly salary of £60,000. But if it were replaced by Gigi, it would only cost £10,000. Moreover, Gigi has scored 10 goals this season. Scored goals, and Shevchenko didn't score a single goal. If Galliani wasn't a fool, he would definitely do this. What about you? Lee, you are not a fool, but why would you trade a striker who has scored 10 goals for a veteran who has not scored a single goal? Lee. Tongfan glanced at Tang with contempt. Of course I did this, because I was confident that I could find his lost launcher for the Ukrainian nuclear warhead. What else did Tang want to ask? Another person came. Felipe Senderos. First update. Second update at 10 o'clock. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 419, a phone call and 2 faxes. Senderos. This 190 centimeters tall man was like a giant moving white wall. After knocking on the door, he politely lowered his head and entered the box. Behind him was a middle-aged man in a suit and leather tie. This middle-aged man with grey hair had shining eyes and a shrewd air about him. It looked like he was probably his agent. Lee Tongfan straightened up his expression in an instant, and then started his second act of abduction on this night in Milan with dignity. However, compared with his previous treatment of Shevchenko, Leoli's attitude towards Senderos was not so enthusiastic. The conversation was mainly between Lee Tongfan and Senderos agent Shakman. Shakman, who has turned 50 in recent years, is indeed a very shrewd man, and it seems that Senderos trusts him. The advantages that the more savvy a person is, the easier it is to discern the situation and to speak more easily. This conversation was much smoother than with Shevchenko, and the two sides almost hit it off. It turns out that Senderos's difficult situation in Milan has made this shrewd agent already planning the return of the Swiss central defender to the Premier League. Therefore, Lee Tongfan's invitation is simply a long-awaited opportunity for Senderos. Sweet rain. I'm very optimistic about Felipe, but the premise is that he must join Newcastle during this winter break. If you can convince Macmillan to release him in January, then I will make an offer to Arsenal soon. This was the condition Lee Tongfan offered to Senderos and his agent. Shakman pushed up the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose and looked very confident. Don't worry, crazy Mr. Lee, I will take care of this matter, but I hope you can keep your promise today. That's natural. In the dark night, Leoli got on the return flight. It took Lee Tongfan 4 hours in total from appearing in Milan to finally getting on the plane back to England. Among them, 120 minutes was spent abducting Shevchenko and Senderos, and the other 120 minutes was spent on the way to and from the airport in Milan, the world-famous fashion capital. Lee Tongfan didn't have the slightest nostalgia. His only consumption was a cup of black mocha coffee for €29. And this is what Delosi Don admires about Crazy Lee. To outsiders, this Chinese man has already achieved success and fame. It seems that anything he needs to do is just open his mouth and stretch his hands. But it is hard to imagine that, even though Madman Lee has reached today's heights, he has been living a good life. a life of extreme self-discipline. As many media said, he seems to be a person born for football. In the past 2 years, he has devoted 1 year and 360 days to his career. It seems that except football, nothing can attract his attention. Chelsea Tang, who has been following Crazy Lee, understands Lee Tongfan better than anyone else, and admires Lee Tongfan more than anyone else. However, Chelsea Tang will never know that the reason why the sultry man he admires is so diligent, so self-disciplined, and so hands-on is just because he is afraid of death. Lee Tongfan burst into tears. He just wanted to survive under the insidious FM system, that's all. December 31st. Point after Christmas, the Premier League has a short break of about a week. Point at this time, every team in the 5 major leagues has invested most of their energy in the upcoming winter transfer market. On the one hand, they must guard against thieves to prevent their core players from being poached. On the other hand, they must re-examine their team lineups, check for leaks and fill vacancies, and poach other people's core players to prepare for the more cruel attacks to come. Half a season to prepare. Lee Tongfan received 2 faxes and a phone call in the last 14 hours before January 1st. The call was from Shevchenko. Lee, I'm willing to join Newcastle, and I'm also willing to accept a salary cut in terms of annual salary. I just hope that you can let me play as hard as I did when I was young, even if it is only for half a season. This is the answer to Ukrainian nuclear warheads. Next, everything is easy to handle. After getting Shevchenko himself, this transfer will be easy for Newcastle to operate. AC Milan is coveting the half-blood prince, while Chelsea and Newcastle have maintained a good cooperative relationship in the past 2 seasons, and Lee Tongfan and Abramovich also have a good personal relationship. However, the 2 faxes outside the phone call made Lee Tongfan fall into deep thought. The first fax came from Chelsea. The Blues wanted to buy Eastern European Ronaldinho, Yuri Zirkov for £18 million. The second fax came from Arsenal. Professor Arsene Wenger wanted to buy Andrei Arshavin for £12 million. It seems that the previous media reports are not groundless. As for Chelsea, since the team's main left back Ashley Cole was injured and absent for more than a month, it is inevitable for Chelsea to buy a right back due to Zirkov's amazing performance in Newcastle's league match against Chelsea in the first half of the season. Not only did he impress the Blues owner Abramovich, who likes to collect domestic stars, but also the current interim coach of the Blues, the Dutch Hiddink. Zirkov, the proud pupil of the Russian national team, is even more highly praised. Chelsea's offer of Eastern European Ronaldinho is reasonable. On the contrary, Arsenal's move to acquire Arshavin really surprised Leoli. Professor Wenger's recruitment strategy has always been to only look at young players, and in recent years there have been very few signings worth more than £10 million. Why did he suddenly become interested in Arshavin, a 27-year-old backquote veteran? Thinking about Arshavin's outstanding performance in the peak battle between Newcastle and Arsenal not long ago, coupled with the media reports of Walcott and Bendner's injury time, Leoli slowly got some ideas. In fact, what Lee Tongfan didn't know was that Wenger had been paying attention to Arshavin for a long time. Last season, when the Tsar led Zenit St. Petersburg to defeat Bayern and other powerful players to win the UEFA Cup Championship, Arsenal scouts paid close attention to Arshavin. It's just that the professor didn't expect Crazy Lee to make such a quick move at the time. Before Arsenal could make an offer, he was taken to St. James. However, Lee Tongfan didn't need to understand the reason. He is now thinking carefully to see if these 2 offers can bring any benefits to Newcastle. Zirkov's current position at Newcastle is not very stable. Due to the self-recommendation of Gareth Bale at the end of the summer transfer period, Leoli's original plan was broken. Now the Magpies have 3 left backs. Players such a configuration is definitely a shameful luxury for a team like Newcastle that does not have strong financial resources. Moreover, if the starting arrangement is not handled well, it can easily cause conflicts among the players. Lee Tongfan thought clearly about the key and came to the conclusion almost immediately: Zirkov can be sold. Among the 3 left backs, Zirkov is the oldest. Compared with Marcelo and Bale, his potential ability is also the lowest. Since Chelsea is interested, they can negotiate the price. Moreover, the transfer of Eastern European Ronaldinho can also bring a large amount of income to the team, which is a large amount of income for the financially strapped Magpies. Suddenly, an interesting idea jumped into Leoli's mind point. Since I want to introduce Shevchenko, but Chelsea is interested in Zirkov, why not simply exchange players? Of course. According to the current price comparison between the two, Chelsea must add some cash in addition to Shevchenko, which is only fair. This is it. That's it. So what next? What about Arshavin? Unlike Eastern European Ronaldinho, Zirkov, Arshavin's status and role in Newcastle is much more important than the former, because apart from Zar, the only players who can play on the wing are Juan Mata and Lou Podolski for 2. In addition, although Marcelo can occasionally play as a wing midfielder, after half a season of experimentation, Lee Tongfan's positioning of the Brazilian finally returned to the wing. He hopes that the Brazilian can play with Gareth. Together with Bell, he will guard the left wing for St. James. It seems that Arshavin will stay in Newcastle for at least half a season. On January 1st, 2009, a new year begins. The European football transfer market opened on time. Originally, people thought that, after experiencing the madness in the summer of 2008, the winter transfer period would be a little calmer, but it turns out that from the first day in 2009, it became extremely crazy. The Red Army Liverpool has launched the first shot of the Premier League winter transfer. However, this first place may be a nightmare that will never go away for Coach Benitez, because 6 months ago he introduced Anfield's Irish striker Robbie Keane in a high-profile manner, but he was eventually replaced by Anfield. He ruthlessly returned the goods himself, from 20.3 million to 10 million. It took the Irish only 6 months to net £10 million for White Hart Lane. Through this deal, Benitez made Liverpool and himself the biggest joke in the Premier League transfer market in the 2008-09 season, bar none. Immediately afterwards, exciting transfer news came one after another. The Red Devils introduced Serbian twin stars Tarzic and Rakic for 16 million. Chelsea loaned Serie A's biggest parallel import Quaresma. Chelsea winger Bridge transfers to Manchester City for £9 million. Bad boy Pennant bids farewell to Anfield and joins Portsmouth. Arsenal offers Magpie Tsar Andriy Arshavin. Portsmouth midfielder Lars Diarra joins Real Madrid for €19.15 million. Bellamy joins Manchester City for €14 million. Among all the news, Lars Diarra's joining Real Madrid surprised the media the most. No one thought that this player, who could not play the main role at Chelsea and Arsenal, would only join Portsmouth for half a year. He won the favor of Galaxy Battleship in just 1 season. At this time, a reporter dug up an old account from 6 months ago. People discovered that Crazy Lee had also been attracted to the Frenchman 6 months ago, but he gave up because Wenger refused to sell him to rival Newcastle. Crazy Lee's ability to discover and identify young players has once again been verified by Facts Times. Editor David Samaher expressed emotion in his column. Point: of course, much of the media's focus is on Newcastle. Point: people want to know what kind of surprises Crazy Lee, who discovered David Thornton and Pastore in the transfer market in the summer of 2008, will bring a large number of supernovas this winter. Second update. Point: Xiaodao worked hard to code the third update. If there is no update at 11 o'clock, then brothers, don't wait. There will definitely be a third update tomorrow. Point: in addition, when the editor was approaching 1.5 million words, the third alliance leader finally appeared. Boss, you are so awesome. This is kidding. What Xiaodao really wants to say is, thank you. Thank you to every brother and sister who has been silently subscribing and giving rewards. Finally, after being threatened by 2 extremely vicious guys, I kindly recommend 3 books. First, Pride Never Dies is a basketball competition. The old author has a new vest. The writing style is lascivious, and it is very funny. Point: second, Super Porn Machine, an urban book. A new book by the author of Rebirth of the Dream Shooter. Point: third, Super Boss Fenner's new book Air Dominance is a database basketball competition. Chapter 420. The nuclear warhead arrives. Newcastle has indeed brought surprises to European football. On the afternoon of January 1st, 3 clubs, Newcastle, AC Milan and Chelsea simultaneously announced a three-way transfer that could shock the world. The club has decided to terminate the loan contract with Ukrainian forward Andriy Shevchenko, and we thank him for his contribution to the team before this. Newcastle player Nicolas Gigi joined the club on loan. The loan contract will last until the end of this season. The loan fee is €1 million. The club will pay 100% of Gigi's weekly salary. This is the announcement from the official website of AC Milan. Russian international Yuri Zhirkov joined the club for £13 million and the ownership of Ukrainian striker Andriy Shevchenko, and the club firmly believes that Zhirkov is the type of player who can give the ball. He is a person who has brought changes to the team, and also thanks Shevchenko for his contribution to the team in the past 2 years, and wishes him better development in the new environment. This is the official website announcement of Chelsea Club. Today, we will welcome a great striker who will bring revolutionary changes to the team. Andriy Shevchenko, the greatest striker in the history of Ukrainian football, joins Newcastle. This is the official website announcement of Newcastle Club. Shevchenko is about to join Newcastle. As soon as this news came out, it immediately shocked the whole of Europe. Judging from the entire process of this transfer, it is obvious that Newcastle has dominated from beginning to end, being able to complete a complex transaction involving three giants in such a short period of time. People have to once again marvel at Crazy Lee's efficiency, but before that, almost no one could have imagined that Crazy Lee's first signing target this winter was actually Ukrainian forward Shevchenko. If it were 2 years ago, such a transfer would be destined to become the envy of everyone in the major wealthy clubs. At that time, Shevchenko still had the peerless destructive power of a nuclear warhead, and he was omnipotent wherever he went. At that time, there wasn't a club on the planet that didn't want to have a striker like him. But now, times have changed long ago. The 2 years at Stamford Bridge proved to be a failed journey, and after returning to his old club AC Milan, he also maintained the same downward arc of gravity acceleration. Obviously, in just 720 days, the Ukrainian nuclear warhead that everyone was chasing in the past has turned into nuclear waste, which is extremely regrettable. After already having Irving, Ronaldo, and Crespo, Crazy Lee actually introduced Shevchenko 2 or 3 years ago. This kind of risk allocation could definitely be called the best in the world. It is absolutely dreamy, a top-notch leadoop. But now, I have to question Crazy Lee's recruitment strategy. Does he want Newcastle to become another nursing home in European football? BBC TV chief football commentator and staunch Lee Hay, Mike Donald spoke with a sarcastic face in a TV interview program. The Ukrainian's experience at Stamford Bridge has long proved that he is not suitable for the Premier League. The three-way deal that Madman Lee worked so hard to complete only brought a high-paying bench to the team. In European football, there are many people who hold the same view as Mike Donald. Almost none of the well-known media such as Germany's Kicker and Bild, France's Team, Spain's AS, Marca and World Deportivo are optimistic about Shevchenko's career transfer. The biggest parallel importer in Premier League history joins Newcastle. Shevchenko and Newcastle, an elusive transfer union. The Ukrainians' parallel import journey to the Premier League. The next stop, St. James. Crazy Lee's fan plot broke out again, sacrificing the team's interests for a parallel import. Ukraine's nuclear waste has a new owner. Some are happy and some are sad. Shevchenko, is it the beginning of a nightmare, or the rise of another Michael Owen? Crazy Lee's crazy actions, all his efforts for a useless person this time. Even Paul Coentrand, editor-in-chief of England's Observer, who had always been on Lee Tongfan's side, was worried about his tone and wording when commenting on Shevchenko's transfer. The transfer of Yuri Zhirkov does not worry Newcastle fans, because at St. James, they also have two younger great guys in Marcelo and Gareth Bale. The departure of the Russian brought £13 million to St. James. You must know that 6 months ago his worth was only $5 million. From this aspect, Crazy Lee once again made a deal that made all clubs' chairmen do function smart business. But Shevchenko, I'm sorry, I don't think he can return to his peak form in Newcastle. You have to know that the Ukrainian is almost 32 years old this year. It Seems that the observer's view represents the general view of the British media. In the opinion of many people, the introduction of Shevchenko should be crazily strategic decision in building the Newcastle brand, rather than taking into account the Ukrainians' competitive value. After all, although the competitive value has been declining, Shevchenko is in Europe. The influence of football cannot be ignored. An old star who has expired is eager to find his last stop in the 5 major leagues, while a new force trying to rise wants to establish its influence around the world. The two hit it off right away, and things seemed so simple. That's all. Of course, it is not all doubts. There are also a few people who are optimistic about Shevchenko's transfer. Former Newcastle legendary star David Chilano, a handsome Frenchman who has now become the owner of a winery, was asked by reporters what he thought of the transfer when attending an awards ceremony at a wine tasting conference. Chilano had no reaction. He replied hesitantly, "Crazily is always good at creating miracles. I look forward to him bringing Shevchenko back to his peak state. To be honest, if it weren't for me being too old, maybe I would also beg Crazily to re-sign me." The media controversy continues. What makes Lee Tongfan slightly gratified is that Newcastle fans expressed support for this transfer. Less than 4 or 5 hours after the transfer news was announced, more and more fans have left messages on the club's official website expressing support for the club's decision. Boring. Media, these bastards don't even think about it. Have Mr. Rice Tong ever made a wrong decision? Haha. As a staunch Newcastle fan and a rabid Madman Lee fan, I, Crickler, an ordinary fruit retail worker, look forward to Shevchenko returning to the top like Beckham and Ronaldo, and looking forward to the Ukrainian nuclear bomb in St. James kills all opponents. Flying Magpies Fans Association will organize fans to prepare for Shevchenko's joining ceremony. Please call the craziest magpies on XXXXXX to let the Ukrainian superstar feel the enthusiasm of Newcastle people. Rumors say Shevchenko will wear the number 99 jersey and fight for Newcastle. Our store is the first to launch a pre-sale event for Shevchenko's jersey. Don't miss the opportunity. First come, first served, and there will also be a mysterious gift. Note stay. Order phone number XXXXXXX. Time passes in the hustle and bustle. According to the plan, Shevchenko will come to Newcastle for a physical examination in 5 days. If there are no major problems at the end of the physical examination, the Ukrainian forward will officially sign a contract and join Newcastle. The flood of controversy and criticism from the outside world could not shake Lee Tongfan's determination in the slightest. At this time, Senderos agent Shackman has already begun working hard for his client to join Newcastle. He must first meet Lee Tongfan's request to persuade AC Milan to return Senderos. After returning to Arsenal, Newcastle will you can make an offer to the Gunners. Otherwise it's all just talk. At this time, the qualities of a real agent are revealed. Shackman did not achieve his goal by deliberately creating conflicts and making players betray the club, like the stupid Frenchman Quarius Lala. In fact, Leoli didn't know what method the 50-year-old man with gold-rimmed glasses used. Anyway, the result was, Senderos signed with Senderos on the second day after the transfer market opened, that is, January 2nd, 2009. AC Milan broke up amicably and returned to Arsenal. Parallel imports were returned by the Rossoneri Senderos, the fall of a former defensive genius. Even if he returns to Arsenal, there will be no place for the Swiss international. The Gunners secretly sold the Swiss international to various clubs, but the former talent is no longer interested. Today's Senderos, a defective product produced by the Arsenal media. Reports about Senderos have appeared frequently in the newspapers. Arsenal obviously did not want to keep the Swiss country at the Emirates Stadium. However, Lee Tongfan did not immediately make an offer to Arsenal at this time because Leoli was not sure whether Professor Wenger would once again reject Newcastle's offer on the grounds that he cannot sell players to competitors. In Lee Tongfan's opinion, the most reliable way is to wait until Senderos is really so bad that no one cares about it. Then it is the best time for him to take action. Senderos agent, Shackman, did not urge Leoli to make an offer immediately. Obviously, this shrewd man with gold-rimmed glasses also understood the joints involved. In addition to player transfers, for Lee Tongfan, there is another very important thing. to do during this transfer period, and that is invited to attend the 2008 World Footballer Award ceremony points due to some other reasons. The World Footballer Award, which was supposed to be awarded at the end of 2008, was postponed to January 5th, and the venue was still at the Big Brother Theatre in Zurich, Switzerland. Although before this, the Manchester Post and the Times had already revealed with confidence that Manchester United star Cristiano Ronaldo had locked the crown of World Footballer in advance. However, many people are more willing to believe that this time the World Footballer selection is definitely the most suspenseful one in the past 10 years. Such suspense is mainly due to the existence of one person, David Beckham. 3 updates today. This is the first point. Thanks, Mala, 9Z Lord of the Gods. I love smoking and drinking. Soul Disperser, Masu, Random Boy, Book Friend 15,421,205. Tomorrow Book Friend 0,014. It's hard to register. Little Kid, I love 888. Zalxiana Lang 2, Danglin 2010. All the brothers for your support. Thank you. Chapter 421. The showdown between 2 generations of Red Devils. Number 7. Beckham has become a popular candidate for the 2008 World Footballer. Such a topic would have been impossible for many people to think about 2 years ago, because, according to the rules of the football world, the 33-year-old Beckham should even start to consider saying goodbye to the youth sport of football, let alone any awards such as World Footballer. Even Beckham, who was still at his peak, did not win this honor. However, when that magical Chinese madman appeared like a broom star 2 years ago, Beckham's career suddenly seemed to be on a Scud missile, and earth-shaking changes took place. World Footballer of the Year. Yes, everything has become very possible for midfielder Beckham again. In fact, in 2007, the title of World Footballer was already very close to Beckham. After being transformed into a defensive midfielder by Crazy Lee in the 2006-2007 season, he performed extremely amazingly in Real Madrid's mythical season. However, the fat alien Ronaldo was even crazier that season. After scoring 80 goals in a season, the Brazilian finally won the World Footballer for the 4th time, while Beckham could only finish second for the 3rd time. In the 2007-08 season, Ronaldo's condition plummeted due to injuries, but Beckham still maintained a steady performance. Not only did he help Real Madrid defend the league title in La Liga, but more importantly, he helped the England team achieve a historic breakthrough as captain in the 2008 European Cup. In the eyes of everyone at the Seoul Stadium, the Delaunay Cup, which symbolizes the top of Europe, was raised. Such results are enough for him to win any trophy in football in the world. However, the only suspense is that Manchester United star Cristiano Ronaldo played very crazy last season. As a winger, he scored 42 goals on all fronts in the season. Such results allowed him to win the top scorer in the Premier League, European Golden Boot, Champions League top scorer. There is no doubt that the World Footballer of this issue will be between David Beckham and Ronaldo. This is an honorary showdown between the old and new generations of Red Devils. Number 7. Among the current Newcastle players, Michael Owen also entered the top 5 in the selection list. Lightning Killer scored second only to Ronaldo in the Premier League last season, and was the top scorer in the European Cup. He is also in the limelight. The only flaw is that Owen has a blank in terms of club honors. In addition to these 3 people, the other 2 players in the top 5 of the selection list are Barcelona's new King Messi and Liverpool's new Holy Infant Tours. In addition, Newcastle midfielder Alan Smith, wingers Juan Mata and Lucas Podolski were also shortlisted for the 2008 World Footballer of the Year candidates. But the 3 guys did not make it to the end, of course. In addition to the players, Lee Tongbiam may receive his own honor at the award ceremony, the best coach in the world point. Although Aoli has already won this honor in his first season leading Real Madrid, but honor is something that no matter how much you get, you will not be soft on it, right? Competing with Lee Tongfan for this honor are Manchester United coach Ferguson and Turkey coach Terim, both of whom are old enemies. January 5. 2009. When night begins to fall, Zurich, Switzerland becomes dimly lit. Zurich on this night is destined to be a supreme palace dedicated to football. The world's most famous football players, coaches, football celebrities, and senior officials from the Football Federation have all gathered here. Reporters from all over the world surrounded the Grand Theatre in Zurich. Tens of thousands of devoted fans braved the severe cold and waited at the gate of the Opera House just to be able to have close contact with their idols. Even a glance would bring happiness. Of more than 1,000 public security policemen were sent to the streets by the Zurich city government to maintain order. A car ban was imposed within 3 kilometers of the Opera House. Only guests attending the important award ceremony in the evening were allowed to drive to the entrance of the Opera House, starting at around 6 o'clock in the evening. Fans and reporters gathered at the entrance of the Opera House began to cheer and scream, and the guests began to arrive. The night is getting darker, but the enthusiasm of reporters and fans is getting higher and higher. Under the orange lights, gods from all walks of life continue to appear in the public eye. Lower, Captain Borlak, Casillary, Cannavero, Kaka, Raul, Drogba, when the stars who have always shown off their game shirts put on straight suits and appeared in sight. The white thunderbolt released by the spotlight was like the lightning rod of Zeus, the father of the gods, crazily covering the Zurich Opera House tonight. The arrival of every superstar will cause crazy cheers and applause. Every superstar's smile and wave are enough to make his supporters faint with happiness. It's a star-studded night, both in the sky and on the earth. The arrival of Manchester United star Cristiano Ronaldo first brought the atmosphere at the entrance of the Opera House to a climax. The police, who maintained order at the scene, used all their strength to stop a group of crazy fans who tried to cross the cordon and take photos with their idol. Come down. The Portuguese seemed to be in a good mood, with his iconic charming smile on his face, a straight black suit, and a well-groomed hairstyle, making this god's darling look handsome and unrestrained, like a prince who stepped out of a myth. With the media following and fans cheering, the Portuguese king stepped up the steps of the Opera House step by step and entered the hall. He might be the protagonist tonight. As time went by, the crowd at the door of the Opera House became anxious, because up to now they had not waited for the other two heavyweights tonight, Crazy Lee and David Beckham. There were less than 20 minutes before the official start of the awards ceremony. At this moment, a white extended Lincoln slowly drove over and appeared at the door of the Opera House. The crowd began to get restless. The fans crowded forward crazily, while the reporters clung to the cameras and camera lenses in their hands. If they guessed correctly, the person in Lincoln must be a certain super figure. The car door slowly opened. Sure enough, Beckham, the favorite of this year's world footballer, stepped out. The overwhelming flashlights flashed instantly, and the cheers of the fans sounded like warriors fighting on the battlefield. Just as people were cheering, another person walked out of the carriage. It's Crazy Lee. The scene was buzzing. Someone finally squeezed through the policeman's heavy encirclement and rushed towards the two of them crazily. Lee Tongfan just got out of the car and took a look, shouting. A beautiful woman rushed over. The sultry man was about to open his arms to accept the crazy torture of the beauty, but he saw the two blonde beauties rushing into Beckham's arms with tears of happiness. Second, uncle, I should have known a long time ago that I couldn't appear with this beast like Zyobri. He completely stole the limelight. The sultry man was extremely angry at this moment. Interior of the Zurich Opera House. The hall can accommodate thousands of people watching the opera at the same time, and it was decorated in a unique way tonight. There are 5 large comfortable round chairs on the rostrum. A huge slide image emits a faint light in the slightly dark hall. In its place, there is a series of eye-catching golden characters on the rostrum. FIFA World Play 2008. The Opera House is filled with such tension and elegance. At this time, the entire award ceremony has reached the stage of announcing the footballer Michael Owen, Messi, David Beckham, Cristiano Ronaldo and Tours appeared on the rostrum and were interacting with the beautiful female host. Host Lee Tongfan is very familiar with her. She is none other than Elizabeth Carrerina, the leading actress of Spanish national televisions. I have a question for you. 15 minutes ago, Lee Tongfan had already walked onto the podium with great grace and received the 2008 World's Best Coach trophy. In fact, before it was announced, the Best Coach award had long been recognized by media from various countries as the least suspenseful award at this year's FIFA Awards ceremony. Because Crazy Lee still maintained an unparalleled pace of terrifying victories in the past year. This crazy guy not only took Newcastle in the relegation zone to 5th place in the league in 10 games, but also helped the England team in the 2008 European Cup, winning the second major championship in the century-old history, and becoming the new idol of the entire British Isles. In contrast, Ferguson's Champions League championship and Terham's European Cup semi-finals can only stand aside. This time, the two seniors have completely become the embarrassing role of accompanying the prince to study. The lights are dim. Pointly Tongfan holds the trophy in his hand, waiting for the grand finale of this award ceremony, the announcement of the 2008 World Footballer. As time goes by, the atmosphere in the opera house hall becomes more and more tense. The broadcast camera kept focusing on the faces of David Beckham and Cristiano Ronaldo. Although they were both talking and laughing on the surface, everyone could see that they were nervous. There is no doubt that tonight is the closest David Beckham gets to being named World Footballer, and it is also the last and only time in his career. At his peak, Beckham finished second in both 1999 and 2001 selections. If he misses out on first place again this time, given his advanced age of 33, Beckham will probably be ranked second in his lifetime. I have to say goodbye to this highest honor in the football world. This will be a lifelong regret for Beckham. In contrast, Ronaldo is still young and will have more opportunities in the future. However, the young, arrogant, and unruly Portuguese obviously hopes to defeat Beckham, the former number 7 of the Red Devils, to make his first time even more perfect. The music started, and the 5 candidates on the rostrum all entered and returned to the seats below. FIFA President Blatter and the awarding guest, bulking Pell, walked out from the backstage. The World Player of the Year trophy held in Pell's hand shone with golden luster under the lights of the podium, immediately attracting the attention of countless people. Second update today. The third update is around 11:30. Asking for a monthly ticket. Chapter 422. The Beast, 039's blood is boiling. King Pell. How could the awarding guest be this crow-mouthed man? Lee Tongfan's heart twitched. Every time he sees this Brazilian man, Leoli will naturally think of the system mission, the curse of the Ball King, in the previous European Cup finals. Those damn 3 random system accidents almost allowed the German team to win Delorme Cup. Ernst Happel's European Cup final can be said to be the most important and thrilling game that Lee Tongfan has directed since he became a football head coach. Among the many games he has coached, I don't know why, but when I saw Uncle Bailey appearing here today, Lee Tongfan felt like he was holding in his bowels. He suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart, as if something was going to happen to Zaobi. The lights in the hall gradually dimmed. Against the deep bright black background, layers of sky blue wavy slides flashed back and forth on the rostrum. The two giants, FIFA President Blatter and UEFA President Platini, said no in a long-winded manner. Then, the football king Pell attracted the attention of the whole world, holding a sealed envelope containing the list of candidates for the 2008 World Footballer in his hand, and walked step by step towards the microphone in front of the rostrum speaking table. The atmosphere at the scene became extremely tense. The background music was like a giant drum that was beating slowly. The sound of dong, dong, dong sounded louder and louder than the other. That drum beat was like hitting the hearts of everyone present. And with this exciting drum beat, on the dark black slide screen behind the rostrum, photos of the 5 candidates flashed one by one. David Beckham, Cristiano Ronaldo, Michael Owen, Leo Andres Messi, Fernando Torres. 5 faces with hundreds of millions of fans around the world appeared on the screen one after another, but people's eyes were more focused on the 2 at the front. Time is frozen. Although people have long known that the mystery this time will arise between Beckham and Ronaldo, the suspense will remain until the final name comes out of Pell's mouth, because in the past year, their performance has been absolutely phenomenal. Hiss with everyone watching, Bailey tore open the white envelope with his dark hands, and then took out a thin piece of paper. Printed on the piece of paper is the name of the protagonist of this star-studded night, the 2008 World Footballer. The atmosphere at the scene became suffocating. The live broadcast footage kept switching between Beckham and Ronaldo. On the mature face of old number 7, the signature charming smile has disappeared, and the slightly twitching Adam's apple shows the inner nervousness of the heartthrob. And on the slightly green face of little number 7, there is no trace of the usual arrogance and madness. His eyes are fixed on the piece of paper in Bailey's hand, like a suspect waiting for the court to pronounce the verdict. "Oh, this is incredible." Bailey turned the small piece of paper to himself, with a surprised expression on his face. This sentence instantly filled the entire ceremony hall with a buzzing noise. Unbelievable. Whose name did the crow-mouthed Uncle Bailey see on the note that made him feel incredible? The hearts of Ronaldo and David Beckham followed Pal's incredible words, beating hard at the same time. The former knows that his probability of being elected is slightly smaller than that of Beckham. After all, Beckham has achieved a historic breakthrough for the England team. If it is unbelievable, is he the one elected? Beckham's thoughts were the same as Ronaldo's, and he suddenly became nervous. "I announce that the winner of the 2008 World Footballer of the Year is." At this point, Uncle Bailey suddenly paused for a small moment, and then continued with the eyes of thousands of people in the audience eager to rush forward and slap the mysterious old Brazilian man to death. "It's David Beckham. Ha 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 ha." Uncle Bailey was like a naughty child who succeeded in his mischief. He raised his head and laughed proudly. Obviously, at that moment, the whole world was fooled by his prank. People thought Bailey expressed such a surprised tone, and some incredible name would appear, but the final result seemed natural. Beckham was elected without any controversy. There is no dispute. Waves of applause rang out in the hall of the Opera House. Beckham, who was sitting in the second row, stood up, buttoned up his suit, and then walked towards receiving the award amidst the applause that belonged to him alone. Tower. At this time, the whole of England has become a sea of joy. All over the world, countless Beckham fans are in tears. They have been looking forward to this day no less than Beckham himself in the past time. Beckham's election has far-reaching significance, because this is the first time that an Englishman has stood on the podium and lifted the trophy since FIFA selected the World Footballer of the Year award in 1991. One small step for David Beckham, one giant leap for Britain. David Beckham, in the past 2 years, he has created countless scoring opportunities for his teammates and scored countless goals with his personal ability. He has developed the ability of the defensive midfielder to a new level, the pinnacle of heights. Beckham, he is the perfect representative of football players of our time, as the beautiful female host Elizabeth Kalerina read out FIFA's comments about Bucero's World Footballer of the Year award. Beckham took solid steps and finally ascended to the top of the list of players he has won for more than 10 years in the past. The stage I have dreamed of in my career. The applause in the hall still hasn't stopped. People could see that when Beckham stepped onto the podium and embraced the guest Pell warmly, his eyes were already shining with tears. The heartthrob shed tears of strong hero, and see Ronaldo was sitting in his seat, feeling cold in his heart. Of course, he had never thought that this would happen before, but when the name came out of Bailey's mouth, and it was really not his own, an unspeakable sense of loss still surrounded him instantly. When Ronaldo ascended the throne in 2007, he ranked behind Kaká and Messi in the selection, and did not even make the top 3. But this year, he originally thought that with his 42 goals and the honor of winning the league and the Champions League in recent years, he winning this trophy that he always dreamed of, he didn't expect. However, although Ronaldo is arrogant and unruly, he is definitely not the kind of villain who can't afford to let go. After carefully considering the achievements of the man who defeated him in the past 2 seasons, the Portuguese superstar has to admit Beckham is more worthy of the title of footballer than himself. Among the continuous applause in the hall, there was one from Ronaldo. While applauding, he cast his eyes on the Chinese seat not far away in the same row. Crazily, the whole world understands that Beckham, who has entered the end of his career, can rise strongly and become the new football player. 80 or 90% of the credit goes to this crazy Chinese. That man's deeds are just like his nickname, God, on the sidelines of the football field, doing things that only God can do. If one day I can play under this person, maybe it will be a good choice, right? In the dim lighting of the scene, Ronaldo couldn't help but think all the glory on the podium was focused on this 33-year-old man with a charming smile. He was the most dazzling star of the night. This is an incredible night for me. In the past 10 years, I have stepped on this podium 3 times, but the distance between me and it is always just a little bit behind. Beckham raised his hand, which was shining with golden luster, and his eyes were filled with tears. He kissed her lovingly and then continued, "On this incredible night, I must first thank an incredible person." People knew who the person Beckham wanted to thank was almost without guessing. At this moment, all the eyes of the audience were focused on the fifth seat in the second row on the right hand side of the hall. It seems that everyone knows who I want to thank. Yes, it is Lee from China. Beckham shook the trophy in his hand and extended an invitation. "At this moment, I hope to share this trophy with Lee." Beckham, on the podium, made an invitation gesture to Lee Tongfan. The applause rang out again, and the sultry man pretended to be very reluctant, but in fact he was so happy that he was already dying. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and got up and walked to the podium. "Perhaps I'm also the only head coach in history who stands with footballers and accepts applause. It feels so damn good. Beckham deserves to be the person who understands us best. This time I can forgive him for being in the opera house. It's my sin to steal my spotlight at the door." Stepping onto the podium, Lee Tongfan and David Beckham embraced each other warmly, then stood side by side, holding the glittering trophy with their hands, and accepted photos from the reporters on site. A cold touch came from the fingertips, but the sultry man's body was boiling with animal blood. Lee Tongfan held this golden trophy that was coveted by players all over the world, and suddenly felt a little regretful in his heart. "It seems that I want to lift this trophy by myself in this life, but there is really no chance." The award ceremony continues. Germany's football emperor Beckenbauer announced the title of Miss World Football as a guest. Marta from Brazil won this honor 3 times in a row, achieving 3 consecutive titles, but by this time, the tense atmosphere in the hall had dissipated a lot. The real storm will be set off by the media tomorrow. Thanks to One Bang Stationery, the dispeller of soul, Key, Danglin 2010, Fengru Zioao, the king of books for the reward, and thanks to the boss of Lucifer for the 50,000 reward. Thank you brothers. The third update is completed. Please vote for me. Chapter 423. Someone arrives. The news that David Beckham was elected FIFA's 2008 World Player of the Year over Cristiano Ronaldo was like the radiation produced after a nuclear explosion, quickly setting off a new round of Beckham fever throughout the world. Beckham was elected Mr. Ronaldo, and Ronaldo, having ranked second and third, finally reached the top after falling 3 times. His name is Beckham. The 33-year-old heartthrob achieves his career dream and only thanks one person for the exciting moment. "My name is Beckham and this is my story." Beckham, the most professional and least professional football player in history. Why did Ronaldo lose 2 games in a row? Because his head coach is not crazily creating 2 sirs in 3 seasons. Crazy Lee is the hen that can only lay golden eggs at 2. There is no doubt that Beckham won the award. Messi is better than Ronaldo. Crazy Lee, the undisputed #1 coach in the world. Beckham helps England achieve 0 breakthrough. The whole of Britain owes a debt of gratitude to Madman Lee. The final result of Beckham being elected as the new world footballer obviously made the whole British Isles excited. Inspired by the sentiment of national justice, countless English fans are happy that this handsome and hard-working man has finally reached the top of his career at the end of his career. They are even more crazy because the Englishman has finally reached the pinnacle of personal honors as a player. As England FAR CEO Brian Barwick said, "Fortunately, it was David who won the award this time. Otherwise, the whole world would owe David a trophy." The photo of Beckham and Crazy Lee lifting the trophy together on the podium was also crazily reprinted in prominent places on major media websites and newspapers. The reason why people are interested in this photo is not just because it witnessed the friendship between 2 men with the greatest influence in football. More importantly, this photo witnessed the star making of that magical Chinese madman ability, Ronaldo in 2007 and Beckham in 2008. These 2 gentlemen have already entered the downhill slope of their respective careers. It seems absolutely impossible to return to the top. However, with the guidance of Crazy Lee, both of them created miracles. Ronaldo was elected world footballer for 4 consecutive terms, setting an unprecedented record, and Beckham also caught up with the last train in the final stage of his career, making up for the regrets in his life. People can't help but wonder, will the 2009 world Footballer of the Year still come from Crazy Lee's team. Major sports betting companies in Europe have opened their handicap for this early point among Newcastle players. The most likely candidate to win Mr. 2009 is naturally Michael Owen, who is at his peak. Juan Mata also has a certain chance of being elected. The only thing that makes many sports bettors hesitate is that Newcastle cannot participate in the Champions League this season, which will undoubtedly put the Magpies players at a disadvantage in the competition. The magic continues. Everyone is eagerly awaiting it. After attending the FIFA awards ceremony, Lee Tongfan did not attend the banquet later that night, but returned to Newcastle non-stop with his dog-headed strategist, Tolosi Tang. On January 16th, the 21st round of the Premier League is about to begin. Newcastle's opponent this time is the Red Army Liverpool, one of the traditional top four. This will be a tough battle. At the same time, the Magpie Legion's opponent in the UEFA Cup knockout round has also been announced. It is the powerful Ajax team from the Netherlands. The first round of the match between the two sides will be held at the Amsterdam Stadium in the Netherlands on February 19th. After Lee Tongfan returned to Newcastle, seeing that the situation was almost mature, the first thing he did was to offer Arsenal £5 million to acquire Swiss international Senderos this time. Professor Wenjebing did not reject Lee Tongfan's offer in one breath. Perhaps this time it seems to the French coach that Senderos, who was rejected by AC Milan, does not have the strength to stay at the Emirates Stadium. Moreover, the Swiss international's weekly salary of £53,000 is a big burden for the Arsenal. When no other club is interested in Senderos, selling him to Newcastle, a competitor, will not be a big burden. Arsenal caused too much damage. As a result, Arsenal's response to Newcastle's first offer was £8 million. In addition, Professor Wenger was obsessed with Arshavin and proposed another transaction plan, which was use Senderos plus £5 million in cash to acquire Russian Tsar Andrei Arshavin from Newcastle. I have to say that this cash plus player exchange proposal really appealed to Lee Tongfan. However, considering that the Magpies will definitely fight on multiple fronts this season, and the thickness of the current lineup, there is absolutely no shortage of Russians to charge into the battle. At this point, I can only resist the temptation and reject Professor Wenger's good intentions. Then, the two clubs conducted a series of back and forth negotiations on Senderos's transfer value. In the end, Newcastle finally got the Swiss for £6.5 million. After this deal was announced on the official websites of both clubs, it caused an uproar in English football. Newcastle's second signing, Crazy Lee, is still picking up bargains. Newcastle's finances are tight. AC Milan abandons the team and joins the front line. The Magpies have found Sakho's replacement, Senderos, airborne to St James for £6.5 million. Two abandoned players from Milan gather in St James. Madman Lee is the rag pick in Newcastle and Liverpool. Two extremes of madness obviously, whether it is Andriy Shevchenko before or Senderos now. The media and football experts are not very optimistic about the transfer of the two, or in other words, they are not optimistic about their professional potential. Hope Lee Tongfan has no time to rubbish with these talkative guys, because he is now preparing to find an opportunity to have an in-depth exchange of ideas with Gigi, the little mixed rice cook, about the little guy being loaned to AC Milan. Lee Tongfan has high hopes for this mixed race kid, hoping that Gigi can improve himself to cope with different styles of football games through this loan. After all, although Serie A does not have the glory of the little World Cup back then, Serie A teams do have their own uniqueness in terms of defensive capabilities. The Italian chain cement defensive system is still the pinnacle of defensive art in the world. If Gigi can getting stable opportunities to play and practice in AC Milan will be very helpful to his future development. In addition, the whole world thinks that the little guy's playing style is very similar to Inzaghi. Even the FM 2009 system thinks that Gigi is second to Inzaghi. The reason why Leoli chose to loan Gigi to AC Milan, and I also hope that this mixed-race little guy can take a close look at Inzaghi's ability to shoot and score with every part of his body, as well as the Italian forward's elusive anti-offside skills. Of course, this does not mean that Lee Tongfan hopes that Gigi will become Inzaghi's second, because Leoli's expectations for Gigi are not limited to the little guy. An opportunist similar to Inzaghi who sees blood and seals his throat, Leoli hopes that the little guy can combine the stunt skills of super strikers such as Ronaldo, Crespo, Irving and Inzaghi, condense his own style, and become the most terrifying stadium killer in the history of football. Being able to score goals in any way is Leoli's highest expectation for Gigi. However, before that, Lee Tongfan had to make his painstaking efforts clear to this little guy. Leoli doesn't want Gigi to have any misunderstandings about this lone trip to AC Milan, and make the little guy think that he is abandoning him. Point in the information society, unknown expectations and training may not necessarily achieve the ultimate goal. Certain methods must also be mastered. From this perspective, Lee Tongfan hopes to maintain smooth communication with Gigi. This morning, Lee Tongfan called the little guy who was practicing alone on the training ground to his office. He just mentioned this topic and was waiting for a detailed explanation. Who knows, Mr. Rice-Tong, I understand what you mean. The little guy's red face is full of mischief and cunning, and his eyes are swollen and bright. Leoli was stunned and threw a dry towel over angrily. Understood? What do you understand? Wipe the sweat off your face first. Compared with a year ago, Gigi is much taller, her skin has turned into a healthy wheat-colored complexion, and the muscles on her body are like shuttles, showing a graceful streamlined shape, and she is full of confidence. No one can believe that the current Gigi was still a short ugly duckling 2 years ago, and she cried quietly because she could not continue her football dream. Gigi took the towel thrown by Leoli, wiped the sweat beads on his face from the hard training, and said with a smile, Mr. Rice-Tong, I know you want me to go to Serie A to learn how to deal with it. How can the toughest defense in the world score a goal in the face of a fleeting opportunity, just like Philip Inzaghi did? When Lee Tongfan heard this, he was very happy. Okay, boy, calm down the roundworm in my belly. You deserve to be cultivated by me, Leoli, and you have a good understanding of the thoughts of your superiors. Originally, Lee Tongfan was worried that this kid would be upset. Now it seems that our worries are unnecessary. Gigi's performance made Leoli feel relieved. Meeting such an informed and reasonable player is the first choice for every head coach. The happiest thing, however, now that the words have been spoken, Lee Tongfan couldn't help but say a few more words. Not only do you want to learn from Inzaghi, but also from every superstar player around you. You have to work hard and learn their characteristics. You must know that the reason why they can become top players in this highly competitive green world is that everyone has something unique. In Newcastle there is Ronaldo and Crespo, and in AC Milan there is Inzaghi, Pato, Barillo. I hope that when you return to Newcastle next season, you can learn something from each of them. The mixed-race little rice boy raised his eyebrows. I know all this. Mr. Rice-Tong, you have become very mother-in-law now, brat. Leo. Lee smiled bitterly and smashed the towel he just took from the little guy's hand again. First update. Second update will be sent later. Chapter 424. Someone else left. Newcastle City, January 7th. Sunny Point. This is Newcastle, one of the 8 largest entertainment cities in the world. The busiest day after Christmas is because the fan meeting for the joining of nuclear warhead Shevchenko and Senderos will be held at the St. James Park Stadium in the city centre. 1300 hours sharp. Point in the press conference hall of the stadium, holding the number 99 and number 4 jerseys, and taking photos with reporters together with the head coach Crazy Lee. Shevchenko and Senderos, the 2 Magpies newbies, appeared on the stadium. Inside, meet the fans. What the 2 newcomers and the reporters who came to the scene did not expect was that tens of thousands of fans came to the meeting, with countless slogans and flags waving back and forth, coupled with the passionate voice of the onside commentator. The sound echoed through the sky. All of this made the atmosphere in the stands very exciting. In the stands, the image of Shevchenko breaking through Buffon's goal with a penalty kick in the Champions League final that year, and the image of Senderos scoring with a header in the World Cup, but being hit with blood on his face, were all imprinted on the fans' minds. On a huge canvas, propped up and spread out in the stands of St. James, like, Mr. Rice-Tong, we are also willing to believe you. Hey, mate, welcome to the great Newcastle fever. The cheers were loud, like a fierce match in the stadium. Newcastle people sang "Come in Home Newcastle" and welcomed the two new players with the warmest atmosphere. Such a scene shocked Shevchenko and Senderos. The Ukrainian nuclear warhead has seen countless hot scenes in his career. Both San Siro and Stamford Bridge are known as the craziest home stadiums in the world, and countless earth-shaking scenes have happened there. However, in the past 2 years, due to his sharp decline in form, whether at Chelsea or at Milan, he has not been able to enjoy such a blood-soaked scene for a long time. The huge singing and cheering that erupted from the stands made him feel as if he had returned to the passionate days of his youth. At this moment, Shevchenko involuntarily felt a kind of uncontrollable excitement from the heart, as if the blood that had been flowing slower and slower due to old age suddenly rushed and burned in the blood vessels, filling his whole body with the power of running like a gale. Perhaps this real transfer will really be a journey that creates miracles. Shevchenko looked at Crazy Lee in the distance facing the fans in the stands like a king, and he began to be impatient for the upcoming game. People with the same sentiments include Swiss central defender Felipe Senderos. Senderos' career has not reached the heights of Shevchenko. He is like a half-grown eagle that is just about to spread its wings and fly. After only facing a few storms, he broke his own wings prematurely. Even Professor Wenger, who had always treated him like a child, gave up on him. Although Senderos does not hate Wenger because he understands that this is the cruelty of professional football, he is also eager to succeed, eager to prove his strength like a real man in front of the media that constantly insults and ridicules him. It is for this reason that he would rather accept the reduction of his weekly salary of £53,000 to £30,000 to come here to St. James, just because here is another man who can perform miracles and make people happy. He once again has wings to soar into the blue sky. In the stands, singing and cheering on this clear Newcastle afternoon floated high into the sky. There is no doubt that on the clear afternoon of January 7th, Newcastle held a very successful fan meeting at St. James Park. More than 10,000 fans braved the severe cold and appeared in the stands to support the club's winter. Such a hot scene disappointed those who were waiting to see the joke between Crazy Lee and Newcastle. Never try to doubt Crazy Lee, because you will definitely be ashamed of your doubts. This is what Sir John Hall, one of the major shareholders of the Newcastle club, said while laughing wildly during an interview with BBC television. Some people come and some people leave, except for Lee Tongfan and assistant coach Alan Shearer. No one noticed that on the same day, a mixed race boy boarded a flight to Apennine with the dream of becoming the best star in the world. When he comes back, he will definitely set off a terrifying storm of his own in this world. At night, while standing at the airport seeing off passengers, watching Nicholas Gigi disappear into the crowd in the distance under the leadership of Talo Sitang, Lee Tongfan suddenly turned his head and said to Alan Shearer, "Alan, do you believe it or not? He will be Newcastle's most indispensable future." Alan Shearer nodded. After sending away Nicholas Gigi and welcoming Shevchenko and Senderos, Newcastle's winter transfer plan has been successfully completed. If there is any shortcoming, it is that the traitor Mamadou Sakho has not left St. James as many crazy Newcastle people expected. Lee Tongfan has always insisted on Sakho's listing price at £20 million. This has made many teams interested in the Frenchman. Just watch from afar. Assistant coach Alan Shearer once tried to persuade Lee to lower the price to prevent Sakho from really rotting in the Newcastle reserve team. However, Lee refused because Lee Tongfan knows the potential of Mamadou Sakho better than anyone else. Without the instigation of the unscrupulous agent named Aquarius Lala, Lee Tongfan could have made Sakho, who has a potential ability of 190 in the FM system, like Stephen Taylor, become the best in the world for the centre-back. Such a pity. However, since he betrayed me, according to Leoli's character, he will never have any sympathy for this anti-bone boy, let alone let other clubs get something for nothing easily, and he has already developed this half-finished degree of Sakho. What's more, £20 million is the transfer price recommended by the FM 2009 system scouts, so Leoli has long been determined. Even if it is missing a penny, don't even think about taking Sakho away from me. Even if it is to let the Chinese, I won't hesitate to die in the reserve team. Time passes slowly. Originally, Even I thought there was no hope for Sakho's winter transfer, but things suddenly took a turn for the better on January 7th, the day Shevchenko joined Newcastle. Serie A giant Inter Milan issued an announcement on the club's official website. This is very bad news. Argentinian centre-back Samuel strained his groin during training and will miss the team for 3 months. The team doctor is working hard on Samuel's recovery. The Argentinian does not rule out the possibility of traveling to Belgium for surgery. Samuel is Inter Milan's main centre-back. The impact of this injury on Inter Milan can be imagined. The madman Mourinho is competing for the Champions League. The impact of the lack of the main centre-back on the Nerazzurri's record is absolutely immeasurable. In order to successfully create a new era of great internationalization, the lovely oil tycoon Marathi had no choice but to wave checks all over the world to find Samuel's successor for the madman. According to a report by Italy's Gazzetta dello Sport, the madman's first target is Mamadou Sakho, who has fallen into the winter of his career at Newcastle. Sure enough, Inter Milan quickly faxed the offer of £15 million to Lee Tongfan's desk, and the Nerazzurri's transfer manager Blanco flew directly to London and then came to Newcastle to negotiate face to face with Lee Tongfan. Such an action cannot be said to be insincere. However, unfortunately, in the view of the sultry man Leoli, even the great sincerity cannot make up for the price difference of €5 million, and the first meeting between the two parties did not reach any result. Inter Milan tried to follow Chelsea's example and introduced Sakho with players and cash. Unfortunately, when Lee Tongfan tentatively mentioned Mario Balotelli's name, Blanc shook his head firmly, point-faced with the deadlock. Inter Milan categorically terminated the negotiations and turned to pursue Liverpool centre-back Daniel Agger, who knew that Benitez, a fat guy, was even more incompetent than Lee Tong. Directly knocking the Nerazzurris, the offer was ignored. Seeing that the Serie A winter break was coming to an end and the second half of the season was about to begin, Inter Milan, under the pressure of madman Mourinho, finally made a crazy offer of €20 million for Sakho, since there is no problem with the price. The transfer is completed almost instantly. Querius Lala and Sakho, who had been anxious for a long time, almost crawled and rolled out of Newcastle in the first second after the contract was signed. Crazy. Lee, Newcastle. One day, I will come back here again. At that time, I will use my head and feet to conquer everything here to avenge today's shame. Sitting on the back of the airplane seat, through the circular window and the white clouds outside the window, the resentful Sakho looked at the huge white stadium below, clenched his fists and swore. Sakho's transfer has obviously shocked European football again. People were once again shocked by crazy Lee's shrewdness in the transfer market. In the first week of the winter transfer market, Newcastle has already had 2 entries and 2 exits. The 2 people who left were worth only £10 million when they joined 6 months ago. But 6 months later, the 2 people brought in astonishing £33 million in cash to the Magpies, and there was also a Ukrainian nuclear warhead. This kind of deal is simply the ultimate pursuit of any club. Thanks to brothers, difficult to register. I love 888, Football Modifier, 9Z Lord of the Gods, and Dispeller of Souls for your support today. Chapter 425 today, 039, update has been updated, and I have something to say to my brothers. First of all, I would like to thank my brothers for their support in recent days. I think I'm facing a strange reincarnation now. I still remember that when the modifier was first uploaded, I finally applied for the Sanjiang recommendation, which is the most important thing for a newbie and new book. As a result, Xiaodao staged a real version of People Are Here. Embarrassingly, after returning home, the update became very slow. Well, now that I finally have the support of a group of lovely brothers like you, I'm having a great time writing with my knife, and there will also be a good recommendation for the homepage next week. But, I have to go home again. I will go to my home in Human Town, Gansu Province Point, because Xiaodao's father has been suffering from a cold recently, and taking medicine and dripping needles doesn't work. He asked the master Yin Yang to do it, but it doesn't work either. This is actually not the first time. Every winter, my father becomes very weak. He catches a cold when the wind blows. He wears cotton clothes when sleeping at night. I thought this must be due to overwork, but my father was only 50 years old. Zaishan and his mother manage these 30 acres of land, and it's really hard for them to have enough food and clothing. Therefore, Daozi is going to take his father to a large hospital in Lanzhou, Jiuquan for a comprehensive examination. As children, as long as they have some ability, they should always show their filial piety. I was leaning on the knife while typing, and I had some spare money in my hand. I was very anxious now. We have prepared wireless network cards and applied for related services. Don't worry, brothers. If there is signal in the countryside, when we get home, we will guarantee 6,000 words of updates every day. Point. If there is no signal, Daozi can only ride a motorcycle to the internet cafe in town or other places with internet access. Just like Zaishan, you should also be able to guarantee 6,000 words per day. I really feel unwilling to do so. I originally planned to keep the 9,000 words to the end this month. It is not considered an explosion, but it can also be regarded as a reward for the brothers and yielding support for Xiaodao in 2010. God's fate is not as good as man's. The train ticket on the 14th will be 6,000 words every day starting from today. I need to save some manuscripts for emergencies. Finally, I once again implore brothers who have the ability to help subscribe to the next book. Maybe when I go back this time, I will throw all the money and the knife in the hospital in a fit of anger. P.S. I recommend a book. Here is the author's own introduction. I recommend a new book on basketball competition, written by a veteran sports writer, and is currently updating 10,000 words per day. Pride Never Dies. ISBN 1764606. This book is very pure. According to the author himself, this book is upgraded by using Japanese women to pick up yin and replenish yang. The higher the level of the female star you fuck, the faster the protagonist's physical fitness will increase. Europe, America, and Asia are all covered in one go. Well, it's very pure and yards. If you have any love, please go and help me. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.